Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? I am Bob Mata. I am your host.
And you shall be heard.
Let's go.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, y'all.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Just in the
So I
nick
have
of
to
time.
ask you those same three questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Oh, Jesus. What is going on? What is that? Play.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
What?
Everyone said no or should be.
Oh, I thought you said they
With
did.
that, Mr. Foreman,
What?
thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All right, please.
I thought you were saying like one of the jurors heard something about the case. That's
Eh?
forget
No,
me.
somebody said I boomered it. I'm not a boomer. I'm a Gen Xer. Proudly a Gen Xer.
I can't tell your shirt's pink.
You can't? It's 100% pink.
No, I know it is. I saw it. I seen it.
Yeah,
with my
somebody's
eye.
like, you need to wear pink, Bob. I'm like, I am. I'm wearing a pink dress shirt. Like in real life, it's
pink.
clearly pink. Like maybe on the camera, it doesn't look pink. I don't know. It's 100% pink.
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
No, you won't. You're gonna see him before that, or I'm gonna drive over there and start screaming through windows.
So defense comes with nothing. Nothing in the morning.
Oh boy. They're like, we can't like double think our shit now.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you still can't really tell it's pink.
Yeah, sorry, babe.
It's kind of fucking annoying. Kind of annoying. I might lose.
I
the
am
dress
surprised of all our concert shirts like that we couldn't find. I was like, where's the pink one? And now I can't tell if mine looks pink enough. I could go put on that. I had like that circa 1990 Express pink shirt.
I had a super pink shirt, like super, and I don't know what it is. It's like old though. It's old.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
No, I didn't try. This is a
It
pink
is pink.
shirt.
I
It's
can
a
tell you
pink
guys
shirt.
it's pink.
It's not trying. It's doing. You all just can't tell.
Where's your pink hat? Don't you have
Yeah.
a pink hat?
Nah, I don't have.
I think you might be better off to put on your light purple because it's so light. It
Wait,
looks
somebody
better.
says it looks grayish. Okay, no, doesn't
I mean,
look
but it could-
remotely gray.
It could come off gray. I'm looking at it. It could come off gray. Hey,
What?
go
Only
put on
the
the light
people that
purple.
might be slightly colorblind.
Put on the lilac.
The lilac?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I gotta brush my teeth anyway. I rushed on. All right. A couple of announcements. I'm gonna send the invite. Mark Bedrow was gonna join us yesterday, but he was on Mel's channel and then we dipped. Like I was I had to go. We had a game. Final game of the season. I'm going to re-invite Mark. I'm also going to have like Kurt of Uncivil Law is going to be joining us at some point. We're going to try to get, I'm going to see if I can get Joe Flipperhead to come on. I think Mandy's trying to get Auntie Deb on. See
All
if
right,
we can get him on.
don't talk about things that might not even come to fruition. I hate that.
I'm not like that. Like, ooh, I mean, if they come on,
No,
they
I'm just
come on.
saying, like, don't
It's the
promise.
privilege to come on our show, not
It
the other
is.
way around. Like, just get
No,
that straight. All right, love you. Bye.
Man, Bob's supposed to be the perky one in the morning. David James says, let's fucking go, fuck faces. I mean, I don't know who she thinks I'll see you at 4. She knows that's not true. She damn well knows this thing ain't going till 4. And I'm just going to stay with that because if it does, I'm living in an alternate universe. Which, I mean, we all are anyway, probably. There's multiple. Could be. All right, there's no R in LAR. I'm going with Patricia Arquette in Severance for Auntie Bev. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like it. I like it. I was thinking about it yesterday, and I'm like, why did the jurors say was a DUI at 12:45 or 5? Because I'm like, didn't the government say this accident happened at 12:32? And I was like, that says something too. Oh, and by the way, I went back and looked at my notes from the questions. Very clearly said, what do we do with Karen's recordings of Karen's statements or whatever that they used Karen's, and then I already got it all mixed up yesterday. But anyway, why are they saying 12:45? No, they remember that the Commonwealth was like, this shit happened at 12:45. But then I was thinking about it some more, and I think that's what the time of the whole DUI calculation thing was, the extrapolation. But at first I was like, oh, 12:45. They're like, we don't even think she was driving anywhere near around the time y'all think she was driving. But yeah, the extrapolation test was 12:45, so I had to give that up. But for a minute I was like, oh yeah, they're sticking with that that first time shit. She was in her house. She was in her home or his home. Taylor says it's a great day for an NG. Yep, hence the pink. I might need to change my pink. I feel like my pink is salmony and that I can't tell I'm wearing pink. I don't have any pink in my closet. I had one pink shirt that I could not find, kind of like a dress shirt, or like not a casual shirt. And then this is actually Scarlett's t-shirt, and I do have that circa 1990 hot pink somewhere. But yes, that's why we're wearing our pink. It's a great day for not guilty. Natalie says, best couple ever. You guys are so dang cute. Makes watching this more palatable. Well, I hope so. Thank you. John Schoen, Ahmed the Dead Terrorist for Jen McCabe. See, I hate to go over actors' names when Bob's not here because most people he knows. You have seen he's had to look some people up. But I see Mandy back there. She's got her camera on. Like, I might pop on. I might say something. Or maybe she's like, no, I might not. No, I thought I might entice her in, but she's just lurking and hiding. Oh man, she's trying to come in.
I need to brush my teeth first.
That's what Bob said too. Bob's taking a real long time to brush his teeth.
Yeah, I gotta brush my teeth and
So how do you feel this morning after getting your Auntie Deb in? That'll be a Mandy guest if it happens. Mandy's been pushing for that.
my Auntie Deb motivation of the morning. It's good. He makes the mornings much better.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Let me
Well,
jump off and connect with the Ethernet because I see that I'm glitchy.
Yes, you is, girl.
Okay, I'll be back. Hold it down.
So I have to say, I just don't know what Judge Cannoni's motivation is for not answering like the jurors' questions and coming up with some bullshit. Is that why we're still here? I mean, they seemed all right. We all know because I know everybody's been listening to either us and jumping around to other law tubers, and so you don't get to talking about the OUI until you have gotten not guilty on everything else. So I think we can stay confident with that. The scary shit was that fourth question, which came before the answers. So I do think that the jurors. Oh, see, this is what happens with my brain fog. I bounce all around. The other thing I was thinking is, what are the chances jurors get home and like, all right, their families know they're not supposed to tell them anything, they're not supposed to talk anything, but they're like, dude, I'm just gonna say this: you cannot hang. You cannot hang. I don't care. Convict her of an OUI or don't. Whichever you one, flip flop, get everyone to agree. You cannot hang. I feel like there's a pretty good chance that could probably happen. But I mean, it's not supposed to happen.
Is this shirt pinker?
I
They're
mean,
saying if this is the Brooks Brothers one, is it any more pink on camera?
it's pinker.
Is it pinker?
I believe so. Let's see what Mandy has to say. Mandy,
I
is
always
Bob's
have
shirt?
something to say. That's white.
Oh God, Mandy,
What happened to the lilac?
lilac's
Bob
fucking
looks so
purple,
good in
sis.
purple.
I know,
It's
but
fucking
it's such
pink.
a light purple. I think on camera it will look pink.
Like in real life, this shirt is like
big.
Blasm pink. It's like, all right, so what? Okay, this, I think this is pretty close. Like this is, what about this?
Yeah.
Is that
What
what
do
you
you
guys
think,
consider
Mandy?
that pink? It's a shade of pink.
It's
She's like, that's not red.
red.
Not fucking red.
It's red.
What the fuck are you
I
guys?
mean, I know
Man,
that riot shirt. That
okay,
riot.
that's red. This is fucking pink.
No.
Contrasting. I'm contrasting. This
babe.
this
Does
bracelet I
Karen
have.
even like pink?
She fucking hates pink.
I mean, but at this point, it's the support color.
This
So whether
is salmon.
that is not
Okay?
salmon.
This
This is
is
closer to salmon.
No,
There's something wrong with this man.
man. What the fuck, man?
70%
This is.
of men are colorblind, and they won't.
I am
fucking
not
admit it.
colorblind. My wife is colorblind as shit. That I will tell you. She cannot tell the difference between navy blue and black at all.
It's science, Bob. You can't deny it.
It is science, Mandy, and my wife is colorblind as shit.
Color me with science.
She does not know the difference between navy
Instead of-
blue and black. She just doesn't. She's like, it's black. I'm like, it's navy blue, honey. I'm like, my favorite football team wears navy blue. I know what
Good
navy blue
morning
is.
to Get Ready With Me and the
Can
motto.
we make us look different? My face is so big, I don't like looking at it.
Oh, yeah, I
What
gotta
do
go
you
brush
mean?
my teeth. I forgot.
I'm
Bye.
just pushing it back.
Oh my God,
Lord.
the shirt, this guy's wearing salmon pink. The exact same. Look at that. Look. Now this just like this, it's a concert shirt, so it's got white blended in with the salmon.
You're showing us like get
Oh my
started for
God.
$10.
It's like a Temu ad or some shit. The first thing that popped up. This just has white blood. Whatever.
Ish.
You guys.
Allie, my husband asked
I'm
why
trying to wear pink.
why I was yelling fuckface so much yesterday. It's my new favorite phrase. All right, Javacat. All right,
I'm sure it's super popular around the neighborhood. Fuckface.
I mean, you could throw out some limp dicks while you're at it. Hey, Limpy. That's what we do instead of
I'm gonna
pussy.
put on the concert shirt
Because limpies are limp and worthless.
This one it looks pretty white.
We're done with that conversation. Do it in the back.
Is this shirt white or is it? What about the? Oh, I'm kidding.
But I love that. And the The vagina is powerful and strong. So I don't know who decided that a pussy was a wimp. No, that's a limpy. Worthless. Worthless. Edward Kirkpatrick says apparently the FBI is running around Defense Diaries podcast, getting everyone to brush their teeth. So who are Bob and Mandy calling? Oh yeah, what you guys up to? Brushing your teeth, eh? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I forget what I was trying to rant about. There was something on my mind before that about the judge that's gone for now. But oh, disgruntled. She's been saying, or he's been saying that, or she, whichever. I mean, I see the pictures. What's his name, the actor, but been saying that for years. I mean, there is nothing more worthless and pathetic than a limp dick. Sorry, guys, hold your ears. I know it's early in the morning, but that's why we just call it limpy. Limpy. Don't be so limpy. Yeah, don't be limpy. Smash the like. Thanks, Lindsay 902. See, Miss Sabre likes limpy. Mandy. Oh, Mandy did say, oh, that was just now. I think, I'm not sure, is Idiot Wind agreeing with Bob that riot act or riot fest shirt is pink? I mean, I've seen it in person. It's red. Pale pink doesn't equal full support. LOL. All right, Catherine. All right. So Just Jim says, do you think they added the OUI because that would be easy to appeal? No. Would you appeal? No. Insane to think without the OUI, maybe we're home already. Just Jim, I feel you. I mean, I understand like they had a plan. You got to stick with it. You never know. But I am certain the moment those questions were read, they were like, foiled. Why did we add the OUI? But hearing from the Ronnie the juror and whatever their other, the my lord, the alternate juror who was on their team. I don't know why I can't think of the word I was trying to have for like consultant. I kind of see her as a consultant on the defense team. Had to be scaring them, and they needed to make sure they could give people an out. Boston Colleen says, you are both wicked awesome. Love you guys. That is not pink, Bob. He's back there trying on all his shirts, digging for a pink one. Jen says, you were saying you don't understand her motivation and not just explaining the verdict slip. Thank you, Jen. It takes an army with this perimenopause fog brain. But yeah, it's like, and it's not even just the verdict slip. Like, yes, the verdict slip is obviously a huge example.
This bag is red.
Red, yes.
The shirt, salmon.
I think it's
salmon. It's salmon.
This is more salmon.
I don't know what color that is. That color is like kind of pink. It's a shade of pink.
We're both wearing kind of pink.
We have to agree that there are shades of pink.
Shades of pink.
50 shades of pink.
So yeah, we should tweak the verdict watch to have a couple verdict watches in pink. Actually, I'm not trying to give Mandy a new job.
All right, so I know. Do you guys find the verdict background dizzying at all?
I was like, what is that? Like when I first saw it. So you keep your eyes on the regular chat while I delve in here with Jen. Jen and we're just gonna start yelling about Judge Cannoni already. This is just like what needs to happen. So yeah, I mean, not explaining the verdict slip is one thing, but refusing to answer their question about what do we do on which is also explaining the verdict slip, right? It's explaining how to submit and, report their verdict on counts 1 and 2. And just like being snippy still. You suggested that you guys wanted us to ignore it. I'm leaving. Like, don't be such a baby brat. Your guy lost. Your courtroom was a shit show. Everyone saw this case for what it was, except you, Judge Canoni, because somehow you seem to be buying shit hook, line, and sinker. I don't know. I really don't. She's infuriating. And I feel like the jury would have been done yesterday, but for her bullshit. And here's the other thing. Brennan, we all saw what you wanted to do. We all saw you're back there just begging and pleading for a mistrial. Oh, no. Don't answer that. Don't tell him that. Even the Nook knows. Even the dog knows. He says, Brennan.
It's Puce. Wow.
Brennan.
Whoever came up with the color name Puce is fired for.
Has Nook been out
naming
this
colors.
morning, babe? Neither of us put him out yet, did we?
Aw.
Oh, mommy's going to take you, buddy.
Aw.
I'll go.
I agree.
No, I'm going to.
Not a Karen is correct. It is Puce. That's the color.
Wow.
Fucking
Wow.
nailed it.
Not a Karen.
Not
nailed it.
Karen. That's
nailed
exactly what
it.
is. Fucking
Damn.
crushing the color game.
Yeah. Maybe she's like a stylist, a fashionista.
And it's by the way, it's a shade of pink.
Yeah. Well, once not a Karen put it all out there.
I just heard when I was walking around, he's like, it's red.
I remember feeling in person when I looked at that shirt that it was red. That's all.
It's not red, bro. Like, are you like, dude?
All right, wait.
You know what red is?
We're mid rant on Brennan. Okay.
We got all day to rant about them.
I'm just gonna do this and then I'm gonna go let the dog out.
All day of ranting. Babs. Love you, Babs.
Shirt appears pink. So Brennan, just like,
truth. I don't want to get on our shit list for the day. But fuck you, Bob.
Anyway, Brennan wants a mistrial. Brennan's just trying to fuck everything up to get a mistrial. I'm done talking about whose shirt is more Bob's. Oh Lord, yeah, next to each other.
I'm just gonna keep throwing them up there, babe.
But I mean, who agrees with me that it seems like at this point, I mean, obviously Brennan knew he was, everyone knows, Brennan, you're done. There's no murder charge. There's no murder conviction. There's no collision related conviction. He is literally praying and begging and trying to throw, what's it called? Like spokes in it, or a fork in the wrench,
a wrench in the works.
A wrench in the works to get a mistrial. And Runkle called it from his closing. He's like, that was a closing for a mistrial, for a hung jury. And that's all he's begging to do right now. And why in the hell, when your jury comes in and says to you, Your Honor, we didn't buy that shit they tried to sell us. We dismissing the entire fucking concept of a collision. So here's where we're at. Why are you still fighting? It's like, wake up, smell the coffee. I found the whole thing very, like, geez, I can't make words, but like we were validated, very validating, because, we're all like, oh, well, we are biased and we do know more than the jury. But I really think the jury's going to get in there and be like, there's no damn collision. And that's what they did. So these two sons of bitches are just fucking with the jury now. Just God. It's irritating. It's aggravating. It's like not even legally sound, like tell the jury what they can do. Tell the jury, well, when you get to that point, let me know and I'll tell you how to report your verdict. Or if you have a verdict on one of the three charges, counts, one of the three indictments, you can send them out. Send them out when you get them. And then, we're just sitting here worrying about count 2. But I'm telling you this, there's no way in hell some of those jurors didn't get home and their family member was like, you can't hang. and running out. Like, assuming they're like, dude, don't talk to me about the case. Don't fuck me up. Don't get me. Somebody's running by like, you cannot hang. Convict on the OUI. I mean, that's not giving them any details. It's not telling them anything about the case. I mean, I'm sure the judge wouldn't like it. Like, yeah, my husband shouted at me while I was in the shower, do not hang.
I mean,
but the judge is going to tell her, do not hang too. So
they have to know. You can they live in this fucking county. There's no way they don't know that the last trial hung and what the issues were with that trial. You know what I mean?
I think that's why the question came out.
Completely, meaning that wouldn't, like, if their spouse or significant other is like, yo, you cannot fucking hang, that it'll have a deeper meaning to them in terms of why it's a bigger deal that they can't hang.
And it's possible that's why the whole question came up, that they were arguing over there of what it means if they hang. And some of them were saying, no, it means all of them are back in. That's how we're here. They're all coming back. And some of them are like, no. I don't know what comes back, but I don't think they all come back. Like, that might have been the whole, triggering event for that question, as opposed to the fact that they were actually contemplating staying hung on that count. They just wanted to let everyone know, this is why we can't hang. Here, watch what's going to happen if we hang, right or wrong. And I think it might have been just that. It was a very scary question. The timing of the question changed how scary it was because it came out before the others were answered. And I've decided that's what it was. It was more like, we want y'all to know, my fellow jurors, why we can't hang.
All right.
Oh, yeah, DB. What the fuck was that? They were 10 minutes late for the imaginary deadline in Judge Cannoni's head. I'm sorry. You can't have 2 minutes right now during what the most crucial part of all this shit, the jury telling us what they decide. No. You were 10 minutes late from my lunch break. So you get 1 minute. Judge Cannoni, this is not a joke. This is not a control game for you to be like, I'm the boss. I get to make the rules and you get to listen. So I'm giving you 1 minute. And I took it out of your 15 extra minutes you took in my closing. I mean, you are wearing the black robe. We know you're the boss of that courtroom. You do not need to prove your bossiness and your control that you rule the whole fucking shit over there by denying the lawyers a minute to consult with one another. What was she thinking? Bob said, I don't know.
I'm sending emails out to people, babe.
Okay.
I'm sending invites.
I mean, how angry was everyone else about that? I'm sorry. You can have 1 minute. What? Huh?
with her fucking completely fictional timeline.
Well, but what we do now know, the reason she told him to come back, that's after lunch, was because there was another question pending, and they probably got that question before they left. But she had.
Oh no, I was talking to the part where she said that they were 10 minutes late.
That's what I think she was 10 minutes late for, was when she told them. So after they read the first three and they did all that.
For what? They're fucking deliberating.
I know, but she said everybody come back at, I don't know what it was, 2:30, whatever it was. And at the time it seemed like, oh, she's just saying come back after lunch. But what we didn't know then that we know now was that there was another question pending.
That's fucking on her for doing the questions out of order anyway.
No, it was for just needing to take a break at lunch. Like, you don't have to. You know what? You could tell your staff that we'll go to lunch in 10 minutes and you can have 10 more minutes. Like, what is this? What is this shit that's going on in that courtroom that everything has to stop for lunch? And it's got, sometimes she does a half-hour lunch. Why can't she tell her staff, you know what? You got 5 minutes. Go. No, just kidding. But you got more. How much do you need? Arg. And again, All this when she already knows the jurors have called bullshit on the Commonwealth's case. They've called bullshit. We all know it. She knows it. Brennan's sorry ass knows it. I still think he should have just stuck himself right under the table after that. Might as well just left. They all know it. So why are you still fighting? You know what? Just be like, oh, well, all right, I'll give the defense some wins here because the jury called bullshit. And if this somehow that's not what happened, well, then I'll eat those words. But I mean, you don't get to a discussion about the OUI until you've called bullshit. So, it's PJ. Says, anyone else sing the Hanky the Christmas Poo song from South Park when you see Hank Brennan? Laughing my ass off. Thank you for your amazing coverage.
I
Bob
mean,
loves the Hanky.
I fucking used to love. I used to sing the Hanky the Christmas Poo song all the time, all the time.
It's too cute to think of when you think of Hank, though.
I'm Hanky the Christmas Poo. I love you.
I mean, it was like
You used to do
classic.
better than that, though.
I can't remember what he sounds like.
You used to be like spot on.
I know. I can't remember what he sounds like.
I
haven't
know.
done it so long.
David James says, so if not guilty, salmon for dinner tonight. Dun-dun-dun.
Wow.
Jay Tanner.
Poking the fucking bear, bro.
So much,
Poking the bear.
so much reasonable doubt. Smash that like button. Yes, please. It's free.
Smashy.
It's easy.
Smashy.
You minimize that little chat, find a little thumbs up, and click it. Thank you.
I'm throwing out 1 million invites. So,
but then everything's not coordinated. We get too many people.
Fuck coordinated, dude. This is a free for all. It's verdict
It's a
watch.
free for all. And he waits till the last minute.
I don't care. Like Allie's a little more apprehensive about having like multiple people on screen because she thinks there's a lot of toe stepping, which like I thought we did very well for having 8 people on the other day. There was a little bit of toe stepping.
No, I thought we did great.
Yeah.
I feel like the audience of the people who want to hear the voice of whoever.
Yeah, well, tough shit. Like I can't fucking stand that. Let Tom talk. I'm like, no, there's 8 people. We're all gonna talk. It's like, dude, like let Mark talk. Mark's gonna talk.
Mark. No one needs to let Mark talk. The man has a stage.
Yeah, you know, we give Mark a wide berth. I hate to tell you what Allie and I say is pretty interesting too. So I'm rarely on where I'm like somebody's so fascinating that I don't feel like that I should say anything. Like I've yet to meet that person who's so fucking fascinating that every word that comes out of their mouth, I'm like, oh my God. Like I don't even want to interrupt them because I just want to hear every word. I want to soak it all in to the point where Alice and I should never talk.
Well, not never talk, but you know, soaking it in is still good. All right.
Well, I think there's a difference between a straight up interview show where I've gotten written questions and I'm just asking a question, but we're a conversational show. We're very different shows. You know, it's like I like getting into legal conversations. I'm asking people questions that I know the answers to in terms of the law. So
right. Can you read Tanya's comment?
No, I'm still inviting people. I'm inviting all kinds of people.
Is it Puce? Is that
I invited Aiden?
Bob, the t-shirt reads pink on the screen. Pun intended on the read. LOL.
Oh,
Puce, biatch.
Oh, well played.
Allie, Country Mary says, Allie, your shirt is pale pink. Laura W. Member for 1 month. Thank you. On Wednesdays, we wear pink. Is that true, or they wear pink every day? Or it's just because today's a Wednesday? Yes.
Who's we?
I don't know. I'm just,
I'm
overthinking Laura's comment. Yes, it's Wednesday. We're wearing pink because that jury's coming back today. If that jury doesn't come back today, then I've got no clue what's happening in there. Like the people that are holdouts for not guilty on the OUI, cave. Just give up your whole thing. Do the opposite of everything. Every defense lawyer really typically wants a juror to do, because that would be horrible. Just horrible. And hopefully, you know, my little sneaking hope is that family members said, "Don't hang, convict on OUI."
I'm trying to find a bunch of anti-Karen readers to fucking to bring over here just to get the chat all fired up, super angry.
Well,
This fucking guy.
well, don't get a crazy person though.
What? I'm kidding. I didn't
Oh,
really. Like I would happily bring Tony on because I love Tony. Like I don't know
nah,
what is you're Jesus.
no one's got time for that
What
nonsense.
about the debate?
Not, it's got to be after.
You know what would be
It's gotta be after.
super
You're
interesting
trying to
today is
send
to
people
fucking
to-
debate some
and-
fucking anti-free Karen reader all
People
day.
don't need that anxiety right now today. They can have it after.
What happens if we're fucking burying them? Which how can't we?
I know, but people don't want an
That
angsty
seems
chat
like that
while
would
they're waiting.
create anti-anxiety. Like they're
Nobody
some
wants,
fuckhead came over here and Bob and Allison buried them like the piece of shit that they are.
but it would get the chat all riled up and get the people be yelling at each other and
I
being
like the
assholes to
people
each
fire,
other.
like I want the chat fired up. Like today is
fired up is
fired up.
one
If you
thing.
can't tell, I'm on one today. Like I think it's fucking crazy that this concept that I discussed yesterday, where if they are fucking hung on this OUI, that she could be retried on a manslaughter charge is infuriating to me. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's joking. It's infuriating. It's fucking terrifying. And I'm on one today. That's where I'm at with it. Like it's a fucking nightmare scenario that I brought up 2 days ago that has now become seemingly a reality as a possibility of it's happening. And we should all be fucking super pissed about it. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's
Yeah.
scary and it's fucked up.
So your dad was like, "I think the defense team fucked this case up. Why the hell they put that lesser on there? What's wrong with those guys? You got to have faith in your own case. I really think they fucked that woman. I hope she gets a not guilty."
Wait, was that my dad?
Yeah.
An impression of my dad? Didn't no.
No, well,
Oh, I think the defense is being that. It's more like that.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, he is definitely of the mindset that they made a blunder. They made a blunder. All right, so this is who I've sent invites to. I told them they could pop in, whatever. Just put it. Aiden, love him or hate him, I happen to love him. I understand that he says ugly words to people. I don't give a fuck. The guy's got balls of steel, and I love that. He's a gonzo journalist. I love Hunter S. Thompson. He doesn't write like Hunter S. Thompson, but he's got balls like Hunter S. Thompson does. Gotta have balls to do that. Like, and I don't give a shit if they're like, "Oh, well, he's doing it to make money." So the fuck what?
Well, no, I think
He's still putting his shit out there. He takes a huge amount of abuse.
right.
Huge amount of abuse.
He's making money, but
That's
I think
the
he
other
did it
side
to
of
shine the
though, where
light.
people are like, "Huh?"
He did it to shine the light. People
He
are
did it to shine
begrudging
the
him
light. Like,
because
when
he happens
started
to
it,
also make money off of what he does for a living.
I ain't
you know.
fucking sweating him on making. This
Like
is work,
that,
yo.
you're a grifter.
Like this whole thing, and he had to work around the tube because like he's not. Yeah, I sent Kurt's coming. Kurt's gonna be the first one on Uncivil Law. Love him. It's gonna be the first time Kurt's been on our channel, so I'm excited about that. Well, we did a hang with Kurt over at Mel's the other day.
Oh.
Yeah.
I get all the people
I sent
confused.
Ian. If Ian's not doing anything, Ian will pop in. Will, the glare is going to pop in for show. He's definitely going to come hang. I fucking love Will. Will is salt of the earth. Will's real dude. Will's a fucking real dude. Who
You
else?
just have to
I
stay
sent
on top
Kurt,
of the chat.
Kirk Nurmi, my boy. Kirk's fucking great. But the rule with Kirk is we don't talk about Jodi Arias.
Oh, nobody's going to be talking about anything right now.
Somebody in chat is always like, "Aren't you Jodi Arias's?" Like, yeah.
Well, like that question he can answer with the yes.
He doesn't want to answer any of that shit. He doesn't.
No,
want
I'm
to
just mean, aren't you Jodi Arias's lawyer? Weren't you?
He sacrificed his career to fucking flamethrow that bitch. Which
all right, who else? Finish your list so I can read
respect.
Yinzer's comment. Oh, I never let the dog out. Where'd he go? He gave up. Oh, he's still waiting. Aw.
Aw. Wait, hold on. Wait, I got to play the soundbite.
What
Oh,
the dog doing? What the dog doing?
all right. She's letting him out. All right, poor guy. Yeah. So today, I don't know if we had a real conundrum yesterday. So Scout, as you guys know or may not know, was celebrating her 13th birthday on Saturday, or actually Sunday on Father's Day. So we tried to like skew it towards her as opposed to me. And but she was having her friend party and it was supposed to be today. When I was looking at it and we were planning it, I'm like trying to guess when the case was going to end and trying to guess how long the verdict watch might be. And I'm like, and I fucking forgot about Juneteenth. So I'm like, let's do the 18th because she didn't have softball. I'm like, we'll be done with court maybe for the day. So I'm like, maybe there will already be a verdict, because at that point I had a concept that the defense was going to be done when we planned it. So yesterday it's like it's rolling in on us, and I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna have to divide and conquer. It's gonna have to either Allie's gonna go to Great America with Scout and her homies, or I am. And Allison's like, you always do the fun shit with her. I'm going. I'm like, all right. And then so ultimately, like the weather turned. The weather saved the day because it's supposed to rain all day. So Scout was like, I don't want to do it today. I want to reschedule it. So it worked out. It was nerve-wracking though. It was nerve-wracking. DB says, have you watched Court TV with Julie Grant and Coffin Daffer? They said people in the buffer zone are bullying John O'Keefe's family. Talk to your people, bro. Julie ain't my people anymore, dude. She I don't know that she's blocked me on Twitter, but back in the old days, I used to go on with Julie in the mornings, and I'm off her list. So really, I kind of limited to Vinny. That's the only Court TV show I go on. So yeah, I don't Julie's on one. She's a fucking on one. She's it's strange to me that Court TV is allowing any of their anchors to take a hard position on anything, because it's like that's a calculated move, because you're going to lose a fuck ton of viewers in the morning when you allow one of your hosts to get on one, and she is definitely on one, because it's and apparently she's not up to the debate. She doesn't have me on because, I would certainly challenge her, that's I have a position on the case and I'm not afraid to argue it, it is what it is. Who else did I? So we got Kurt's coming on imminently. And I'm just leaving and I'm like, yo, oh, and of course, Bettero, Mark. I'm sure Mark will pop on at some point today. He does actual lawyering still, so he might be working, but he'll pop in. I feel pretty confident about that. Who else?
The kids left chocolate in the house
Oh boy.
from the sleepover. Got me a little mini Reese's.
I had one of those last night too.
Oh, see, you can't have chocolate around.
It was either that or the mini Kit Kat. But I don't, at some point in time, I switched, Kit Kat changed the taste. So did whatchamacallits. When whatchamacallits first came out, it was the most delicious candy bar I'd ever eaten. And then at some point they tweaked it and it changed. Cody wants a redo because of his shit sound yesterday.
I mean, I would be
Cody,
okay with it.
I frankly, I cut Cody off probably about 6 minutes
well,
early.
Then we give Cody motion granted.
Motion granted. You know what?
I'll allow it.
That's it. So yeah, Cody, you could pop back on, provided that your sound is not.
Got one more hiding here for when I need it. Ooh.
Yeah, so I think that. Can you guys think of anybody else you want me to invite? Oh, I also invited Joe Flipperhead.
Oh yeah, Joe Flipperhead would be good because he prompted the conversation in our house with his either, I don't know, tweet,
Yeah,
message,
Joe,
whatever to
yeah,
you.
yeah. When he messaged me about the verdict slip, I was like, "Damn, dude,
I mean, I
you
thought it
right,
was
you right, bro."
that was horrifying. You know what? I actually got a text yesterday that I hadn't read. Here it is. Sounds like a lot of work. It's a lot of stuff.
Let's see. So, if there was a way that I could make a poll where y'all could put in like other people, and Mandy, I don't know if Mandy's working on anti-deb, but because I don't know if he's on Twitter. I would 100% have her on.
Who?
She's had me blocked for so long that
Oh God.
oh, dude, it would be amazing. It would be fucking amazing.
I just don't think anybody. I don't know.
It would be like a boxing match, and I would just pummel her. It would be fucking awesome.
Well, it wouldn't happen anyway. So.
I mean, it might.
Oh, so it was Tavis.
I mean, define crazies. Disgruntled. You know. I mean, what?
Right. No crazies, please. I think
Oh,
people are like really like there's a lot of angst around like waiting for this verdict, and they don't want to get yelled at in the chat by assholes. So.
who?
But this is all theoretical.
So you think if I brought so if you think if I brought like a anti on
theoretical.
that they would draw assholes into the chat? I mean that's
Duh.
probable. That's probable.
Yeah. We got to protect our people.
Yeah, Tony puts out a video every 15 minutes. Let's see.
Oh, so I was saying Tavis sent me a message and he was like, well, no one's talking about the fact that the jury instruction the judge read as far as that fourth question was like, you can have a verdict on each individual count, whatever. Like that the defense should have said, just read that jury instruction.
Chaos. Yeah.
I agree, Tavis.
13.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
Yeah.
And the other thing I thought they could have read, and
I
I wanted
told y'all I love you today yet. They've blocked me everywhere. They've blocked.
No, we're
me
not.
everywhere.
No,
Dude,
that's gone too far. Things have gone too far.
I would love on them, not on
yeah,
me.
and I don't
didn't
want.
block.
We're
Fuck
getting
them.
super theoretical and hypothetical because they wouldn't come and I wouldn't have them. No, they've at this
All
point
right.
they've insulted my man, so I've had enough.
I won't allow it. So, all right, okay. All right.
Yeah, well, that I would say for damn sure.
Yeah,
Why? Who's a KK? Oh, I get it. All right, we're not going to slander anybody, but I see where she's going.
I mean, he wrote the shit.
No, we're not repeating.
But it's not slander, and it's actually it would be
Yeah, well,
libel.
I'm speaking.
Well, I know, but he actually wrote it. Like
I know,
it's a
but
written-
I'm speaking. So if we speak something that's slander, I'll slander the fuck out of someone. All right, Mandy. All right.
Oh, the guy's trapped. Hold on. Well, I gotta grab him.
I was gonna do it, but now
He's trying to make
I
fucking
can get back
move.
on a rant. Oh, wait, listen.
What?
He was down here licking his front right. No, it might have been back right paw. Yeah, back right paw.
He's really like I gotta go get him right now.
Poor buddy. Poor buddy. Did Bob do this? See, now I don't know where we left off, so we'll just have to wait. Oh, Katie McGrath says their F jars full. They're going on a birthday date. Maybe I threw too many out there. I don't know if she likes them or hates them. She's like, I gotta go. All right, I'm gonna wait till Bob comes back to go to your questions because I don't know which ones he did yet. But I'm just gonna revisit this one if he already did it because They might be questioned out. Like, I want to say, yeah, question first before verdict, but like they got some answers, so that might have motivated more questions, but then their questions seem so narrow that I think they know that all they need to do right now is figure out this OUI. But what I'd love to see before a verdict is a fucking verdict, a partial verdict. I'd like to see the jury slip come out on count one. Count one, just send it out. You can hold on to count 3 if you want, or send that one out too. That's what I'd like to see. I mean, I don't know why we're not seeing that, actually. Now I'm going to start freaking myself out again. Why aren't we seeing that? If the jurors understand the jury instructions, and the one that, like I just mentioned, Tavis sent me this text about the jury instruction that says that they can, all 3 slips are individual and consider them like that. As far as her little hypothetical, this is a hypothetical question. Why aren't they sending out the ones they're done with? Jurors, send out the ones you're done with. Like, no, you just send out the ones you're done with. But it might be that some jurors are like, no, I'm not giving my final rubber stamp on those other counts until we have a decision on this count, using it sort of as collateral or holding it hostage, trying to get a verdict on count 2. That's a possibility. That's a definite possibility. That's why they're not coming out, because the ones that are either holdouts one way or another for it could be everybody. They're like, well, no, if we're going to hold on to this as to force our hands on count 2. We've got to come to count 2. Oh, is Uncivilized Joe back here? I think is that old, because I think Bob sent him a link. Big.
No, Kurt's not back here. And
no, but you sent him a link, right?
I did.
And you text him and let him know you sent him a link?
Yeah.
Okay, because not everybody's sitting around watching their emails. I don't know where you left off on the chat. That is a pink balloon.
Pink balloon.
It's a balloon. It's a pink balloon.
Can't see it.
What is up with the helium these days?
Well, so those were like the cheapo balloons, like the big. That's 3 days.
The balloon has no impact on the helium.
I think it does.
What?
The better the balloon, the better protected the helium is.
Do you think the Mylar helps keep because the Mylar are all going strong still?
They said that those could last a week, but now since we had to reschedule the birthday party, weather today, no good. Lots of kids had other things going on, canceling last minute. So we're gonna have to re-balloon up anyway.
All right.
So where were you? Because I went to Cody's under over.
Oh, Cody's like the thing that I read wasn't even a super.
All right, but where did you stop on the supers? Is what I'm saying.
I don't think I read any supers.
What? All right. Well, then there we go. Fire Dancer says, I speak 3 languages. Sarcasm. I'm going to say curse words because I'm from the East.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, motherfucker.
Oh,
yeah.
It says fucker right on his shirt.
What's up? It's my boy. Bro, Galore. What's popping, bro?
Chilling. It's great to see you guys. Yeah, I didn't even bother streaming today. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I needed to hang out with like-minded people. So I was just like, if somebody invites me, I'll jump on theirs. But
you were first in my mind, bro. Like you were I worked something out with Kurt yesterday, but like in terms of like dudes I want to hang with today, like you were my first dude I shot out to. So
that's where I'm at. Like, I need lawyers to not so I don't feel like I'm totally crazy. You know what I mean? Like,
no, for sure.
The craziest thing I've ever seen in my life, dude. I'm infuriated just thinking about it. Like,
I know, dude.
Allie got me fired up this morning. She's talking about Judge Bev. I was like, yeah, man.
Dude, like I'm with you. I'm fucking on one today. Like the more I think about the possibility of this fucking shit, like going completely wrong, and like with them, like fucking coming back with a hung on that stupid fucking OUI, which the problem with it is
Manny,
that
you got to figure out how to get us so we can.
yeah,
bring
we got
Kurt
like
on.
Kurt's back there too.
Andrew
So
Meyer in the chat. That dude's awesome, man. I want to
Who?
give a shout out to that guy. Andrew Meyer. He's an attorney as well. He has a channel, Law Offices of Andrew Meyer.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, I was on his show one time. He's really really cool. He's a good dude. He's an attorney as well.
Andrew, if you're on the Twitter machine, hit me up, dude. DM me. I'll throw you a fucking invite. All right, I'm bringing Kurt on too. We're gonna have a partay.
All right.
Kurt, Uncivil Law.
How you guys doing?
We're checking
awesome.
OnlyFans back here, everybody, so no one get nervous.
I've got OnlyFans spinning in the corner. OnlyFan makes me happy. OnlyFan spins for justice. She's the best. She's the best OnlyFan performer I've ever seen in my life.
She is. I mean,
and she doesn't even charge me a premium to see her private content.
I know, it's amazing.
Wow.
She's very giving. She's very giving.
I love it.
So I'd like to know from you guys, as like your night progressed, and like, you know, I imagine it's hard to like start to drift off to sleep and not have like things that happened yesterday, like just kind of like creeping in. What angered you? What did you get more angry about as the night went on?
I drank myself to sleep last night, so I don't have. I don't remember what I was the most mad about, but I if I had to pick what made me the most mad, it was the way that Bev just completely disregarded AJ in his argument. Just simply asking her to be clear to the jury, simply asking her to acknowledge the rights of his client.
It's fucking insane. And Kirk, what do you think? Like, the writing's on the wall, right? The judge knows the jurors have, you know, just dismissed the collision aspect. Why still be so I can't, you know, whatever the word is that she's being like, why?
I know the word. I'm just not going to say it because you're here, Alex.
Well, there's the charitable answer and there's the non-charitable answer. The charitable answer is that she wants to play it like ultra safe. And so she only wants things that have been vetted and approved by the Supreme Court of the state, you know, and the Judicial Commission and so forth. So if it's not a model instruction, if it's not a model form, if it's not a model, whatever, if it is not, you know, the tried, trusted, approved thing, she doesn't want to use it because she wants to play it ultra safe. That is the charitable interpretation.
Yeah.
The non-charitable interpretation is because, can I curse?
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, so the charitable interpretation is that she's a bitch, and she would rather have a mistrial than a not guilty, and so she's not going to do anything.
That's still pretty charitable.
That's not uncharitable enough. Oh, okay. What is the uncharitable version? I thought that was the uncharitable version.
Still not going to say it because Allie's here. So I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
but she's, and I also feel like this whole, she has got to like prove that she's the boss when she's already wearing the black robe. Like, you can only have a minute. What is wrong with her? It's
Not going to say it.
Look,
say it
Kurt,
diplomatic. Say it diplomatically. Say it with diplomatic flair. You can do it.
I mean, can I say it in a British accent since it's there? Okay, then
I think we'll get a strut.
we all know.
We know what you're saying. We know where you're going.
I think you get it. Yeah.
Is C for Cookie? Because Cookie's good enough for me. Cookie starts with C. Is that the problem? Okay.
Yeah, see you next Tuesday. That's like
okay.
we know.
She is such a cookie. Oh my god. Ugh.
But she's, you know, the law, from a legal perspective, when the jurors ask a question of law, the law says the judge should answer.
Yeah. And it would be probably helpful if the jury understands what charge they're convicting her of. That might be nice.
Right.
Like they don't need to understand what that means practically. They don't need to understand what that means in terms of a sentence. But like, what crime are we convicting of her? If we check this box, are we finding her guilty of manslaughter? That seems like a pretty reasonable question to me.
Pretty straightforward too, it's like the thing with her talking about that question being a theoretical. It was not a theoretical. I mean, the jurors made.
It said if, man.
Deja vu. What do you mean it was theoretical?
Who knows what that means? Could
Right.
mean
I
anything.
mean, it's like because they put if on there, she turned it into a theoretical when it was clearly all right. We've reached a verdict on 2 of the counts, but we're having an issue with this third one. And how does the fact that we've come up with a verdict on it? Because Allie was reading that in a different way than I was. She was thinking, all right, well, are they concerned that, are they flat out asking what the problem was in trial 1, wherein it's an all or nothing proposition? And I was hearing it as a different take in terms of what these jurors were thinking. Like, because I'm of the mindset that all these folks are from that county. All of these folks have some knowledge about this case. Like there's no way they don't. Like, these people are all aware of what this case is about, what's been going on with it to some degree. Like, I don't think there's one person on that juror who's like, I'd never heard of this shit. There's definitely some kind of knowledge base there. Now, what that is, and we don't know if there were jurors that wanted to get onto that jury. You know how it is with high profile cases. There's always going to be people who are like, I want on that jury. You know what I mean? That are like going to angle if they get the jury notification, they're gonna I'm gonna do and say everything. They're Googling, how do I get on this jury? What do I need to say to make sure I get on this jury?
House to get on jury.
Right, exactly. So, like, Allie had a really good point. I can't remember if she brought it up, and she brought it up earlier in the live, but she said it either last night or this morning. She's like they're family members because they aren't sequestered. They're going home. They're obviously somehow able to avoid social media and just the media in general, which I find to be impossible as well. But
you're not human if you're on this jury and you're going home and not talking about this.
It's insane. But like Allie was trying to keep it above board, and she's like, that person's like significant other is going to be saying, I'm not going to talk about the case, but you cannot hang. You cannot hang. And
just convict on OUI.
She's way better off if they just convict on the OUI because of the ramifications. If they hang on the OUI, that they can come back on the manslaughter, which is just like driving me insane.
You just run past the bathroom and they're in there and go, don't hang.
I'm probably alone here, but I'm okay with that. But I am strongly of the opinion that any juror that pushes to convict her of an OUI is an asshole because it's so petty. It's 3 years that have been by. Why are we here? We're here for a murder. You're proving that the murder didn't even have the impact, didn't even happen. Right. So what does it matter what she had to drink that night? It doesn't matter. Not 3 years later. It certainly doesn't.
So Will, if you're a juror and you're back there right now and you're taking this, no. Even if it creeps into your mind that if I don't give, she can be charged again for manslaughter, you're going to say no?
Why would she be charged again for manslaughter? Explain that.
Because if they hang on count 2, it's the manslaughter charge. It's a lesser.
No. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let me be more clear. My prediction, and this was my prediction before the jury questions even came in, was they're going to acquit on two of the charges and hang on the OUI charge. The manslaughter charge is acquitted. That's the assumption I'm making.
See, but that's the problem, because that's what I think every layman, and still think, thank you, Judge Cannoni, that the jury is still confused about, because you've got count 1, 2, and 3. And it's clear from the last question, because they use the words, if we have not guilty on 2, and we're left with, but we're not agreed on 1, is she not guilty or is it a mistrial on all three or all of them or just one? That they are talking about the counts, the
What that-
murder count,
What
the
that
manslaughter
tells me,
count, and
what
the
that-
leaving the scene of the accident count. But on count 2, if they have one option, right? Not guilty on all, or including the lessers, and then they have to choose. If they don't choose that, they have to choose a guilty. If they don't, count 2, manslaughter on down, is in play for trial number 3, because there's no way, and the law in Massachusetts seems to want it this way. And Kurt, tell me if you're wrong, but we've looked at this every which way, that they want it to be like that. Like, that's it. You can't have you can't say not guilty on the higher offense unless you come to a verdict. So if they don't come to a verdict on the OUI and they're hung on that, the Commonwealth, can retry Karen Reed for manslaughter for everything listed on count 2.
Yeah, the way it is right now, they've got to check one of those 5 boxes on that second page.
Yep.
Or the whole count is.
Yeah, or the whole count is back. There's no way for them to express the view on that form that we have not guilty on like something, but not that. They can't do that on that form.
And it's not a strict form issue. It seems to be the Massachusetts wants it that way issue. It's like
it's the Bev wants it that way issue. Because even Yannetti, when she tried to get validation from him last trial about this, because this is history repeating itself. So she looked for David Yannetti for validation and was like, "This is how it's done in Massachusetts, isn't it, Mr. Yannetti?" And he was like, "No, bro. Like, what are you talking about?" So
yeah. All right. So Will, now taking into account that fact, because I agree with you, like this is a murder case, and them capitulating and giving a compromised verdict of fucking OUI is total bullshit.
It is.
But now understanding that if they hang on this thing, if there's someone in that jury room that is of the mindset of you, like, dude,
nope,
we're not here on some bullshit OUI case. There was no collision. John was not hit. I don't give a fuck. I am not finding her guilty on jack shit. You're never going to change my mind. But they may not understand that if they hang on it, if they refuse to do the compromise verdict, that means that these sons of bitches can bring it back a third time on a manslaughter charge. Like, so
would that change your mind?
Would that change your mind?
Probably.
Well, no. I still want to.
No. No.
I still want to fist fight the persons that are insisting on convicting her on anything.
And that's
therein lies the rub.
Horrifying.
Therein lies the rub. That's why I'm on one.
Horrifying. Like, dude, like the whole point. I mean, no, I understand what you're saying, but that infuriates me that much more that I'm being cornered as a juror to convict in a way that I'm being led.
Right.
Like I'm being pushed to that.
Right.
So
yes.
This is why. Now, to ultimately answer your question, for this reason, I would have never been picked as a juror in the first place, because I would have been like, this is a fucking sham and everyone knows it. So I would have never gotten picked. But had I gotten picked and this situation was presented to me, I don't know. I feel like my emotions would get in the way and I would insist to the foreman, like, this is not right. This is not done correctly. We're being pushed to convict her of something.
And Will, you're the juror. That's what we as defense lawyers want our jurors to be doing in every other situation in the world.
Right.
Except this one. I'm like, remember when I told you, hold your own, don't give, don't cave, don't compromise, erase all of that. Because we need you to right now.
Now, Kurt, I've been arguing for the past, 36 hours that the mistake that was made by the defense team in this was that they asked for that lesser included to be attached to the manslaughter as opposed to count 3, which was the OUI leaving the scene, which carries a much less stiff penalty. Like, I think, and it's a better fit. You know, I mean, that's an OUI, flat out OUI charge. And I think that the Commonwealth would think long and hard before coming again on that charge if the murder and the manslaughter were off the table. I mean, what's your, because I think they could have asked to have it on count 3 as opposed to on count 2, and she would have been agreeable, maybe. You know what, like, what's your position on that?
Well, I'd have to take a look again at the statutory language on count 3 because I haven't looked at it in a while. So can you pull up the verdict form or something so I can intelligently comment on this issue?
While he's pulling it up, do we think, because I've never thought about it before, that it's even something a defense attorney could ask for at this point? Say, Your Honor, we've decided, we asked for this lesser included, and we've decided we want it to be shifted over to count 3. Is it even a question that could be asked? I mean, other than that, I was like, can they say, you know what? We changed our mind. We take it off.
I think technically yes, but even I as a judge would be very reluctant to do that because when you change things that dramatically, I think that just can lead to more confusion. So I would be disinclined even if I could do it to do it.
Yeah.
See, at the Galore Institute of Law and stuff, we haven't taken it that far. The way we see it is, if they're going to corner us as a jury to do this, then not guilty on everything. Screw Bev. You know what I mean? Like, not guilty on everything. Like,
I mean,
what you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, and I feel you. And like I said, in every other situation, I'd be begging for a juror unwilling to compromise, except here. And it's scary because you know a lot about this case. You've got lawyers explaining it to you. You understand the ramifications, and yet because of your convictions and how strongly you feel, you're saying I would still dig in and stay firm, and that could be a whole trial number.
I mean, I would have to be in that position, truly.
Right. I know, but even to have the feeling right now and to be struggling with it.
I get what you're saying. Like, if it comes down to it, like if it's either, hey, we're hung, or we have to convict of an OUI so that there's no manslaughter.
They may never understand that. She will never explain that aspect of it, right?
Right.
Kurt, there's no way she'll give them that piece of information, right?
Probably not. Maybe if they ask just the right question with just the right magic words, maybe she will. But she's not going to go out of their way unless the jury is very clear and asks for something very specific.
So you think
and
if
even
they
then,
say the words, if we remain hung on
not that word if, that word
Right.
if is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
If they said something like, we have a verdict as to count 1, count 2, and we have a verdict as to parts of count 2, what should we do? If they ask something that specific, maybe.
And if they said, and we have a verdict on parts of count 2, but want to know whether, I'm trying not to say if or whether, that if it's not guilty only on some and undecided on one, is the entire thing, is the entire count a mistrial? Will she say that's worrying about the ramifications, the consequences?
Yeah, I mean, the way, again, I think my wording is clear. It's just like, we have a verdict as to count 1, we have a verdict as to count 3, we have a verdict as to part of count 2. What do you want us to do?
Right.
In terms of,
what do you think the answer would be?
Deliberate harder. I don't know. I can't answer that question.
So
she'd say you have to be unanimous, and if you're not, you're hung. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were, Ellie, you were asking earlier, like, my whole thing is the verdict slip being set up the way that it is. Sorry, I got distracted by chat and I lost my train of thought. I'll come back to it. You guys.
Right. And we do have the new verdict slip. If anyone wants, Bandy did send it to me. If anybody wants me to.
Yeah, I'm emailing it now. I'm waiting for Tracy to come through.
I think Bob, I don't agree with the idea of count 3 because I pulled the verdict slip while I've been talking. Offense 3 is simply leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death.
It's not OUI leaving the scene of an accident.
That's not what it says at the top of the sheet. It just says simply leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. So,
really?
I thought
DUI is not a lesser included of count 3.
no.
Oh shit, that changes everything. I always thought it was OUI.
Yeah, we didn't look at it, and we were just. I had it in my mind too that it was an OUI resulting in leaving an accident resulting in death.
No.
Ay. So yeah, that definitely doesn't.
Well, if there was no accident,
well,
how
but
is he leaving from it?
Exactly.
You know?
That's why we think it's not guilty on that. But but Bob's was thinking of it wrong yesterday, thinking that count was driving while intoxicated
and leaving the scene
of an accident and causing an accident, leaving the scene of an accident, causing death.
She simply has to know that she would have to know that the collision occurred. She would have to know that she hit him, and she would have to leave the scene of the accident with that knowledge.
That changes everything.
So then that brings me back to my other question of, is it even possible to say we asked for this lesser, we have changed our mind, tell the jury it's gone?
I don't know the answer. If they wanted to strike it completely, if they wanted to strike item 5 completely from the verdict form, I might allow them to do that. Maybe, but I'd have to really think about it. But
new text, babe.
I'm sort of reluctant to change it in that way. Because if it were me, like with the whole like partial verdicts thing, like, do you want the jury to be able to return verdicts separately as to count 1, count 2, count 3? Like if it were me, it's like you can make that decision, but you have to make that decision when we initially charge the jury.
I know
you can't. I am not a happy camper. It's like, oh, we want to change things because tea leaf reading. It's like you have to make that decision blind. You can't make the decision because of new information. That's cheating.
Right. I've had the situation where the judge sends the jury back, and for whatever reason, then hears my directed verdict argument and directed on one of the counts and brought the jury out and told them it might not have been that. It might have been after the whole trial, and he had to tell them ignore all of this stuff. That actually might have been what happened. I can't remember. But now I'm thinking that might have been what happened, that it was at the end. So he said, just ignore all the evidence you heard on this because that count is gone.
Yeah,
but
that's fine.
Yeah.
Another reason, incidentally, that judges will hold that back for a lot of reasons. Like it's like if they were going to give the directed verdict, they'll typically wait for the verdict from the jury anyway, because maybe the jury gets it right and I don't have to do anything. And if they do, then I can just do it at that point. So that's pretty typical.
Yeah. No, yeah. He didn't in that one case. I just remember them telling the jury like that's not an issue anymore. Ignore it all. But yeah, I could see him doing exactly what you just said. Well, let's wait because I'm gonna direct it, but let's just see what they do first.
16 hours on the jury clock now. 16 hours.
I mean,
it's about 15 hours and 55 minutes too many, but okay.
So here's the thing: when we're talking about this compromise verdict, and the question number 2 of, unless that was 1, I think it was 1. What time is the DUI?
That was interesting. I think the defense was legally wrong. I think Brennan is correct. It's a lesser included. So the time of the DUI for the purpose of 2 would be the time of the alleged manslaughter because it's lesser of the manslaughter. So
correct.
the DUI would be at 12:40. Brennan was correct.
But wouldn't that dismiss if the jury has decided that no collision even took place, and also the fact that there's no blood alcohol for that time?
Yeah.
So can't they just, wouldn't that be more of an incentive to vote not guilty all the way down the board?
Well, it depends where they were, but I think that the lawyers, if I'm the defense team,
drunk at 12:45, how can they prove that?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think people somewhat misunderstand this issue on DUI because they confuse the way it typically happens with the way it must happen. You don't need to. DUI is fundamentally no different than any other criminal charge from first principles. So you don't need to charge them the day it happened because you don't need to charge any crime the day it happened. You don't need evidence from the day it happened because that's not true for any crime. What you need is evidence from whatever source it is or combination of sources that prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That can be, but doesn't need to be a breathalyzer. That can be, but doesn't need to be a blood draw. It can be other things. It can be whatever evidence would convince a jury. In this situation, They have posited it from the video they showed at the bar. They have posited from eyewitnesses who were there seeing the drinking, and they have posited from the blood draw that was done by the hospital, which, is not an accredited lab for the purposes of that thing, but it's still some evidence by definition, because evidence by definition is anything that makes a fact in dispute more or less likely. So
Fair
the blood
enough,
draw,
but-
the blood draw from the hospital is evidence that necessarily makes it more likely that she had a blood alcohol of whatever at a given time. Now,
But
there are a lot of
doesn't-
ways to confuse that, but yeah.
But doesn't the lack of a blood alcohol testing at that time create enough reasonable doubt? Isn't there already enough reasonable doubt whether or not she was drunk at that time?
Well, creating reasonable doubt and having evidence that also could be relied on by a jury to find guilty are two different things. I agree with you. There is enough evidence in there.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, but I agree. There's enough evidence in there. If a juror wanted to find reasonable doubt, they could. But
Right.
as Kurt's pointing out, there's enough evidence that if
Yeah.
the juror wants to say, I think she's guilty, that the law would say, well, there's enough there to support a juror making that decision. But I think that the lawyers, the defense team decided to keep it like that because they thought it would help the jurors. All right,
Yeah.
some want to say 5, some want to say 12:45. Give it to them both and let them go. Now, under the law, typically that is an unconstitutional verdict because you don't have any way to establish it was unanimous.
Yeah, you're presenting two different times. So how
Yes.
could I mean, it's that right there in and of itself spells reasonable doubt. It's spelling it out, right? I mean,
Well,
It is.
it's not necessarily in principle, because again, it's like as long as you could all agree that it's one of them, then you're there from like first principles.
I don't think so for unanimous
mean,
verdict.
There's no way for them to express that on the verdict form, but like in principle, like if they all agreed on the same time, then that makes sense.
Well, correct. If they all agreed on the same time, that would make sense. But this allows them. In any other situation, I, as the defense attorney, would be saying you're giving the jury the option to reach a verdict that's not unanimous, because some are saying she didn't
Right.
do this event at 12:45, and some are saying she didn't do this event at 5, and you're combining them to come up with a unanimous verdict.
Well,
But-
the bigger problem is, even if you assume somehow you just magic it into existence, they unanimously agreed at like 5 a.m. It's not a lesser included of
Agreed.
count 2.
That's a
So
good
like,
point.
guilty, you don't know what time they convicted of. And so you have a problem on appeal because it's a invalid charge because it's not a lesser included. If it were a naked DUI charge, then you could dispute the time, but you can't do that in this context because it's a lesser included. So it's very odd.
But the
But
defense
I think she made the right decision in the sense that, OUIs, DUIs, whatever you want to call it, are specific in terms of the time that crime was committed. And by way of them not including anything in the indictment as to what time they're alleging that happened.
But it's a
Like,
lesser included, babe. That's what Kurt's saying.
I understand
So it
that.
has to be the time that carries forward from the charging offense.
For the manslaughter, right?
Right.
I mean, right. I agree. It would have had to have been the 12:32 or
But
whatever.
the defense
time.
did this on purpose because they want a compromised verdict on
Yes.
OUI.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that they are trying to expand the range of the DUI.
Just saying
because
guilt,
it's
convict.
as long as you check box 5, we're happy. So
Yes.
do you think she was drinking at 12? Do you think she was drinking at 5? Do you think she was drunk yesterday? Yesterday is fine for us too.
Check it off.
As long as
Right.
you check 5, as long as you check box 5, we're happy campers.
Yes. Or 1. We'll take the not
Yeah,
guilty check,
one or 5, either of those options would be great.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
but not Will's option, not the Glare's option.
yeah, it's historically accurate to never go with my option.
No,
just
but
for
Will,
the
that's
record.
I believe that is exactly what the jurors are doing. You've got at least one or more of you. I'm very confident in that, saying, no way, you're not getting me to say guilty to anything. F you. And not realizing like
The
at least they
ramifications of it.
They think that maybe all 3 will be in.
I-
So that's
Did you say you wanted to fight me for voting guilty? I was like, I'll fight you for not voting guilty. We could go outside the
That-
back. We'll see who wins.
That makes perfect sense, Allie. It makes perfect sense because I would not. I probably would be so like if there's a strong personality who tends to be emotional on that jury and feels like this was the biggest waste of time and taxpayer money in the world, you know, they're going to be adamant. You know what I mean? And even if they're smart enough to understand what you're talking about, their emotions are going to cloud that. You know what I mean? Their principle, their sense of principle is going to. Mine would.
But
I
if
mean,
there's one juror back there that understands the
I would
dilemma,
love to say that I'd be like, yeah, I get it, but I probably wouldn't.
see,
You're
but
right.
that juror that's back there that's fighting for that one, then they come out and if it's hung, and then they find out that she's going to be recharged on the manslaughter and retried, they're going to be fucking killing themselves about it, you know, because it's
no
like,
joke.
I mean, it's
Let me
it's
ask
a nightmare
all of you.
scenario. It's a nightmare. My fucking head is still spinning about count 3. I could have sworn that it was OUI leaving the scene.
You have a little false memory going on there.
Yeah, clearly I have a very, very
Planted one for me
type
too.
false memory happening.
I hopped on. Why do you guys
Shit's
think-
vivid.
I know. Why do you
I've
guys
changed
think-
my whole mind about Kelly Dever. Like now I see how it's like I've read it, I saw it. It's like it happened in my head. That's crazy. That's crazy because you're right. If that's not OUI is not part of it, you can't stick it in there. Fuck. So we were stuck with doing this. That changes my evaluation on like how much I think they might have fucked it by adding this thing in there. You know, like with that being the only option, it's like, I mean, what would you like? I think ultimately everybody agrees this was Karen's decision. They went with her. They gave her all the, you know, the insight on it. And they said, Karen,
they made the right decision at the time. It's
a gut call. There's no question.
The
it's
jurors,
a gut call.
what they're hearing from juror Ronnie, they had to take like backup. But why do you guys think? I feel like we're probably all feel or at least felt very sure that they had come to a not guilty verdict on counts 1 and 3. Why the hell haven't they sent out those verdict sheets yet? Somebody.
Because they don't understand the verdict sheets.
Exactly.
It's
to me. They might be holding them hostage, Kurt, or you think it's that they don't understand, or that they're holding those hostage and trying to get a verdict on count 2.
I'm a little reluctant to tea leaf read jury forms for sort of any value because I think that they can be misleading and we read sometimes more into them than anything. So while I agree that I think the most plausible conclusion is that they are, you know, sort of wrestling with the DUI, I don't necessarily want to take that for a given. I don't know if there's some juror out there who wants to convict on some version of manslaughter or something. I don't know, and I'm reluctant to kind of draw those conclusions. So I don't know what the problem is. I would like them to solve the problem anytime. Be great.
So I think
we're kind of jumping to the conclusion that they, you know, just assuming that they've reached a verdict on one.
They might have just been asking theoretical questions
on 1 and 2 or 1 and 3, and that it's 2 that they're hung up on. And I think that the only reason that we think that is because they were asking specifically about that form or that flip. But you know, you're right. I mean, theoretically, you know, they could be trying to be tricky in terms of not giving up any intel to the judge and not giving accurate information as to which thing they're on. And they just wanted to have an answer about that slip 2 because it's so fucking confusing. I mean, the other 2 are pretty clear, you know. I mean, like that's your typical verdict slip. You know, it's either guilty or not guilty, and you don't have the issue of the lesser includeds in there. So it's kind of like it's right there for you. But man, yeah, it's like, I feel like, and I put it, I did read the tea leaves yesterday. I feel like that's probably what they're debating on. And that's what's got me kind of in a little bit of a panic mode about this because of that concept. Like I'm less panicked if they're hung on manslaughter. Like that changes the entire thing. If they're hung on one of the lessers of manslaughter, as opposed to just the standalone OUI, I'm still pissed, but I'm in a different way. Whereas she's not getting hauled back into court to try this case again based on them being hung on an OUI because they were really hung on the manslaughter portion of it. But like the thing is that we'll never know. It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same circumstance. If they're hung, they're hung. And if they don't reach a verdict and they don't check any of the 2, 3, 4, or 5, we are not going to know unless one of the jurors comes out and speaks.
All
and
right,
says,
and now we can
on.
see what Mark Betterow thinks. Mark,
Hey!
do you think it's possible the jurors were just asking, really were just asking theoretical questions, and that they're hung on a bigger count?
No.
Okay. He brings us back down. He brings us back.
Good. Mark's where I'm at.
He's leveling us out.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, anything's possible, but just by the plain meaning of the notes they wrote, if you assume they're moderately intelligent people, they seem to indicate there was a problem with count 2, lesser included offense 5, and then asked a series of questions that would seemingly apply to fact finding on that count. And then you found out there was a 4th note, which probably crossed in the carrier pigeon mail before she charged the jury, that they wanted to know, I think, what if we hang on that? What are the consequences on the rest? So, I mean, you never know what they're really doing, but seems to me that they're all twisted into a knot on a misdemeanor DWI, which after 2 months and 3 years of all this that's great.
I know. And if you heard, I don't know if you were listening, but Will says, like, if he was a juror, he would stay dug in. I'm not even with everything he knows right now, although he gave some wiggle room, but he's just saying, like, in his heart, he feels like he probably would be saying, I'm staying dug in. I'm not going to say guilty. Absolutely not. They're trying to force us to say guilty because she can get retried on this. Now I'm still not doing it.
Yeah, Will's he's the principal of the thing guy. It's like the principal of the thing. There's no way I'm doing it.
Look, man, like, all I'm saying is, even if this jury, I get that if this jury on a much larger moral level, it's probably better to just agree on an OUI, right? Fine. I concede to that. But any juror that does that is to some degree an asshole, and they need to repent. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Mark, is it legally possible for I haven't thought of it or researched it, for the defense team to go in and be like, hey, we asked for that lesser included. We want to withdraw it.
Yeah, we were just kidding.
I don't think so. And I think it would look terrible at this point. They asked for it. You got to deal with it. I think also that if these jurors actually believe that if they hang on the misdemeanor, that it could lead to a retrial for up the whole food chain of count 2 all the way to manslaughter, that even if there are some people who think that she's guilty of the misdemeanor, if they have awareness of that full ramification, if they can't agree, then they're duty bound and morally and obligated to acquit, because the idea that, yes, I'm advocating nullification in this sense, because if you believe that she's not guilty of manslaughter, but you're willing to convict her of a misdemeanor, but the consequences, you're going to be hung, and so she's going to get retried for manslaughter when she ought to be acquitted, and you're going to have a 3rd trial after 2 acquittals, which only would happen in this case, then at that point, I think the people who are guilty on the misdemeanor are morally obligated and to just acquit and say, we can't have another homicide trial. You can't have 3 homicide trials after she was acquitted of homicide charges in both prior trials. That's crazy.
And that might likely, based on Will's position, and I'm accepting Will as a possible, mind of a juror in there who's dug in, that's what we're going to have to hope for, what Mark just said, that the people who actually think she's guilty just say, fine, because I sure as shit don't think she's guilty of manslaughter, and I don't want that possibility of her being.
What's wrong with just voting not guilty all the way down the line? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
right.
To me, it's just a simple, okay, this is confusing, and none of us can even explain why we're even here. So, not guilty. If there's a presumption of innocence, what are we thinking about here? What are we talking about?
They may be here because the defense asked them to consider the misdemeanor and the ultimate cruel irony of this whole thing. I guess the real question is, would you have asked for that count? given the evidence on the higher charges?
Not in retrospect, but I think I very well might have initially, but obviously knowing what we know now, I'm sure they're all like, oops, that backfired.
No, I'm or obviously retrospect, it's a disaster, just the fact that this is even being talked about. But I always thought, it's either a car accident or not. I thought they were really strong on the no car accident, nice, clean, and this kind of muddies it up. I understand why they did it, but I think it's now, if they're debating over drunk driving to the point where it could screw up the whole thing and lead,
terrifying.
The jury instructions are a mess. The jury slip is a mess. Everything's a mess. The notes indicate they're exactly where they were a year ago. I mean, this is, I don't even know what to call it at this point.
It's like it's the worst case scenario. It's like I was talking about it like 2 days ago with the concept that if they hang, as soon as they ask for it, I'm like, if they hang, and I kept thinking until Kurt corrected me that count 3 was an OUI leaving the scene. Like that was in my head. And I'm like, why the fuck didn't they put it on 3 instead of on 2? Get rid of like be as far away from the manslaughter. And then Kurt's like, yeah, no, that's just like straight up leaving the scene. I'm like, oh my God. So they were always stuck. Like they went in knowing that it was going to be attached to that manslaughter. And like, we're talking about some super fucking bright attorneys who all were like absolutely aware of the concept that if they got hung on this OUI, that results in her being brought back a third time with the manslaughter. It's and it's so easy to sit here and armchair quarterback this shit, right? Like it's like, but in that moment, they go to Karen, and I think we talked about this already, Mark. Like, Karen made the final decision on this. I'm pretty confident in saying that. I think that they went to her and said, look, this is our concept with this. This is, if we give them something to hang their hat on, God forbid, like, and Judge may hammer you on it. I'm sure that they were very clear about that. You may pay a trial tax on it. She could hammer you on the sentence, is your choice to add that on as opposed to having them get hung on the manslaughter again. I don't know.
I think the thing you're sort of not factoring into this equation is the alternative universe. Like suppose they hadn't asked for the OUI subcharge. Suppose we just had the exact same verdict form that we did last time.
Yep.
Okay, so what would this jury be doing in that situation? And they sort of know at least one hypothetical because we've been in exactly that situation. Like we know exactly what that looks like, or exactly what that can look like. We got to convict her or something. We're looking for something. So like, they're like, you'd like, well, they're hung up on the DUI because some people want to convict and some people don't. But if that, in the alternative universe where that charge was never presented, we might just be in the exact same situation. It's like, oh, I want to convict her or something and some people don't. So I don't know we're necessarily any better off either way.
I 100%.
I don't agree because that's why this is so fascinating to discuss, right? Because all these reasonable, there's no right or wrong answer, obviously, and we are armchair Monday morning quarterbacking after the fact. But this is the only lesser included offense that does not require a collision between the SUV and the pedestrian. And to me, that's the litmus test on the case, right? Put aside the added charge. If there's no impact, she's not guilty across the board. And I thought they just were so persuasive on that. At the same time, I understand the nervousness, the family, you have to do something. But I also thought they gave presented a great defense, an incredible summation that really clarified there was no accident. And, the question, I guess, philosophically becomes, do you trust the jury to get past the possible sympathy and all that and say there's no car accident? See, to me, the whole defense argument is premised on there's no collision. And if you're worried about that, then you're done. If there's a car accident, you're going to get convicted of something. And when I say something, I mean something homicidal.
Significant. One of the significant charges for sure.
Yeah, no, to Mark's point, and that's Bob Senior's point as well. It's like the lawyer should have had trust in their own case. They should have had faith in their own case enough. But like you said, you can
critical because I understand it.
Right.
I don't. I think I err on the other side based on the specific facts of the case. But I understand what they're doing, and I think the choice they made is entirely reasonable. I mean, when it comes to lesser includeds, it comes up all the time. And really, I think most lawyers, probably you guys too, when you think about it, first of all, you're wondering, God, I hope they don't ask for to take this choice out of my hands. Because, where I come from, if the evidence supports it and anybody requests it, it can be included or whatever. But normally, if you think you have a defense case, you don't want it. You want the all or nothing. And of course, if you're thinking, well, I'm probably not looking great on this, then you want anything possible to minimize. And I would have thought this one, again, because if they're going to convict you of anything with a car accident, you're screwed.
Right.
And then the only other thing I would kind of question maybe, and this is total Monday morning quarterbacking, is if you're going to ask for it and you want that to be the off ramp, or at least potentially, why not tell the jury that in the summation? Take 2 minutes and simply say, look, there was no collision. There was no this. She's also not guilty of driving or operating under the influence, but that's a separate analysis and you can convict that, has nothing to do with the collision, and kind of, put the airline lights that they use at the airport and say, take this exit and go there.
Right.
I mean, because I don't think it's clear to them, because they didn't even know they were getting charged on that count until they got the jury instructions after the summation. So they had no awareness of this. They
they didn't do that because that's scary as shit.
Yeah.
But that's Mark's point. You put it out there as a lifeboat, an off ramp, whatever you want to call it, then lean into it as one.
If you're gonna do it, I think you got to notify them.
Hey, I'm sending you a link in private or in Twitter or X.
Yeah,
Bob. It's a new verdict slip per Ted Daniel.
Another new one?
Yeah.
Another new one.
Right.
Well, the new one from yesterday, presumably, because I still haven't seen the new one from yesterday.
I haven't either.
Mandy texted to us, babe.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
I would love to see this new exciting jury slip, which goes on for several pages, I think, at this point.
It does. It's lengthy.
Unless I'm wrong.
All right, here, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah. She sent it. That's why I was trying to tell you. She sent it a while ago. I could have pulled it up.
All right, let's do this thing.
Okay.
Sorry, Mandy.
The whole jury slip context, can somebody explain to me why she had discussion with the lawyers about the jury slip after she gave the case to the jury? Like, what are we doing?
Especially given this case. Especially given this case.
How is that not something that comes up when you're discussing, the charge conference and what you're doing before summations? Have you ever seen anything like that?
I have never seen that. Worst case, they have it like, all right, we've got this general feel. We'll deal with it in the morning before it goes with the jury, but never after.
She said something else yesterday too, kind of a throwaway comment when she was defending this that really scared the crap out of me, or at least should scare the crap out of everyone, when she basically said, well, this is what we do in civil cases. Did you hear that comment?
Yeah.
I missed that one.
What?
I mean, that's fine when you're having like a contract dispute over, a few 100,000 shekels and whatever. Not that that's anything anybody wants to lose, but you're talking about a woman on trial for murder.
Just a woman's life.
You're telling a vast experience in civil jury slips. Holy crap. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's scary.
I know that the Institute of Knowledge that I come from and founded, by the way, is not as prestigious as the ones that you all have as well. But I'm of the opinion that the jury should just draw a little square on the verdict form and write not guilty and check it. I'm totally of that opinion.
I have never seen in my life in any jury slip ever, however many I've seen over too many years to count, in any kind of case, in any case I've been involved in, or anyone I've seen, any filings or whatever, or appellate exhibits and other cases, I've never seen a criminal jury slip that does not have a not guilty and guilty option for every count, every lesser included, one at a time, not some pick not guilty or pick one of these 6 choices for guilty. And somebody showed some of Canoni's other slips in like the 1 or 2 other cases, and it's the same thing. And this is not normal. That's not how juries are not supposed to be designed to confuse. They're supposed to be as basic, common sense, simple, talk to me like for anyone. And she makes it confusing, and I don't understand it. I truly don't.
Here, I'm going to pull this thing up. I'm going to make it bigger. So
I've got it in Acrobat. It'll be better.
No, this is Acrobat, honey.
Okay.
All right. So we're all teeny, and the slip is huge. So
Speak for yourself, bro.
hey. All right. So
channel, Will.
It actually is.
Yes.
All right. So let's see. We've got, here's your language. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charge or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. So that's our new language. I like that new language. It's helpful. Guilty of offenses charged. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following. So you got your and/or proposition. Then they added this language again. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, then continue below. I mean, what do you guys think of that language? I thought it was.
It's a little better. Makes it clear what they're supposed to do stepwise, but there's still no way for them to express sub
exactly.
Yes,
that's the thing.
This is kind of dumbed down, at least. But what if you, in theory, vote acquittals on the first 4 and hang on the 5th? The same problem that the jury was indicating yesterday. Because if there was a not guilty down the line, then you could at least avoid that. And if they hung on the lesser included offense, you would all agree and understand they acquitted on manslaughter and they acquitted on these. And that's the way it goes. That's the way it should be. And to start over and get another crack at manslaughter when this jury is saying, we honest to God acquitted her, but we don't know how to check the slip because there's no place for it. This is the same freaking thing that happened the last time.
Exactly.
And had her retried for murder when she was acquitted.
Exactly.
Well, but it sounds like that's the way Massachusetts law wants it to be. That if you can't come to a unanimous verdict on the charged offense or the lesser in a same count, that they want them all on the table.
But the problem is there's this pesky thing called the U.S. Constitution, which is more important than the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. So they don't even call it the Constitution because that's too complicated, too simple, whatever it is. I mean, how can anyone with a straight face say it would be just, even under Massachusetts law, from the puritanical days, whatever, that if they, honest to God, try to acquit and want to acquit and are saying we did acquit, but we can't decide a freaking misdemeanor that was added at the last second, that they should get a mulligan for the whole manslaughter charge?
Right.
It's insanity.
Well, I mean, just look
crazy. It's crazy.
Just look at the law that Ken Mello weaponized. I know Mark can't weigh in much on this, but look at the law that Ken Mello weaponized against not just Turtleboy, but multiple people. That law itself is unconstitutional.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so broad, and it's basically a law that explains you can be arrested for things that you have a right to do.
For talking into a camera.
Like I'm reading. When I read it, I'm like, I can't believe this is a law.
Right. And to your point, Will, like Mark is knee deep in it with Tim. And like, I mean, I'm assuming that they have challenged the constitutionality of that particular statute. It's some lawyer in Massachusetts has been, this thing is fucked. This is completely unconstitutional.
We did. It was not, I mean, there were several counts dismissed, not on constitutional grounds, but the reality is, I mean, we all understand this. Usually when a statute that's been around forever and is used all the time as a weapon to silence and whatnot, and you're making First Amendment arguments usually
striking it on its face.
It's not going to be a trial court normally that's going to take a hatchet to it. And, ultimately it's interesting because, it is a First Amendment thing. So who knows what a federal court would think. The other problem with that statute is, and why, it is hard to have it chucked out, is because, there is a state interest in, obviously, witnesses not being improperly influenced, and everybody agrees that that's a fair thing. But when it starts being used for people expressing speech through rubber duckies, or opining that somebody is guilty of a crime, or even if somebody says something that's offensive that you believe is unfair and not supported by fact, there are remedies. You can sue people for defamation if you believe it doesn't translate to witness intimidation just because it hurts your feelings.
Would you mind pulling up the verdict slip again and showing option number one? Because I have another way to solve this problem. In the technically correct is the best kind of correct. So if you go back up to item number one, please.
Yep.
All right. I've loved the way this is written, because there's another way to read this that you can solve this problem. If you read number one literally, it says not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. It doesn't say every. It doesn't say every. So technically, technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Yeah.
As long as you find not guilty on any of them, you can check box one.
And that goes into what, Mark, your earlier thing, like, I'm gonna, petition for nullifying here, but
no, it's not even nullifying. I'm just following the instruction literally. I'm just following it literally. As long as I find not guilty on any of them, I can check box one. I am technically correct, and I can all move on with my life. It's great. So there's another option for you, jury. Take that one. There you go.
Yeah. How do they get that to the jury?
Well, put me in, coach. Put me in. I'm ready to help.
Shit, man. Yeah, it's like that would have been something that would have been nice to have heard one of the defense
they couldn't make that argument. Really, he's just saying the jurors can lay their hats on it because technically, literally, it's accurate. But no, it's not an actual argument.
I think it is.
No, because then the judge would have fixed it and said to each.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's interesting, man. Not guilty. Yep.
You're giving jurors so much credit for something that they're not going to pick up.
I know.
I'm just here to help to the extent I can. So that's all I have to say about that.
I mean, you're technically right. There's no question. I mean, the jury, in essence, is asking these questions to the judge, and she's not answering it that way. I mean, she's not answering even hypotheticals, because that's the other interesting thing, is they haven't said we have verdicts on the other two counts. They're saying, what if we do? And her attitude is, well, that's not really a statement, so I'm just going to ignore it, which is what she did. She just literally.
Right. I didn't even take it as a theoretical, because they didn't say what if, they said if, which doesn't have to be theoretical.
Well, right. I think it could have been theoretical in the sense that we've got a decision on one, we've got a decision on three, we have an if we're going to stay hung on two until you answer us on what happens with 1 and 3. Well,
I mean, there's a difference between what if and if. I mean, we're all lawyers and lawyer on TV, so it's like, but words matter. In terms of her deciding that it was a theoretical, really bugged the shit out of me, because I think that a layperson, that's how they'd write it. So if we've come up with verdicts on 1 and 3 or 2 of the counts, then this is our question. What happens then?
Or how about do what, in our experience, judges usually do when they get a note from a jury if the judge doesn't understand it?
Clarify it.
The way this would happen in New York is to say, I don't know what you're telling me, and it's unclear from your note whether you are saying this or that. And then what a judge here would do is not have a colloquy with them, send them back and say, either re-clarify your note or that's it. And then what they would do is they would bang on the door 10 minutes later, and say, we do or don't, and then the judge can answer it. But like this kind of cat and mouse game about, I don't understand what you're saying, but I'm not even going to pretend to ask you to define what you're saying. I'm just going to ignore it. What good does that do? Now, they didn't come up with another note after several hours, so maybe they're satisfied with the general answer she gave. I don't know. But
Kurt, what's the verdict watch at now? 16 hours.
16 hours, 37 minutes, baby.
I mean, what the fuck, dude? Like there is, we are at the point on Wednesday morning, late morning, that it is clear that there is a battle going on back there. I mean, it's like
there's definitely a discussion.
There's definitely a discussion going on.
For sure.
Man, it's I just, because the way that I read it, and I kind of, like I said before you got on, Mark, but like I did read the tea leaves. I'm thinking that they were, and it was really the thing that I used as kind of my trigger in terms of feeling comfortable enough to read the tea leaves was the fact that they asked about the clips and whether or not those were evidence. When I thought about the clips that Brennan employed in his case, the only one that made any sense in terms of them, because I wasn't taking it as a theoretical, I was taking it as we have reached a verdict on 2 of the counts, which is a big assumption.
I took it that way too.
Right, but like the only one that fit in terms of what was left over of clips, because that meant to me that 1 was gone and 3 was gone, which meant that they decided that it wasn't a collision, right? And that the only clip that fit was the clip of Karen talking about how much she had drank, like that the longest clip that he played, where she's going through, it was the weakest drink I had ever had, and I put that shit. And then that's what got me feeling like, all right, they're doing battle on the OUI. Like
not to tell the judge her job, but as she will instruct the jury, they're allowed to make reasonable inferences. So perhaps you should take your own advice, Judge. Perhaps you could take that if and make the reasonable inference. Maybe this is suggesting perhaps that this is in fact the situation. Maybe I should draw that perhaps reasonable inference, and maybe I should do something with it. That might be nice.
Or you can teach the jury the law.
That would be also good.
What do you just do it? Like,
what
explain
I can't understand is why, and again, I think every judge normally would do this, would say, I don't understand your question. I don't know if you're telling me something finally or not, and therefore I have no choice but to send you back and ask you to. I've seen that happen before. It sucks. And, if she doesn't want to assume, I get it. The other side's going to complain and say, what are you doing? But why not just say, I don't understand what you're asking me, instead of saying, well, there is the word if, or it does appear this. Even though, look, I think we all interpreted the note the same way. They're telling you we're twisted into a knot with something to do with the second count somewhere down the food chain. It's obvious.
Yeah. Why would they twist it into a knot? I mean, the form was so clear.
And why not resort, Mark? Why not resort to just the jury instructions? Because the jury instructions answered that question and said you can look at them all individually. And I thought the same with the question about the clips, hit to the point of, if any, that Alan Jackson asked for. Isn't there a jury instruction that says for witness statements you can believe all or none or some?
Listen, when the jury sends a note and says, Brennan makes the clips the highlight of his case, basically, and the jury note, the first substantive note is,
are they evidence?
That tells me something.
Yeah.
They're like, why are they showing these movie clips?
What's crazy is, if this was
they're like Super Bowl ads. It's weird.
If this was
really
a misdemeanor DWI case and you took away the whole collision, this is like a 20-minute acquittal. If it's literally just on proof of driving while intoxicated, either over the 0.08 limit, because that's kind of, fakak the science on this one, and even what they call common law, OUI, DWI, based upon her apparent willingness or ability to handle her alcohol, apparently. She's driving like a champ and has no indication. That could raise other questions in the mind of the jury, maybe. But the evidence that she was operating in a reasonably prudent way. So This
You
would
got
be an
Waze, you got her friend, you've got the people driving behind her.
You're doing that on a bench trial, and you're getting an NG on it all day. It's I was saying the same thing. If there's no John O'Keefe dead on the lawn of 34 Fairview, and it's just a standalone OUI, yeah, you're kicking this thing in a half an hour on a bench, and that's it. You're done. There's no way a judge is gonna convict her on it because they just didn't have the evidence for it.
Yeah.
Well, and the only real indications of Karen Reed being drunk
are her statements.
Are her statements, right? Which I albeit very powerful, sure. Also, her purchasing drinks at the waterfall and CF McCarthy's, sure, but really the angry voicemails like at 5 a.m. You know what I mean? Like, but because at the waterfall, she wasn't acting drunk. Everyone testified, even the McAlberts testified that she didn't seem drunk.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know what I mean? So,
if I'm arguing at the bench and and this is going into Kurt's like alternative universe again, in terms of like, in that case, you're not hearing angry voicemails. She's not doing interviews because it's just a standalone OUI, and it's just like every other OUI that we handle in that world. But if there is a world in which they're like, wait, man, we really want to get her on this OUI, we're gonna subpoena her phone records, and we're gonna listen to her voicemails and all this other shit. And like, I'm using that in defense of reasonable doubt. I'm like she was on one. Like, she went home and she drank, and
that's what I think. That's what I think.
I think that definitely happened as well. I mean,
I'm sure. Like, she was pissed. Like, you would be pissed at me. Like,
yeah, you're gonna go off and party, then I'm gonna party too, asshole.
Right?
Blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I could see that.
If it's a misdemeanor drunk driving charge too, without all this excess stuff, you're at least giving a lot of serious thought, which something you never do in 99% of the cases, of letting her testify too. That changes the whole dynamic of there could be something very interesting to say here about when I got home or what I was doing at any given time.
Right, for sure. And does it scare any of you, or how much does it scare you, if it does, that we don't have slip 1 and 3 this morning? That the jurors haven't just sent out their unanimous verdicts on count 1 and count 3?
I don't think they understand. I think that was part of their note yesterday was, I agree with all of you. We have essentially put those to the side in the not guilty column, but we don't know what we're supposed to do with this other one. So can we tell you? I think that's what they were asking for guidance yesterday, and they got no answer. So I don't think they know. So I assume at some point this will come to a head if they can't agree on whatever's going on with count 2. But I don't think it should worry people in the sense they've made it seemingly clear they're not paying much attention to the 2 counts that a year ago she was acquitted on as well, but they had the same problem with informing the court.
And Kurt and Mark, do you think, in light of that, and Alan bristled up a bit in terms of like some pushback as to that issue, in light of what happened the first time, in light of the fact that she didn't employ 27B to inquire as to whether or not they were hung on all counts? That's a reality. Like, that is something that exists in the world, that happened. It's why we're here again. It's why they were able to try her on murder 2 again. When we all know, I feel very comfortable in terms of what I've heard from various jurors that all 12 were NG on the murder 2, right? So it's like that double jeopardy thing is a kind of a fucking big deal for me. And, but like, do you guys feel that Alan bristled up enough on that issue in terms of like really trying to, because I mean, he made a record, right? And he wanted it on the record. He's like, I'm making a record on this. I hear what you're saying, Judge, but like,
you have 1 minute.
Like, I'm just sitting here, right? I'm like, fucking timelines. So, because I know what Allie and I would be doing, like, in that situation. Like we would be on the verge of being held in contempt type shit, because in light of what had happened, did Alan bristle up enough? Do you guys think that he did? I don't know. Like, I felt like I would have really been losing my shit in there.
I think he did what he could personally. and I'm glad you brought that up because Bev just gives me the willies. That's my only real worry in this whole thing is she is so unpredictable but consistent in doing things in a venomous nature. The way that she blew Alan Jackson off wasn't just dismissive, it was venomous. And there's something behind that. I don't care what anybody says. In my opinion, there's a motive there that we're not seeing, that we're not aware of, but it's more than I don't like this guy. It's more than that.
The motive is very simple. Okay, I'm in my own fiefdom in Norfolk County. I'm the queen of the castle.
Right.
And this case was just a regular, interesting murder case. And you, Karen Reed, made it Hollywood. And you literally, from her perspective, brought in Hollywood. And what happened? Here come the lights. Here come the attention. Now everyone's paying attention. And you try to kick me off the case, right? You're holding up poster boards of all these things and whatnot. And she doesn't like it. I mean, I think that's just normal human nature. I don't think it's appropriate, but it's obvious.
The jury comes back and says
later,
right? 3 years later, with the jury comes back and says, "I didn't buy it. You're the only one that bought it, Your Honor." I mean, essentially, you'd think she'd kind of, take it down a notch after that.
He has accused him of lying to the court. She's accused him of suppressing evidence over the ARCA stuff. Accused him of being late yesterday, accused him a few weeks ago.
Grave concerns.
How dare you and Bob consult, in the furtherance of a mistrial application. Look, it is what it is. That's just calling balls and strikes. She doesn't like him. It couldn't be any more obvious.
Yeah.
But it's because he brought this case, hooray for Hollywood. And it's now the biggest case in the country.
Yep.
I don't think it's a coincidence that her brother represented Chris Albert in that manslaughter charge. I mean, these things are, to me, I'm not jumping to conclusions because I don't know, but I just don't find these things to be coincidental because there's too many of them.
I don't think it's coincidental. It's just, but that legal community, particularly in that area of Massachusetts and the politics in general, it's just incestuous. It has been for 100 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a ram. It always has been.
I keep getting confused with this trial with European royalty, how incestuous it is.
It's really gross. It's really gross. It really makes my skin crawl. Like,
Fire Dancer says, I speak 3 languages: sarcasm. I started this, cuss words or curse, as I would call them, and dog. Love you all this morning. Judge Cannoli equals Lorraine Branco.
Well, the judges are appointed there. I mean, if you want to, that's part of the problem. I mean, they're political appointees.
That's scary. Because the way that it works in Illinois,
pissing off the public right now, though.
Yeah,
how far does this go? Is it gubernatorial? You know what I mean? Like, how far does it go?
Like there's going to be no ramifications to Cannoni after this thing. It's like, and Mark's hearing it constantly whenever he's bouncing around, because everybody, like, lay people are like, well, what can we do about this shit? What's going to happen to Hank Brennan? Nothing's going to happen to Hank Brennan. Nothing's going to happen to Cannoni. Like, just
I think something should happen to Hank for putting on false.
There's nothing happening to Hank Brennan. I'll make a gentle person's bet with you.
How many prosecutors are disciplined every year by the bar? Is it like 2?
Right. It's like the only time I've ever seen like the Rust case where what the fuck got on the stand in order to make a record.
That was good. That was good.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. My head almost exploded. I couldn't believe what I was watching. It was amazing. And it's just something that you'll never see. And she's like, I'm making a record. They're saying it was a Brady violation. I'm telling you it's bullshit. And I'm protecting myself, but I'm going to make a record. And it was amazing. I loved it. And it was like I think Allie and I were at CrimeCon or some shit when that thing was going down. I'm like, oh, great. This amazing thing happens with this prosecutor, actually taking the stand when the judge is like, you sure you want to do that?
Yeah. You're really sure. You don't have to, right?
Right. I mean, I'm not going to stop you, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's like that concept in Illinois, if a judge has to leave the bench, they then will appoint somebody, but that judge still has to run for election after initially being appointed, kind of in an interim basis. So they like here, but it's like I'm telling people, I'm like, you need to like just not go in and vote on party lines when it comes to prosecuting attorneys and judges. Like, do a little research. And Allie like gave me pushback. She's like, well, like, what do they do about judges? Like, especially if it's a first-time judge. Like somebody who's not been on the bench, who has no.
And I tell them, you know what? Just don't vote then. If you don't know anything about the judges or the prosecutors, you guys stay out of it and let the lawyers in that community who know and the people who actually know something, let their voices be heard. Because if you just vote.
This judge is definitely making me feel better about myself. I mean, I would be a first-time judge because I've never been a judge before, but I feel like I could give it a go. I probably can't do any worse.
She makes me feel like I could do it.
Fine. It'll be all right. All right. It'll be all right.
The only vulnerable person here is Michael Morrissey. That's it. I mean,
that's it.
And
he's the common denominator for sure.
He's fucked either way.
The only one who's accountable to anyone who can vote. And, you look at someone like Brennan, he doesn't even work in the DA's office. The public literally has nothing they can do.
Right.
He's going to get $1 million of your tax dollars. And when this case is over, he's going to go back to private practice. And the only vulnerability, if that's the word that he has, is, are there some people who may be less inclined to hire him? I don't know.
I'd love to know the story about how they decided to hire Brennan in particular. How did that process go?
Me too.
How did that decision process make? What was the flow chart on that one?
To be a fly on the wall for that conversation when they're saying, okay, well, we're not letting Lally do it again. Who's our choice?
They should have done a little America's Got Talent show, have a little panel. People come on, do a little song. It'll be good.
This goes back to what you're talking about 5 minutes ago. You have to understand the Norfolk County and Quincy and area, I know this area well, obviously, the political hackorama. Okay. Morrissey has never had a non-public servant job in his life. Okay. He has been on the public payroll for probably 30 years.
Government's teat.
In some capacity or another. He was very close to a guy politically named Billy Bulger. You may recognize the last name. Not James Bulger, not Whitey Bulger, his brother, who used to be the head of the Massachusetts House of Representatives. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. His brother was the, organized crime king of Massachusetts and killing people and informant.
With impunity.
His brother was actually deemed to be in good standing running the state legislature. At the time, Whitey Bulger, if you're from Massachusetts, you know this, was famously on the lam for like however many years. Nobody knew where he was. And of course, brother Billy, I don't know where he was. I've had no contact with my brother in all this time. And, but he was, Bulger was not the gangster. The other Bulger was a political ally of Morrissey. The criminal Bulger had Brennan as his lawyer. This is,
what that sounds like? It sounds like the synopsis for the Showtime show Brotherhood. It was only on for like 2 or 3 seasons, but it was really good.
Great. It was a great show.
Yeah.
Complicated. And if you want to know how crazy Massachusetts is, so even after the other Bulger, Billy Bulger, was finally kind of shoved aside with all the Whitey Bulger and all the history, and naturally, Massachusetts did what you should do with those kind of allegedly corrupt politicians. They took him out of the legislature, and you know what they did? They installed him as the president of the University of Massachusetts.
Wow.
Making him one of the highest in the state. He may have been the highest paid public employee in the state of Massachusetts for years. I don't know the exact math. This is, many, many years ago, obviously, but this is how incestuous and how gross the politics is. But it would stand to reason that Brennan is a good lawyer. He's a tough guy. He's a pit bull. You see what he's willing to do and how he's willing to confront experts. He's perfect for Morrissey on a case like this.
Yeah. And I think there was that overarching concept of the specter of Proctor being called. And you want a guy like that who lives in the world of crossing cops effectively. And if the concept was, all right, we cannot call Proctor in our case in chief, we're going to leave it to the defense to call him, and what's the most effective way that we can try to stop that from happening? And to me, because like when Mark, I saw your tweet and we were in agreement. I like, he was masterful in his cross of barrows, like in terms of what he was able to do with that very damaging testimony in terms of mitigating it was a masterful cross. If you're looking at it completely objectively, which I do on all this shit, I was like, man, he crushed that cross. And in that in and of itself, I was trying to point out to our viewers, I'm like, I don't give a fuck what it was. Like,
I know. I think Hank Brannon did exactly what he was hired to do.
He was smarmy but effective.
I think he was hired to be a goon.
You don't need to make him. You don't need to make him lead for that. If that's the reason you bring him on, you want him to like rehabilitate the cops because he's just crossing dirty cops, and he knows how to do. He knows how to do it in reverse. You don't need him to be the lead prosecutor for that. You get someone else to be the lead prosecutor, and you bring him on as the specialist who deals with that, who deals with those witnesses, and then also his smarmy effect will be less pronounced, right?
Yeah.
Because it'll be smaller increments. So that would be the smarter way to play it. So why he's lead is beyond me.
I don't know if they realized he was quite as smarmy. Like, because is he always like that? I've never seen the guy try a case, so it's like
have you tried a case with him, Mark?
No, no. But the point is, he's coming from private practice. He's not coming in to hold Lally's bag or somebody else's bag. I mean, for whatever reason, I'm gonna, he's a well-known attorney in the area.
Right, you're not taking the side chair.
It's always been curious. Why in the hell would you leave lucrative private practice to do this? To take a case like this and frankly, to do it in a way that you do come off entirely smarmy, sleazy. And, he is used to cross-examining cops, FBI agents, scoundrels, cooperating witnesses, dirtbags, rats, all that. And he's good at it. But when you take that tone with medical doctors, engineers, and you kind of lost the plot a little bit because you
see. I thought he toned it down with La Posada though. So you had the Russell and like he was very different
because he knew her. Because he had literally used her in the past. I mean,
exactly.
And you could tell right on, she didn't like him. I mean, right out of the gate, she was very snivelly and pissy and sassy and
correcting him on shit pronunciation.
She really has to see because Brendan
in front of your mouth.
The jury has to see because Brennan is like literally like your cliche weasel, dude. Like he sounds smarmy naturally. You know what I mean? He's got that tone of voice, nasally voice, and he's got a lisp. And it's, you know what I'm saying? It makes your skin crawl. Like it has to have the same effect on the jury. And he's doing this to family people. You know what I'm saying? Who spent their lives educating themselves to become experts at something. And he's just minimizing them at every turn with that voice. Right. So you know what I'm saying? Like the jury is just put off by this guy from the start.
Experienced high-level attorney who, knows how to streamline the case better than the first time and obviously has done this, seen this movie before, would literally die on the hill that the ARCA guys are unworthy of belief because of deleted text and ham sandwiches. When you saw that,
don't forget laughing.
That
I might have laughed.
I mean, we really
are.
Who
knew Signal was so nefarious? I mean, come on. You guys use Signal. Dun, dun, dun. What?
And the was point,
like, what is happening? Rentschler was shocked. I felt so bad for him.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
And Mark, to your point, we as like defense attorneys, you don't take everything to trial. You don't want to lose. Where was his, all the other things you talked about as well? Like, all right, this isn't, why am I doing this? Why would I leave a lucrative practice for $250,000, whatever, but I could lose because this case sucks. Like, how was that not part of the analysis or factored into it enough to say, you know what, I'm going to pass? What do you think was really going on then? Why do you think he took it?
I don't know, but it's getting serious because it's getting all kinds of Texas in here now down there with that.
Kurt puts his hat on, shit's getting real.
Damn
I
straight,
didn't
baby.
think the party could pick up this much, and it just did.
Assume he took the case.
Yeah, that's right. I'm the sheriff, and I'm here to bring order to this lawless land.
Yeah. He was a sexy case, right? Lawyers like big cases. On the other hand, you want to have a little judgment. I mean, look, I know, okay, I almost got into this on the good side. You know,
Right.
that's exciting. That's good what you want to do.
Yeah, 100%.
But the idea of saying, how'd you like to get in this case, but you're going to prosecute it, I would say, are you out of your mind? I mean, this is just, for so many reasons,
Unwinnable.
Right.
It's wrong. You know, if you care about any sense of your own credibility, which every lawyer should. I mean, I feel like his biggest problem is because he is a skilled lawyer and he has a reputation of whatever.
He is.
I wonder how much credibility damage has he done to himself beyond this, because
For sure, because not only did he piss off the other defense attorneys, like for the way that he did it, and someone put in a comment like even asking for trying to get all the lawyers' text messages, but now you've pissed off the white hat people because you put in perjured evidence. You tried to lie to the jury. I mean, now people are like, what?
A fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
For sure. Nobody likes this guy, bro. Nobody. Like, that's where we're at. Hank Brennan, nobody likes him. The only people who like him are the worst people.
Yeah.
Someone
You
out
know
there
what I'm
for
saying?
everybody. You'll find your person.
Yeah, Kurt's right. There's plenty of folks out there. There's plenty of pro Brennan memes out there. It's like,
but they're posted by the worst people, dude.
Right, and people not looking objectively.
They are the worst people because these are the same people who would say, oh my God, you know, you lawyers have no soul for representing murderous like Karen Reed or a serial harasser like Aiden Carney or whatever. And Alan Jackson represented, you know, Kevin Spacey and Harvey Weinstein, and you're just awful. And then you say, first of all, lawyers, we don't judge like that. We don't. But then you say, where does Whitey Bulger fit into that?
Right, exactly.
You know, I'm thinking like murderer is worse than, you know, this or that. But again, they just
snitch. Like,
but I don't, by the way, in all fairness, I don't think him representing Whitey Bulger should be part of the criticism. I don't.
It shouldn't, but if that's their mentality, is what you're saying. That's this side's mentality, that they'll attack a lawyer for that. But hello, it's like Hank Brennan. Why'd you use a 50-pound, you know, the 50 percentile dummy? Well, why'd your expert do it?
Yeah, he got caught on that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. All right, Kurt. Now I haven't had I've asked Mark. I know what Mark's position on this. I'm going to go back into the case itself. In terms of, I was a huge fan of the way that they decided to try this one. You know, obviously they had an opportunity to have ARCA do some more testing. They were able to buff up and bulk up their science in terms of what they were going to be able to produce to the jury. But would you have called the Higgins? Would you have called? Because that's like Mark's. I correct me if I'm wrong. Mark still is of the mindset. I would have.
We are again
down there.
I think Proctor is interesting. The problem, as I've sort of come to appreciate, is that Bev would have allowed the mostest robust cross, you know, of all time. I am quite sure, and Brennan would have, you know, asked all the questions. He would have just testified. I mean, not that cross-examination isn't already that, but more so, and he would just fed him all the answers, and you know, he would have had the mostest robust cross, and it would have just been really annoying. So I think they probably made the right call on balance, although it's a tricky call. I don't know. I'm still not sure on that one.
There's no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer. But think of the argument they made where they tied Higgins in the summation, not accusing him of murder, but saying, man, there's a lot of suspicious stuff that this corrupt trooper didn't even look at. Okay, now you put Proctor and Higgins in there, that argument becomes 1,000 times more powerful that you're not even looking at this guy and you're playing that video. And there's nothing Higgins is going to say about that waterfall video that's ever going to sound good. There's nothing he's going to say about, destroying his phone into multiple pieces and separate garbage cans on a military base, getting a lawyer, selecting text messages through his FBI friend, driving cars drunk around the Canton police. There's nothing.
Snow when none's laid, and then parking your car right at the end of the driveway.
Let Brennan testify through these guys. There's nothing those guys were ever going to say, I think, that was going to help them.
And of course, they're going to object to everything. And Brennan, with respect to the direct, they're not going to be able to get what they want out of Higgins and Proctor because they're going to object
and Higgins
to
is just going to sit there looking oafish too, looking guilty as hell, but oafish on top of it. So,
I did feel.
Yeah, no. I'm actually agreeing with you, Mark. I mean, in theory, like I don't see how Higgins could look good.
Part of what was missing for me was Higgins, and not from a third-party culprit standpoint. You don't even need to go there. Just from a who the hell was in the Sally Port with the car, Kenny, and then he deleted his text messages. Like, just a couple of little things like that would have, I thought, just kind of brought it home. But it sounds like they didn't need it if we're reading the tea leaves right.
I don't think they need it. I mean, again, I think they made a fair, reasonable, excellent choice. We're really just splitting hairs. Mm-hmm. But if the thrust of the defense is like, put it on the girl right away in those text messages, Higgins becomes the poster child of just ignoring things that any reasonable investigator would have at least considered. Again, it doesn't mean you have to find him having committed a murder, but just to investigatively have no interest in any of these oddities, I think would look powerful if these two people were forced to testify. But I get totally why they did it. I think it's reasonable that they didn't. I think they handled it well in how they summed up on it. And I don't think the case is going to turn on it by any stretch.
Do you think because they put this, if you call it the off-ramp, whatever the hell you want to call it, the OUI standalone, that's why they decided not to put into context, use the completion doctrine to put into context some of the recordings, because they wanted that to be kind of like you're saying, like use the lights. And why do you think they didn't then? Because
I think the recordings were not good. And
some of them, there was like the one, for example, when he used the clip of her saying, I know I said, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, blah, 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 blah. And then later he argued when Russell said that's trauma response. He's like, but a year later? No. Fuck you, Brennan. She was not saying that then and there. She was not still saying that a year later. She was explaining what she might have said had she said it a year ago.
How are you putting that in context where it outweighs more damage of playing it again?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I think they did the right thing with the clips. They just kind of shrugged their shoulders, and it is what it is. It doesn't prove anything. It's not a good look. She does not look good. Like a water buffalo on the plane. I mean, that's unfortunate language, but it doesn't prove anything. And I think the best example is the note you got yesterday. Is this even evidence? So right. I think I don't have a problem with them just ignoring it in essence and focusing on the science and no collision. That was fine. I thought.
I have a question for my
Thanks,
legal
Nick.
colleagues. So this might be a really stupid question. Disclaimer, by the way.
I'm sure.
But
perfect.
Do you think that maybe do you think that there's a possibility that the defense putting that OUI out there as that option do you think that could have been possibly a strategy to let the jury know, hey, she's willing to take accountability for something? They
don't know he put it. They don't know who suggested it.
Yeah, that's true.
No, fair enough. But I mean, they're assuming. Well, okay, yeah, you're right. So they wouldn't know that Karen's defense team.
It just goes back to what 30 minutes ago. Then why not tell them that in summation and lead them to that possibility with the air. Yeah, come over here, and you could still argue.
That
he's guilty of this, but it has nothing to do with a car accident. This has nothing to do with a car accident. And if you find that she was drinking, don't get caught up in the car accident. You can still do this. I mean, I think if they put it there, I think for that reason, but I'm not sure why you wouldn't advertise it. That's all.
And
but
Mark,
totally,
we talked about
this. No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, we talked about this before you got on. But so my issue, so obviously I believe that the defense team wanted it to be either 12:45 or 5 a.m. on the DUI time because they're trying to get a compromised verdict. But technically, I still see and I'll get to Kurt made a great point, but that's you've got a unanimous verdict issue here. You can't have 6 jurors say, I think she was not guilty of a DUI at midnight, but I do think she was at 5. And another 6 say, nope, she was not guilty at 5, but she was at 6. And under the Constitution, legally have a valid, unanimous verdict. Obviously, this is a strange case where the defense is like, I'll take him however you can get him. I think one of Kurt made a joke like, if you think she drove drunk yesterday, check it off, but that's
listen, I had a wrongful conviction on a murder case years ago where, it was like, order from column A, B, or C on what theory, and the DA was arguing multiple theories in summation. Yep. And we're sitting there saying, how the hell are we even sure that 4 of them didn't convict at the trial, which I was not a part of, on this theory, another 6 on this, and like there's no unanimity in actually what are they deciding. And yeah, I mean, they don't have a clear time. Obviously, the jury doesn't know. The DA did not plead it in the indictment, the time. Obviously, the defense, for whatever reason, didn't, get a bill of particulars and kind of force an answer on that, which I suppose they could have done, although I don't know that was the biggest thought on their mind back then. They presumed that it would have been related to the time of the murder, so 12:30 or whatever. But, in hindsight, yeah. But, I mean, I thought the judge actually gave the right answer on that one. I mean,
well,
for what
it's helpful to the defense because they can get a non.
Totally.
Right. Yeah. But Kurt's point was that he thinks Brennan was right. And I think he makes a very strong point. It's a lesser included. So it should follow the time from the manslaughter, technically.
Yep.
It probably should. But I still think, I mean, look, if you want an acquittal here, when she says, I'm not telling you, and I have no freaking idea, and that's for you to decide. I mean, that feels like reasonable doubt all over the place with what they're agreeing.
That's exactly what Will said. Like that answer right there just hones in reasonable doubt because we don't know. You tell us.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like the answer she gave on that, to tell you the truth.
I thought it was good, but constitutionally, it would have been an issue in almost every other situation. Like
it's legal error.
Yeah,
it's legal error. It has to, because you're adding something. You can't do that with a lesser included. You can't add anything.
Well, if she gets convicted, I mean, she'll have a point of appeal, I suppose, on that, even if it worked against her. But unclear is unclear. How do we know what the jury was thinking?
All right, which dovetails perfectly into the question of whether or not. So if they do come back with the conviction on the OUI, and I want to hear from everybody, is she what's the trial tax going to be in light of everything that this case is?
Jail.
Some jail time. I don't think 2.5, but maybe some.
60 days.
I was going to say, what is the max if they can
2.5
OUI?
2.5 years.
Does anybody here think Bev would throw that at her?
No, but I think, put it this way, somebody gets convicted of a first offense, DWI, almost anywhere. Again, there's no accident here, presumably. No one goes to jail. But I'm the way I see this judge handling it is almost like what you see in federal court and those nasty Fatico hearings and acquitted conduct being used as a sentence enhancing her. And I could see her saying, you set a chain of events into play, even though you're acquitted of all this.
But it might have been 5 a.m. and that had nothing to do with it.
You could have called 911. And I'm telling you, I just feel that there's going to be not only just a trial tax in general, but
words of first saying, I'm disregarding the jury's verdict. I'm saying you're guilty.
But it's just like Bev went full ratchet, full nurse ratchet.
If she does what he just said, that's for
denying
sure.
that? Like, I just hear McMurphy like being like, she likes a rigged game. You know what I mean? Like that fucking nurse, man. She's given me that full nurse ratchet vibe at this point. You know, like who knows why she's doing it, but she is just taking every jab she can at Karen Reed in her defense. And it's so bizarre.
If she got 2 years or something like that, if you think that this case is scandalous now, if she gets acquitted of every other crime other than what amounts to a ticky-tack DWI, OUI conviction, and she throws her in the can for 2 years, if you think it's bad now, there'll be pitchforks and lanterns out in front of the courthouse.
Yeah, I mean, if all was right in the world, in even the slightest sense, she'd be treated like any other person. And like in the back of my mind, I still hold out hope. The judge will do what she should do, what she'd do for any other person. But my hope is that if she gives her jail time, it's something like, 30, 60 days, day for day. But even that's more than what she deserves. And it's more than anyone else.
You know what would be a savage move? You know how lawyers like to analogize and use case illustrations and comparatives and whatnot? Chris Albert, drunk driving, fled, killed someone, convicted, disappeared today, got 6 months. Now,
6 months.
Now, granted, that's a long time ago. And yes, there's a connection with the judge's family, which is all part of the problem with this whole thing Will talked about. But granted that case was from the 1990s and may not fall, So
the judge represented Chris Albert or an Albert?
Judge's brother represented Chris Albert, and he killed in a case where he killed somebody and fled the scene.
Lawyers talk about like, is this case within the heartland? Without it, maybe it's so far afield. Again, I'm going on like federal sentencing and all that stuff. But I mean, you throw that out there as like the high watermark and say, in this case, she wasn't found guilty of killing anyone. She didn't flee. She didn't do this. I mean, that is putting the judge in a tough, as
Dude,
well as
the clerk has a DUI, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Well, then let me tell you. Will,
go ahead.
Then maybe the judge should better off praying there's no conviction, because I'm aware of the clerk thing. I'm not going to talk about that. I don't know what happened with the case. Now's not the time, obviously. But what if these lawyers?
My bad.
No, you're fine.
No. What I'm saying is, if she gets convicted and Brennan's smacking the table for 2 years, a year, whatever, they start making these arguments. Say, let's talk about justice in Norfolk County and who gets what. And that argument,
prosecution, selective sentencing,
and fair. And if you have a situation where the lawyers on behalf of Karen are arguing about, why did Chris Albert get this preferential treatment? Why did other people in the court system get this preferential treatment? You want to talk about must-see TV scandal? I mean, you start comparing all that stuff. I mean, it gets ugly.
So I
was
was doing
time served in probation.
Yeah, I was doing some case law research relating to the sentencing issues in terms of what can be factored in and what can't. So the judge in sentencing can use factors in mitigation and factors in aggravation, and those factors can be newly presented evidence that would be presented. The most obvious example of which would be a criminal history related to a different suspect. So obviously for liability purposes, no evidence relating to prior convictions will be presented. At sentencing, they will be, which in the case of that is pretty easy. You just show a certified, certified conviction and, Bob's your uncle, and you can use it. Now, what was interesting is that Massachusetts seems to provide more protection than federal law. So one of the questions I wanted to know was, if they only checked box 5 on sheet 2 and they acquitted on, counts 1 and 3, could the judge use the death of John O'Keefe as a factor in sentencing? The answer appears to be no. Under federal law, the answer is yes. Under federal law, the answer is yes. So there's a U.S. Supreme Court case called U.S. versus Watts from 2000 or 1997, and this U.S. Supreme Court said that you can use a fact from an acquitted charge as long as the judge finds it by preponderance of the evidence. So as a matter of
Karen's team cited that case.
Yeah, as a matter of federal
In one of
law,
the motions.
they could.
These are
under
what they call federal hearings in federal court. You see this. You get killed with acquitted conduct. It's terrible.
Yeah. But under state law, the answer appears to be no, because there was a Supreme Court of Massachusetts case called Commonwealth versus McCravey from 2000, in which it appears the answer is no.
They
So
said they're
under
not lockstep with the U.S.
Well, yeah,
Constitution on that?
they're providing more protection, which is always valid. States
Right.
can provide more protection, no problem. So under Massachusetts, it does not appear they can use any acquitted conduct. So she would not be able to use the death of John O'Keefe. So as we're considering what she can do legally, because it's an abuse of discretion standard, it's like she would have to justify any sentence that would be more than the norm based on factors that would be presented. I'm not aware of what those factors are that would be permissible. So I don't know that she can really like do much more than is standard. So if I read the guidelines correctly for a first offense, they use this term intermediate sentencing, I think,
But
which is
Kurt,
like
we're
this
talking about Bev
probation-like
here.
stuff. Yeah, well, I'm trying to do some
just
legal
saying.
analysis here.
I know.
Right.
I mean, I get it, and you're right. You're like, and it's super. Like, I'm kind of blown away actually, but as soon as I start to adopt that, I remember Bev's Bev. You know what I mean? And it's just
Yeah,
like,
well,
it kills my faith, bro.
What the Court of Appeals is supposed to do is do an abuse of discretion analysis, so she can sentence within a swath, but not infinitely. So again, she'd have to justify any departure based on factors that would be presented. I'm not aware of any such factors that could be presented. So you would therefore say legally her sentences would be like these probation-like stuff and not much more. So I'm not sure Bev really can do the more extreme versions.
I mean, she
based
could
on
say something
based on the
like,
case law.
if you weren't drunk, you would have waited and made sure that he was either inside or out. Or if you weren't drunk, you would have went back to see if he was okay. I mean, I don't know, but that's very good to know that she cannot rely on
And
the
that seems
death,
to be true.
the accident,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, that was an excellent fucking answer, Kurt. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm here to help.
Yeah. So, but I think based on what Kurt just educated, I don't think that she can do that. I mean, unless she doesn't give a shit about being overturned on appeal, you know. And I think that raises the question, if because I'm assuming it's day for day there. You know, I mean, she's going to get good time. If she were to sentence her to 180 days, she's going to do half of that. You know, I mean, you're not even getting an appeal pushed through in that period of time, you know? So it's like the concept of whether or not she's going to take into consideration, all right, you know, I'm probably going to get dinged on this and they're going to kick it back at me. But like, does she give a shit if the time frame that she's willing to go in terms of a trial tax, is it a calculated risk that she's willing to take? And that's kind of where, like, because Will's the everyman, right? Like Will's like the fucking like
Will's
enraged.
the one holding this verdict up right now.
Are you suggesting Judge Bev might consciously disregard the law?
I mean,
Preposterous.
I mean,
Right?
yeah, I don't know.
That can't be true. Surely.
No,
Right.
like, yeah, that's.
But maybe that's
crazy
why I'm
talk.
saying maybe she'd find other sort of outrageous ways that take it away from the accident and still somehow say, you know, something like what Mark was saying, like, you know, well, if you hadn't been drunk, you would have watched to make sure he went in the house correctly, or you would have done something different and he could have been discovered sooner. And that would,
I mean, if she takes that step, she's violated Massachusetts law.
no, I'm saying
Only a drunk listens to you too.
no.
That's
I'm
what
saying
happened.
she figures out a way not to rely on the, you know, on the acquitted conduct, so not the actual accident, not the
Aggravating
actual,
circumstances.
right, but coming up with other ones, and you know,
Well, how does her saying, "Well, you should have waited back to watch him go into the home," and in a
knowing
way,
he's drunk, and you
I don't
know,
see the aggravation in that.
I know it's
Yeah, how's that make the DUI worse? Because she has
I
no
don't know.
duty. She has no duty to watch him go inside.
yeah,
So
I don't know. I was trying
how's
to come up
that?
with something.
How's that a factor?
Yeah, I don't.
It's a grown ass man.
She
Exactly.
could use
Like,
the storm as a
Oh, The very light dusting of snow, enough to track a cat.
Yeah, I guess so.
Which, by the way, was my favorite new statement that I was unaware of. That came out of the entire
apparently it's a technical determination now. So, okay, all right.
You know what? It's magical though, because it's so on point. That's exactly the amount of snow. Like when he said it, I knew exactly the amount of snow that he was talking about, because obviously if it's too much snow, you're not going to see the tracks. So it was like, yeah, like a quarter of an inch. It's like, that's how much you need to track a cat.
There is no cat. So how about dogs?
Bigger paws, Kurt, bigger paws sometimes. So, all right. I mean, what are they doing back there?
That's what I'm wondering. It's almost lunch. I thought they might say something before lunch, since they're.
You think they just really, really want that free lunch? That's what it is. They just
I was hoping they would say
lunchtime.
something before lunch, knowing, like, I guess that the judge cuts all communication off during that hour, that they'd come out before it.
Does it qualify as a bribe if I say they come to a verdict, any verdict, I will personally buy them lunch so that we can move on with our lives?
Yeah.
Is that a bribe?
I'll allow it.
Because we're not getting the notes, so I mean, if they're in an impasse, we haven't gotten the first note relating to that. And I think in my mind, it became clear during the first trial, in respect to what was going on back there, that they were dug into their positions pretty early on. And then they tried to fight their ways out of it, and there was no making any headway. People were just unmovable in their position. And so, because what day was it that we got the first note? Do you guys remember? No. I'm talking not a question. I'm talking about a note. Different things. So I can't remember how many days into the first deliberation.
It was like 20-something hours. It was like 20-something hours, I think. Yeah, my friend Annie texted me, and she's like, so does anybody here, like, I gotta ask lawyers this, does anybody here feel like this is already has it gotten to the point where it's taking too long, in your opinion?
Yes.
It's gotten to the point where if I'm the defense, I'm nervous. Because it's like, I was talking about it yesterday. You have kind of this role. It's like every trial, if you've tried a case and you're waiting on a jury to come back, it's a roller coaster. If you get a question, you're trying to read through the tea leaves, like Allie and I. Anytime we get a question, we're running back to court. We're like, what is the question? Because you can glean information a lot of times from these questions, and kind of where they're leaning.
You're getting closer to verdict.
You typically, and like here, like I felt really, really positive about the concept that they had, found her not guilty on the murder too, and more likely than not guilty on the leaving a scene. And that left kind of the fucked up slip hanging in the balance. And but I felt, because of the clips, like I said, the one that seemed to work the most in conjunction with their question was that one where Karen's kind of giving a blow by blow of the amount of alcohol that she consumed or had poured into her drink during the course of the night. So I'm like, all right, it seems to me that they're bickering about the OUI. And but now, how fucking long can they bicker about an OUI? Like,
That's a good way to put it.
Ask Will.
I will go as long as it takes, dude.
Kurt, what did you say, Kurt? I didn't hear you.
It depends. Is Glazer on our jury?
Right.
Yeah. Sure, and I would have about how long can they bicker over an OUI may not be whether there's reasonable doubt over the OUI or not. It goes back to the questions they've been asking the judge. What happens if we do this? Are we gonna have her sent away on manslaughter time? Are we gonna have a whole new trial for manslaughter? And I was talking about this last night with someone else.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't even know if the deliberation at this point is involved on what a deliberation should be, fact finding and reasonable doubt, or
trying to figure out the goddamn law.
Right. And we, last answer we got wasn't exactly great. Now, they could ask if they were bothered. That's true. And they haven't, at least since yesterday. But yeah, you'd have to think that there are people who could be dug in over, again, a ticky-tack OUI because they're terrified whether they're guilty or innocent, what it could mean for the bigger picture, a retrial, going to state prison on, much more than a year, something akin with intentionally killing someone. They're worried about those things potentially more than.
Doesn't that warrant another fucking note? Like if you're sitting back there just like, and it's devolved into, we're not even talking about the facts of the case anymore. What we're talking about is trying to understand how the law operates back here and how to answer this slip. Screw her. She didn't answer our question. Somebody back there has to be saying, I'm writing another note. Like, I don't care what you all say. We need guidance.
There's no note, as far as we know, about clarifying the law. And at this point, it's close to 20 hours. There's been no suggestion that these people are ready to pull each other's hair out either.
Yeah.
So they just keep going and we sit and wait. That's what it is.
And the other scarier concept is that they're battling over a manslaughter. It's the longer it goes, and when we kind of take into consideration everything that we just talked about, you have to start, like, if you're the defense attorneys, you're starting that thought is starting to creep in, and it's starting to worry you the longer this thing goes. You can't help but start thinking it just with every minute that passes, and without being another note coming out saying, look, we heard you on whatever you told us yesterday, but here's the deal. Like, your answer to us is what is holding this up, because it just wasn't efficient.
I mean, you hope you're not having a 12 angry men in reverse, basically.
Yeah.
Until a verdict is final, they're allowed to keep going, and you never know. Momentum can change. Somebody raises a point, somebody agrees with it. Then 3 people say, yeah, we didn't think about that. And the next thing you know, the needle either way could be tilting. So there's no question that after they got the note yesterday, it did sound like that they were tinkering over the OUI. And here you are 24 hours later, and they still haven't finished it. It's natural to wonder, are they now, going back up the chain? Is that a possibility?
Right. That's the thing.
You don't know. You just have no clue.
Because that's the risk in it all. Like, if the debate on the OUI is what's going on, are they going to meander back up into manslaughter just by way of the conversation?
Any juror has any right to raise the question of, let's go back to this. Any juror could say, well, wait a minute, I want to talk about murder. You never know. I don't think that's likely, obviously.
Right.
But they can do whatever the hell they want in any way they want. And no one's in there. So we just have no clue.
Yeah, man, it's confounding. It really is. But it's like every lawyer will always tell you, and it's the gospel. You just never know what a jury's going to do. You just don't. Like, we've read it wrong so many times, and in cases that we've tried, we're like, man, we just crushed that case. This is going to be an NG in like 3 hours, and then they come out and convict, and we're like stunned.
It's a lot of it too is unfortunate, as you said, like the kind of judicial draw you get. I don't know about you guys, but I am Will knows this, a huge proponent of bench trials in the right circumstances, like a lot. And I have always said that this case, not in the current connotation of judicial assignment. I've always
it worked out well for Aiden just last week.
I wonder if I had a lot to do with that.
Just an observation. It worked well for Aiden last week.
I'm just observing too, Will. I'm not saying anything. The point is, this case on the law is, and on reasonable doubt, is a ground ball acquittal in front of a judge who is just like not interested in anything else. Now, I don't think anybody would do that in front of this judge for a lot of reasons, but in front of a different judge, the reasonable doubt here is off the charts, right?
I love this exercise. So Kurt, in a world in which Cannoni's not on the bench in this case, you're presented with these facts. You're deep into you've gotten all the discovery. You know what's there. Is there any point where you're thinking on trying this one bench
as the judge?
Forget
no, as a lawyer.
If you're defense, do you contemplate this? If Cannoni's not the judge, if it's say either of the judges that
somebody who's fair.
Right.
If Cannoni's not the judge and it's not in the public eye as much, because I feel like that adds that pressure to the judge. But
on a case like this, for a murder case, I don't know. That feels like a lot to do that. I mean, you're trusting your fate to one person who hopefully is objective and fair. And it seems to me, as I've said before, like the biggest problem for the government, there's a lot of ways to get to reasonable doubt, but like for me, the easiest way to get to reasonable doubt is no matter what you think happened that evening, no matter what you think happened in terms of vehicle position, timing, speed, angle of collision, like no matter what you think happened in those sort of factors, for the state to be right, two things have to be true at the same time. The vehicle collision has to have occurred with enough force to create some kind of disabling injury, whether that disabled him outright, killed him outright, rendered him unconscious, otherwise disabled him, whatever. But the collision has to have occurred to create some kind of disabling injury. And simultaneously, that amount of force created no broken bones, no torn ligaments, and no bruising. That has to be true. Both those things have to be true.
And the damage, and that debilitating thing caused all that damage to the car.
Right. Well, I mean,
you have the engineer and you have the biomechanical expert. So
yeah, so like that's the problem for me, because you have to believe that is true beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's essential, right? It's I will agree it's possible, but you have to believe it's true to beyond a reasonable doubt. And I just don't know how you can believe it's true beyond a reasonable doubt if you are an objective person. Like you can believe, you could at least, that's the biggest problem for me.
Yep.
And if you can't believe that, there's no point in discussing anything else.
I feel like
you fail.
That analysis be accurate, but we're even burying the lead. Their own medical examiner would not call it a homicide.
Right.
Okay. In front of a judge, we're at reasonable doubt if you sit and twiddle notes the rest of the trial. I mean,
you can take every fact of this case, put it in a hat, and pick one blindly, and you can find reasonable doubt.
And that was another.
I could do it.
I 100% agree. And that was another gaslighting closing moment. Am I making this up, or did Brennan say that the Emmy did not have all this other information that she literally testified? Yeah, I heard that. And then he said, and she didn't know about Karen Reed's statements. Yes, I heard that. She said she knew all those things and said she could have changed it. There might have been like one thing that she was like, I'm not sure if I knew about that. But almost all of it, she said, I knew. And then he told the jury she didn't know about any of this.
He said that the investigation continued upon the 90 days up to which the medical examiner could have changed her opinion, and therefore she wasn't informed. That's a great argument to like have in the hypothetical of what do you think happened? The problem is that in a court of law, that's not the issue. The issue is burdens of proof and reasonable doubt.
But she testified otherwise, even after the 90 days. She said, I heard those things. And she did say after 90 days, she could have still amended it.
So here's the X factor though, in kind of like playing this exercise out, because I am in the same place that Kurt is in terms of this case for me begins and ends with the injuries or lack thereof that John O'Keefe suffered. Because if you're talking about like your typical judge, the judges that Ali and I argue in front of all the time, and when you're coming in, when you insert the taillight issue and the damage to the taillight and the fact that these pieces were found in the yard, that you have this issue of, are you trying to convince this judge who are typically, hey, what's up, Aiden? Are we?
Hey, Bob, how are you?
Good, man. What's the word on the street, dude?
We're just waiting, man. Everybody keeps asking me, is it going to be today? As if I have any insight. I'm like, do you think it's going to be today? I thought it was going to. I don't know. I'd like to hear you guys' insight. I just don't understand. It's pretty obvious to me, based on the jury note, that it appears as if they're only debating the DUI charge, and they don't want to. The third question they asked leads me to believe that they didn't want to accidentally convict Karen Reed.
We all agree.
They said the fifth provision of the second charge, if they're worried that if they put guilty on that they are not putting not guilty on the other stuff. And so they're like, which leads me to believe they're only talking about a DUI. But now it's been 24 hours. So they've had like plenty of time to figure that out. And so I'm like, what are they doing in there? Like, what
we were
possibly
literally having that exact conversation right before you jumped on. Like I'm like, because if they're fucked up with the law, if their answer, which it wasn't, was not sufficient for them to understand what to do with that second count, like we've now had hours going on. Like, wouldn't they have sent another note? They're like, look, we heard your first answer. It's insufficient. We need more help from you because we're still hung up on this thing. And like I just think that they would have sent another note out, which gets me worried that maybe the manslaughter thing has re-entered the conversation.
I have an answer for you, Aiden. The answer is Will. The glare says if he was on that jury, he would not want to be forced to compromise on the OUI, and he would stay dug in. And I'm sure that that's what's happening. There's some people unwilling to vote guilty on the OUI. And Mark made the point earlier, then you know what? The guilty people need to, or the guilty people, the guilty people just need to say not guilty and just compromise on their end, because
if they don't think she's guilty of manslaughter, they want to acquit, and they have any understanding that if they hang on the OUI, that it could lead to the entire count too, including manslaughter, come back, then those people are morally obligated to nullify on the ticky-tack OUI and make sure she is acquitted on the homicide count and publish that, which is exactly what the last jury didn't do, and why Karen was tried twice for murder. You're going to have this happen again for the third time if they don't do that.
But I do think that's your answer, because Will was being very forthcoming, saying, even knowing everything I know, even knowing it might open up manslaughter to a third trial, I'm dug in, and you're not convincing me to vote guilty. And
if that's the case, then at some point you have to have a conversation where you say that the defense putting that on the roster is one of the greatest blunders of all time. If that's what's actually happening, if that's what causes a mistrial, and they were intending to acquit on everything else, and because of the DUI they cause a mistrial, that will go down as one of the great blunders of all time.
Go ask them to see if they can withdraw it. Your Honor, we'd like to withdraw it.
What I don't understand is she was never indicted for that. I looked at the indictment yesterday. She was never indicted for that. I didn't know that you could just, it's like a buffet. You can just add charges. Like, why not add littering? Like, she left taillight there, they're saying, right? Get her on littering.
Why not?
It's a little different. A lesser included offense has to have, the elements of the crime except the larger one, and there has to be a reasonable view of the evidence that, again, a judicial determination that a jury could find the lesser offense is a reasonable view of the evidence and acquit on the higher one. And the reality is that the OUI is an element of count two. She has to be operating under the influence. So you can't just add littering. You can't add something that's not indicted. Lesser included offenses can be requested by either party. It was them who requested it.
Maybe they can try to withdraw it now. Go ask them, Aiden.
Not a chance.
I don't know.
There's not a chance. And like,
I'd
Aiden,
ask.
the
Can
way
she
that
plead
I
guilty
looked
to it?
at
Can she plead guilty to OUI just to end
if they're willing to,
Hank
well,
would have to accept the plea.
The prosecution is
Right.
never
Oh yeah, Hank would have to accept the plea.
dismissing all the murder, and as a matter of politics, even though they know they may be cooked on all the
They
homicide
know.
counts, if they were to go in and say, if you take a misdemeanor plea right now and we'll dismiss all the top counts. This happened in the if you guys ever heard of the famous New York case, the Central Park, the Preppy murder. Do you know about that where they, during deliberations, you know, the Manhattan DA's office kind of freaked out and took a lesser plea. It was kind of scandalous. But politically, they could never do it in this case because they would be acknowledging that 2 years and millions of dollars, 3 years and millions of dollars of investigative work and lost reputations and damaged careers. We agree that the right outcome here is a misdemeanor DWI because we're too chicken shit to hear the words not guilty on murder. They can't do that politically. Marcy can't do that.
And there is no motivation for Hank Brennan as he's currently situated to plead her out, because where he's at, he understands that if there's not one person on the jury that understands the concept that if they're hung on this OUI, that allows the Commonwealth to come back with this fucking manslaughter charge. If there's not one person on that juror who's in that jury box that's saying, hey man, like this is what's going to happen. If we reach a decision on that, Hank has nothing to lose. Like Ian, his concept, I think, was right. Like at this point, Brennan was playing for a mistrial because he understands on count 2.
He came in just when you said his theory.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally it plays into his hands because it gives them an opportunity. Oh, speaking of the devil,
Your theory.
It gives him the opportunity, or the Commonwealth, the potential to try the case again.
Well, and
murder 2 will be gone, but manslaughter's still on the table, which is a nightmare scenario.
Well, and
I mean,
yeah, there's a he's going to make another $1 million off of this. You know, they're going to bring him back, right? They have to bring him back.
And they accuse me of grifting. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we've been saying that all morning, Ian, because I thought all of his answers to the jury questions was him begging for a mistrial, begging for a hung jury. And I was like, Ian was right.
But if the motive, I mean, wouldn't the motive for Brennan to give the plea agreement, to allow it, wouldn't it be just that he wants the conviction?
No, that's nothing. That's literally garbage. Rip it up and throw it away.
An OUI is a win. Like
goddamn grifter.
Reed wins if she gets an
huge
OUI.
win. Celebrate the biggest win ever is an OUI in this case for the defense.
We're all going out drinking, baby.
Yeah, and it would be the most expensive OUI conviction in the history of the United States, I imagine.
For sure. Yeah. Aiden
Ian,
said
do you
that
think
yesterday.
the defense can say, I want to revoke it? I asked for it, and at this point, we want to take it back. Is it even possible?
I don't think the judge would allow it. I don't know if it's like legally allowable, but it would be discretionary even if it is. And
I'd ask for
the
it.
judge would just be like, nah.
I think
Sorry, you sent it to the jury.
Not a chance.
I would say nah. I'm like, you got to eat the consequences of that decision.
no,
I'd say no.
If the judge wants to have a shred of credibility, hold the jokes and all that, you can't do that. You can't submit a charge, have a screwed up jury, come back and forth, give instructions, and then say, you know what, the hell with it. Let's pretend it never happened. And just
yeah.
I know. Just keep hoping.
Yeah, it's not happening, man.
It's scary, Aiden, and we were hoping that you might have heard some rummages or movement over there. It sounds like no. Is lunch now? Is lunch in a half hour? What
I'm keeping an eye on it. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm just keeping an eye on it. I do know that on the 4th day last year, that's when they first came back and said we're deadlocked. At some point today, they're going to have to come back and say that. Like that has to be. We're not just going to go the whole day with nothing happening. If anything happens, they're going to come back and say we're deadlocked. She's going to tell them to screw, go back, and then we'll do it again on Friday, right? But like this is different than last time, because this jury up that appears to be what's happening here, unless I'm missing
Wait, we missed your signal
Yeah.
sucked. We missed everything you just said.
It's because of all the news trucks too. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know if you can hear me now.
We can hear you, but you cut out.
Yeah, you cut out. So re-say
I'm
what
sorry.
you were saying.
I forgot what the question was. Oh, about the mood down here. Yeah. So I think that on the fourth day last year, that is when they came back and they said that they were deadlocked. And then she told them to come back. And then the next day, the fifth day, they came back and they said, we're deadlocked. And she gave them the Tui Rodriguez. So we haven't had that yet. So they don't appear to be deadlocked on the meat and bones of the issue, which is the John wasn't hit by a car. They seem to agree on that. So unless I'm missing something, I don't know what they could be talking about in there.
Well, the OUI count is the only one, the lesser of anything that does not involve the need for a collision. So that's a logical viewpoint. They added, a different thought process to this whole thing, and the jury appears to be chewing on that repeatedly. And as Bob said earlier, hopefully not chewing on that and then revisiting other things and saying, well, maybe they're and going back up the hill because they can do whatever they want and go all over the place. No verdicts to publish. They have the right to revisit anything they want.
Yeah, because I mean, in my world, the longer they bicker about this OUI, and the more likely it is it's going to open up the conversation in a much broader way.
Well, my signal sucks. So I'm going to see you guys.
All right, man. Keep us up to date. Yeah,
I was just taking a look at Polymarket to see what they're doing. Polymarket, for those of you who are unfamiliar, is a betting site, so people are just betting money. So that's where the numbers come from. Right now, Polymarket is predicting for guilt on some version of manslaughter or murder, 15% chance to convict on one of those counts, and they are currently predicting a 60% chance to be acquitted on all charges, which leaves an implied 25% chance, basically, for the DUI/hang. So that's where they're sitting.
And so I think last time you gave us the odds on Friday, I think it was around 80% acquittal, right? On all charges.
So it's at 63% now, and as of yesterday, it was at a peak at 80%. That's right. So it is dropped to 61%. It's dropped 20% since yesterday.
How much money is at play? How much money is in there?
For the guilt pool, it is $153,000. For the acquittal pool, it's $68,000.
Wow, man. So, Ian, where are you at? What are you thinking? Let's get thoughts.
I mean, I'm hoping we don't see the worst case scenario of they hang on the OUI, because that would just be like tragic. I don't know. I don't think those questions really suggested a jury that was thinking that she hit him, right? Because those questions really very much to me said they're looking at the OUI and they're fighting over that. And I mean, it could be tragic if we end up with some juror coming out going, I refuse to budge on the OUI. And it's like, well, now she's going back for a manslaughter. And this is a weird trial because normally a hung jury is a win for the defense, right? Normally, the prosecution has to go, well, are we going to run it again? But this one, the prosecution will go, yes, we'll run it again. We'll drop another, $300,000 on Brennan. We'll drop another $500,000 on, well, maybe not Aperture, but there's got to be somebody else in the market. We'll buy another Lexus. We will, all of these things. And
it's going to be the revenge of Paul. He'll be back.
Oh, God. I mean, that's the other thing that'll be really funny on this one is if they do get an acquittal, I would not be surprised if we see Trooper Paul come back and do a little press comment that says, well, you know what? They should have called me. They should have brought me in because,
that would be like Christmas to me, dude.
In retrospect.
Trooper Paul, if you want to defend your position, come on.
How about Lally? I hung a jury, and by all accounts, at least on count 2, had a majority to convict on something. You put me on the shelf, you humiliate me, make me sit next to this guy, playing with paper clips mostly for 2 months, And if he gets a full-on acquittal, who's your daddy now? That would be
Yeah, there was a lot of pouting going on from that middle chair at the prosecutor's table. There's no question about that, man. I would think about that intermittently. I'm like, I'd look at Lally in the back of his head there, and just kind of like he wouldn't even typically watch Hank work. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like because if you watch defense table, like if Alessi's there, you know, you usually have Dave kind of staring at him lovingly, you know, like watching him operate. And you just weren't seeing that with the prosecution side of it. And that whole situation with having Lally sit at the table was such an odd choice. Like, I really don't know, because presumably McLaughlin was just as capable of handling the couple of witnesses that Lally
Yeah,
had.
right.
You know,
I didn't think
Like
he
he
was
was in a courtroom. Give me a break.
I didn't think it was
Blood will?
possible for Lally to look more defeated, and he does. Like it's
Right
crazy.
now, he's thinking I did better than Brennan.
Man, he
He did more ethically than Brennan.
He did this time around. He had more teeth than
Even
last time.
last time he was more ethical because he brought in all that stuff that was bad for his case.
Facts. He
He presented a much fuller story.
Yeah, right. He did.
We're giving Lally an ethical pass now.
Comparative to Brennan, that's what I'm going
He
with.
did put in an inverted video.
Well, he's certainly. Wait a minute. He's part of the team. He knows more than anyone. So he's certainly imputed in terms of any
He knew there were
misconduct.
X-rays.
Hold on. When we're talking about Lally, well, you think he did the right thing. He elicited testimony from Buchanan at the first trial about the inverted video. You don't think Lally knew and didn't suborn false
That's
testimony?
not what Kurt's saying, though. Kurt's saying that he at least projected the appearance of presenting a case. You know what I mean? Whereas Brennan's entire strategy this entire time has been to try to cut the legs out from Karen Reed's defense.
And
At the first trial, does anybody wonder why at the first trial, when Officer Barrows testified as a prosecution witness and testified that there was a crack or something that's not like the condition, that Lally, who was very familiar with the witness, called the witness, prepped the witness, never asked him the money question after, or showed him the photograph and said, does it look like this? And the answer, of course, should have been yes. Why didn't he do that? I would suggest to you the reason he didn't do it is because he knew. And that's why when Barrows learned what a big issue this turned out to be in between trials, threw himself at the defense and was literally punching and thumping his chest saying, I want to be heard, I want to be heard, to clean his own soul and conscience.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, no doubt about it, Lally. I mean, anybody prosecuting this case is acting unethically. There is no case. There's no way to do this case, to present this case, to prosecute this case without fabricating evidence, without lying, without creating an appearance, without trying to confuse a jury. There's no way to do it because this is factually a frame job.
Well, Lally was good at confusing the jury. That I give him credit for. To what
Right.
Kurt was saying, throw it all out there and just
Yeah.
put it all out there and, you know, act like the Dunkin' Donuts. It's time to make the donuts guy and schluff in and ask a lot of this and a lot of that and put him to sleep. Yeah, I mean, it obviously did something for somebody. I mean, he didn't come off as smarmy. That's true. He presented better. I don't know. I mean, look,
He didn't do better, but he presented better.
I mean, look, Brennan is a better lawyer.
At least the illusion of a case, you know, he at least presented the illusion of having a case. You know what I mean? Like Brennan didn't even try. I mean, I can't think of I have limited interactions with Bostonian, but I've had a lot in the last year and a half since I started following this case. And I can't imagine a Bostonian on that jury that isn't like shaking their head at this blue paint stuff. You know what I mean? That isn't going like, does this guy think we're stupid? What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Brennan looked at his reports at the start of this trial and was like, I have got this case sewn up. And then mid-trial, you can see him start to lose his temper as his case starts falling apart. You can see him start to get more and more frustrated as things start to fall apart around him. And he realizes that these witnesses he thought were going to be great are actually not so great. Like Welcher just, you know.
But Runkle, he read everything. I read all the reports. I read all the transcripts. There was shit he didn't know. and shit he didn't care about. But
I mean, this dude
here's something.
testified like this the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a good look. You know?
And if I'm on the jury, I'm sitting there, and one of the things that would just keep, and it's been bothering me, it keeps echoing in my head, is just Welcher looks at everything and he says, I don't want to do a full speed test with a mannequin or with anything because it might destroy this Lexus that we have to resell. And I'm like, so you've got your reconstruction expert who is so sure of all of this. And he's like, there is no way we can do the Commonwealth theory without destroying this Lexus. I won't even test it because we need the Lexus there. And I'm going, their expert thinks that the Commonwealth theory is impossible. And it's so impossible that he doesn't want to test it because it would cost money and, wreck the case. And I'm going,
why can't you
how do I get to...
Why can't you just bill the client for that? Because if it's a necessary expense, it's a necessary expense. Why not?
Right.
Why not just bill
And
the
this
client?
is the thing. If I'm spending this much money on this case and I'm doing it, I'm going, all right, it's going to suck, but wreck the Lexus if that's what it takes, right? And that's because I'm not where the Commonwealth is. Because what I'd be doing is I'd be going, okay, if you run this and the Lexus ends up trashed, I send to the defense, hey, we tried to replicate this and it smashes the Lexus. So obviously we don't have a case here, because look what it did to the Lexus when we try to reconstruct this. The problem is that's not what they're doing. They're not approaching this from a perspective of curiosity that really behooves a prosecution of what actually happened. Let's figure it out and let's try to disprove our own theory. How do we show that? Because that's really how you test a theory. If you're saying Karen Read is guilty, you should be going in there going, the prosecution should be thinking, how would we prove she's innocent? And let's test all of those things and close those doors. But instead, they've done the opposite. It's how would we prove that she's innocent? And then let's not do any of that testing, because that would be inconvenient for us. Let's selectively test and not test based on where we think we can guarantee ourselves a result that'll be helpful. And they've blown that up in a few places. Like they've blown this up in a few places where they've said, we're going to test the piece of glass found on the bumper. I'm sure they thought, well, that'll be great evidence. And it turns out that we end up with one of the singular, most unexplainable pieces of evidence if you're thinking that Karen Read is guilty, because I cannot come to an explanation. And I've challenged several of the anti-people on Twitter to come up with an explanation, something plausible for that piece of glass on the bumper.
Oh, I can think
I've
of
not
something.
heard one yet. Either stumped Welcher. He was like, wait a minute.
Wait, we're talking about something plausible other than Proctor putting it there.
That's the thing is, once we've eliminated everything else on the bumper glass, we get to Proctor put it there.
Right.
And the thing is once you have a police officer who is messing with the evidence in any sense, everything fails at that point.
100%. Dead in the water.
Dead
The
in the
case
water.
should, when you have an investigation, in my estimation, when you have an investigation that looks like this, that case is dead in the water. This case should never have been brought. To me, I mean, it leaks back into due process and the lack thereof when you have an investigation this bad. This investigation, and I've seen, and I say it all the time. There is no such thing as a perfect police investigation. There's always warts. We're dealing with human beings. They're always going to fuck something up. But when it's at this level of ineptitude, in terms of the things that were not done,
we don't know what happened.
I just don't know how, in good faith, that they moved forward on this case at any point. It's just an unbelievable set of circumstances.
Proctor was the lead investigator investigating Brian Walsh, the Anna Walsh murder. You look at his application for a warrant and read that, and you see every T is crossed, every I is dotted as far as what to do in an investigation, how to collect the evidence, what they needed to build a case. He spells it out. So Proctor knows. So The stark contrast between how he conducted the Karen Reed investigation versus the Brian Walsh investigation says nothing other than the fact that Michael Proctor is corrupt and dirty, not negligent, dirty. Period.
I think that's an excellent point. I think that is definitive proof that he knows how to fucking do it.
Right.
We have evidence of it. And if you guys don't know what the Brian Walsh case, it's the guy who's alleged to have murdered his wife. You know, he had all the insane internet searches about how to dispose of bodies. And, you know, it was just like he's driving around, dropping shit off.
Totally did it.
Yeah, he totally,
he totally did it.
He got the right guy on that one.
So Joe Flipperhead says, look at all these YouTube grifters and Twitter lawyers. Thanks for the invite. Stuck at work. If we're still here Friday, don't put it out there in the universe. I'll hop on. Thank you for all the coverage throughout. And Joe, you've been the topic of conversation in our household and your concepts on our lives since you sent Bob that message about how if they're hung on the OUI and no way to say it, we're screwed. And that's what we are stuck with now. It's horrifying.
Yeah, worst case scenario seems to be potentially rearing its ugly head.
And again, it's because of the glare.
Joe flip ahead. Yeah, it's totally.
Yeah, well, Ian, we had this discussion early on with Will, who's our juror, our prospective juror, our layperson. And, you know, Allie asked him point blank, like, if you're in there, you know, and I think she posed it both ways. Like, initially, you're not aware of the concept that if you're hung on this charge, that means that they can bring this manslaughter charge back and try a third time. And Will was much of the mindset, look, on principle alone, there's no fucking way I'm finding her guilty on anything. I'm just not going to do it. Like, on principle alone, Allie challenged him and said, okay, well, what happens if you're aware of this concept of what the result
I might cave, like, because I'm not there, but
you were being
I'm fighting and I'm trying to get everyone else on my page. Like, it's real easy, not guilty. What's it gonna hurt anybody to just let this woman go?
Right.
Like, do you really want to see this woman even? There's a chance that she goes to jail after this sham that we just got subjected to this whole time.
And especially in light of the fact that they're all convinced there was no collision, because then it becomes a much stronger argument. Like, what do you give a shit? Like, the reason we're here is whether or not she hit John. We've all reached the conclusion that she hasn't. Who gives a shit at this point? Like,
it's going to be real hard for me not to call someone an asshole if they're adamant about convicting her.
So we're back to hoping that Mark's, you know, request for nullification comes true. And it's equally as hard to convince other people to nullify, or they read it the way Kirk said, and they find themselves a loophole.
It's nullification, but it's also proper analysis in the sense that if they've acquitted her of manslaughter and are dickering around on a misdemeanor, and there's a possibility that if we don't agree on the misdemeanor, we're going to enable them to retry an acquitted manslaughter, then I think you are morally compelled, if nullification is even the right word, to just say, let's pretend there's no misdemeanor, acquit, because it's a worse harm to have her retried for an acquitted homicide count. Again, they've already done it, and we're going down a path where they're going to retry her for another count for the second time.
Yeah, and Lily Shaw, and I think there's others still out there that are still confused and trying to struggle and understand with how, if they're only hung on the OUI but not guilty on the rest, wouldn't it just be for a new trial on the OUI? So confused. And that's what we've been discussing, is that on count 2, now just ignore count 1 and 3. Let's assume they're going to hopefully get information enough that tells them, hand me out the verdict sheets you're done with. And then
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
Right. And then they're stuck with count 2. If they don't sign something, either not guilty on all or guilty on 5, it's hung on the entire count 2, and manslaughter can come back for 3. Go ahead, Mark.
We are heading down a path where if the jury were to come back and say, we have unanimous verdicts on 2 of the counts, 1 and 3, and the judge says, okay, fine, we'll take those and assume it's not guilty. Okay, they're done. We're done with 1 and 3, and they say, but we are hung on count 2, some component, you are going to see a situation where the lawyers are going to go apeshit and say, you have got to ask them, Judge, which one have you reached on any of these? And she's going to say, we're not allowed to do that. And we are going to have, and this time they're going to be much more aggressive than they were the first time, because they did get retried essentially for acquitted counts. And she's going to have to tell the jury, you need to go back in there and straighten this out. But the problem is, if you look at the slip, there's no way to do it.
There's no way.
Hung jury on count 5 and acquittal on the other ones, the way she did it. This is such a self-created error by the judge, who had the benefit of the fiasco from the first trial, had warnings from the defense on the jury slips for this trial, and is doing the exact same thing again. This is insanity.
This went to the Supreme Court. This went to the Supreme Court. This is not this. There's no way this is anything other than deliberate on her part.
Which cannot do anything other than lead me back to the question: is she so fucking dense that she doesn't understand it, or is she just being deliberate about it? I mean, I don't know.
She needs to have the ovaries to go outside of the standard jury instruction. It was like Kurt saying before, all right, she's just saying, I'm following the Massachusetts law by the book. I'm doing it by the book. And as long as I do that, I'm fine. She needs to have the ovaries to say, this is not a typical case. The jury is expressing some, confusion and doubt, and I'm going to do something different.
She needs to have a lobotomy is what she needs.
You just raised a really fascinating point. Everybody knows, excuse me, there are, pattern jury instructions, and you can just literally, here we are, and does anybody want to add this one? And, they are formulaic. And in most cookie cutter cases, they tend to work. This is not cookie cutter. And you're right. Most intellectual or heavy thinking judges are not afraid of crafting their own instructions, being careful. Certainly on, when you start going outside the box, there can be appellate issues, at least if the defendant's convicted anyway, not the other way. But she's not doing that. I mean, you raise a really good point. She's trying to stay in the pattern instructions. The law says this, and not willing to account for how unique a situation this is, and that I need to first and foremost prevent the possibility of a third trial on acquitted counts, which is on the verge of happening. And she needs to, like you said, have the stones, the ovaries, whatever it is, to do it. And she's just not doing it. And when the defense, even after she gives the slip, says, well, this makes more sense, she still won't do it. And you can't help but go back to why, in the first instance, all of the discussion that she's having about the jury slips occurs after the charge, after the case has been submitted to the jury, instead of before summations, which is when it should have been.
There cannot be a world
down the
in
road
which she actually wants to sit on this thing a third time. Can that be possible?
Oh, she wants to sit on this thing as long as it takes to get to a
Do you think so?
I agree with Ryan. Dude, she willfully fought for this second trial, dude. Like, she willfully fought for it. And I mean, and she was adamant about the start date, April 1st, April 1st, April 1st. Every bit of behavior coming from Bev is an indication that she wanted this second trial. For what reason, I have no idea. But everything indicates that she was deliberately pushing for the second trial.
Do you think she wants to sit on a third trial?
Yes.
Mark?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
I tap out. I'll tell you why.
I don't know why, but I think she does. I couldn't tell you why, but I think
the thing is, if she taps out, does the Commonwealth proceed with a third trial, knowing that they won't have that judge?
Okay,
we saw some of the other judges in the same area that seemed much more reasonable.
Well, also,
I've got a question. Okay, so God forbid, say the unthinkable happens. When is the election? When is Morrissey up? When does that happen?
26.
Oh, fuck. It's because, I mean, is there a world that exists where he gets bumped and it's on a trial path. A new
this
guy
could be
comes
an
in, and
election
the new
issue.
guy says, "I'm dumping this thing."
Even if the election
I
were to
hope.
follow a potential third trial, there's a campaign, and he's actually being challenged. And the mere fact that you are pursuing a third case is an issue for numerous reasons that involve an elected DA as opposed to an ADA who just goes and tries cases. You manage a budget, you manage an organization, and you have to allocate resources to this. And if you do that with limited dollars, you're not doing that to do this. And there's going to be criticism about, why are you paying Brennan when you have an office that's capable of doing this? Why are you hiring all these experts? Why are we doing this a third time? My tax money. Why aren't you investing it in public safety over here instead of, going after the great white whale like Captain Ahab with, Moby Dick, and you're just trying to harpoon Karen Reed endlessly and you're never going to get her. I mean, I think, electorally, he's going to get hurt. He's just going to get hurt. So there's a lot of variables which may not allow this to happen. I don't think she wants it to happen a third time. I think it's more about, this is my court. This is how I do it. This is how I've always done it. And you know what? I'm from here. You're not. You're in my courtroom. And if you don't like it, tough shit. And she may very well step away if there's a third trial. I would expect the defense to make a motion to toss her off if there's a third trial, whether she grants it or not. But I don't think she wants a third trial. I think she wants to say, I'm in charge.
When there's such an easy out.
I know, but hey, grocery cards point is right. I just checked because we stopped reading the new slip on count 5. It does say stop. If you find her guilty of this, stop, but it does not say and sign the verdict slip on count 5 of OUI.
Nice. Wow.
It's missing that stuff, but oh yeah. I don't know how they keep making little mistakes like this. On to your point, Mark, something that should have been
because they're doing it on the fly. They're doing it. You heard yesterday where the judge says to the clerk or secretary or somebody, okay, I need someone's computer so we can quickly change it. Do this shit before the summations.
The language she put under 5 is, if you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop, period. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. That's her language.
Each other one says stop and sign the jury slip. But
like, just to be clear to the chat, the overarching theme here, the overarching problem is the fact that if they have no way to indicate to this judge, the way that this is currently situated, this slip, what they are hung on. And if she is of the mindset that she's not going to, like, and we have to assume that she's not going to ask again in terms of which one you're hung on out of all the different choices, because and therein lies the problem, because and even if it is enunciated somewhere on this form, does that cure the problem necessarily? Because they're still coming back. Like, they're never going to be able to carve this OUI out independently. You know what I mean? It's like not knowing what it is, because the result is the same either way, even if they know or if they don't know. Because she's not going to do anything if she finds out, oh, well, okay, they're hung on the OUI. I'm gonna dump the rest of the manslaughter charge, and I'm not going to allow. Like, I have no faith that she's going to do the right thing if she were to find out that they were
There's
only
no
hung
reason
on alone.
There's no reason to give her any grace and benefit of the doubt that she's going to do the right thing at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's fair and it's reasonable. It's actually naive. I would say that it's naive to not assume that Judge Bev got an agenda. I mean, it's just all of her behavior leading up to this. I couldn't tell you what the agenda is, but there's one there. It feels like it.
like I just can't get there. I just think it's like you see these judges when you practice and you do it for a long time. You get these judges that have that fiefdom kind of fucking mentality. This is my house, my fucking rules. I don't give a shit what you say. This is the way it goes now.
Coordinated effort. There is a coordinated effort to get Karen Reed convicted of something. Now, Occam's razor to the layman would dictate that if you have to go back to one of the defense's motions to dismiss way before, I think even before the first trial, where they're basically saying Michael Morrissey is under federal investigation and he needs this win. So this is the motive. He just wants the win. So a lot of us are thinking that there's this stop to this federal investigation, but if Karen Reed is exonerated, there's all this stuff now on record. There's all of these lies. There's all of this stuff that maybe the feds might have a case after she's acquitted. And maybe this is why they're pushing so hard for a conviction.
See, but here's the thing about the feds. They're in the business of winning. Like if you look at their conviction rate, they're in the 98s. They don't fuck around. It's a completely different beast than state courts and state prosecutors. They because there was that thing, like the concept that the FBI investigation was closed doesn't mean that they didn't find plenty of circumstantial evidence. What it most likely means is they just didn't find enough.
They didn't feel confident for a conviction, right?
They're not in the business of losing, and that's why
I agree.
Cases played out.
What if after this trial, because we're finding new things out in this trial too, right? We didn't know that the feds questioned Dever, and she said that Higgins was at the Sally Port for a weirdly long time. We didn't know any of that, until she testified. So, what if after this trial there is enough evidence to start handing out indictments? I mean, I'm not saying that there is. I don't know, but I'm just speculating as to what the motive here is for this what seemingly a coordinated effort to get Karen Reed convicted. It's bizarre.
The other question that just sort of runs in my head in terms of a tactical thing is, let's say they come back and they're like, we're acquitting on everything except the OUI. Do you then turn around and appeal the OUI?
Well, we had this discussion in terms of, because we were talking about, Ian, was the concept of a trial tax here and where she would land in terms of potential sentencing, and both Kurt and Kurt thankfully brought up some law and brought up the concept of, in terms of mitigation and aggravation, what she's allowed to bring in under Massachusetts law. And it appears they're not going to be able to get into, acquitted charges, that she can't consider that as a factor. And, but I was of the mindset, like, look, the typical appeal is going to take anywhere from 12 to 18 months. That gives her enough room to where Karen's going to do the time anyway. Like, is she going to give a shit about having, her sentence overturned if Karen's done the time anyway? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know how that would play in her head at all.
Don't forget, she's getting sued for alcohol related things. And again, I don't know what they think they are going to do or whether there's any merit to it. But, in the event they think that they have a valid 1983 claim against anyone and everyone, I think the answer is they would try to clean up her as much as humanly possible. They would.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. All right. So some people say that they're in court. I don't know if they're taking the lunch break. That's typically when they come back in. Does anybody
I don't think
they want to do it just for the civil suits too.
Absolutely.
Because all of the immunities that kick in if she's convicted of anything, you want to,
I'm not 100% sure on that. I was talking with another lawyer yesterday. Like, if she's only found guilty on that DUI charge, does that necessarily preclude her from being able to sue for 1983 violations? I'm not sure it has a completely preclusive effect. So I'm qualifying that. There might be some stuff there. I'm not sure.
It may not be preclusive or not, but I mean, she's less impressive plaintiff if she was involved in the incident and convicted of being wasted when all this was happening. I mean, I think if she's going to bring 1983 actions, you need to be clean as a whistle, I think.
It helps a lot, yeah.
So Daniels is saying they're taking a lot, like this concept of them like not deliberating while they're cramming a ham sandwich down their throat is bizarre to me.
How good are these lunches? That's what I want to know. Are they being catered? Lagasse, what are we doing over here?
I mean, I don't know.
If they're
a
not
little bit of the fentanyl is going missing from evidence every time they serve lunch.
I happen to know that the defense eats sandwiches just about every day.
Yeah, we're talking about the
So,
jurors.
I don't know what the jurors are doing,
Yeah.
but man,
Yeah.
like it is absolutely absurd that they can't deliberate over lunch, that they can't eat while they deliberate. That's ridiculous.
Are they actually not allowed to?
I don't know.
Even they're all in the room together? I don't know if they would.
I mean, that's insane. It's insane. Like, I mean, like typically when we get a lunch or a dinner, it's brought into the deliberation room and they chow down in there. And I'm assuming they're still deliberating while they're eating. Like, I mean, people are capable of multitasking at that level.
Can you trade food stuff for verdicts? You know, you rule with me, I give you my chips. Does that work?
Multi-million-dollar deals are made over dinner. You
I
know
was
what
just
I
going to
mean?
say, you know how many cases I've resolved by like, hey, prosecutor, like, let's go and grab a snack after we're both out of court and let's talk through some files. You know, find a place where you can talk where there's, you know, where nobody's going to hear you, or like go to somebody's office and order food in.
Yep.
They did it.
And
they did it in Iron Eagle, dude. Like,
I mean, the thing is people tend to be more reasonable and more able to discuss things when you're having, you know, I mean,
how did Iron Eagle get into this discussion?
Dude, as I said that, I was like, oh, this is going to be a curveball.
I know it's not allowed, but I mean, if it was up to me and I was able to like run things notwithstanding the law or whatever, I'd just be like, all right, every one of you is getting one beer. We're not going to give you 6 because, you know, then we might get into problems, but just one for everybody. And it's not, you know,
just to wet the whistle.
Yeah, it's never going to actually happen, but we might get more productive juror discussions that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I think there was a thought process because I was of the mindset. I thought that we were going to get a verdict yesterday after lunch. You know, like we all lawyers like to think that they want that last free lunch because people love free lunch for various reasons. And you know, as we're slipping here into like mid-afternoon Wednesday or early afternoon Wednesday, man, I don't know, man. I try to keep a positive spin on shit for the chat because people get hysterical and, you know, anxiety ridden and all that shit. But man, it's like it's getting to the point where, you know, I mean, we got some pretty bright minds in here, and it's like it's kind of that thing where it boils down to you just have no idea what a juror, you know, what a jury is going to do. You just don't know.
I have a mood lightener if anybody's interested.
Oh,
I
God,
just got
yes.
some breaking news.
Yeah, let's hear
it. John DePepe hit somebody's car at the Registry of Deeds parking lot and smashed their taillight.
Like
one of my mods just texted. Yeah, supposedly this just happened. One of my mods just texted me and told me.
Oh, I hope they're getting on that to like put a breathalyzer in his mouth and just see where that's at.
I hope he was intoxicated.
I expect tweets from Aiden any minute. I
mean, I could pull up Ian's fight with a anti Karen Reed guy yesterday.
Oh.
Pretty good. I was so close to throwing that, like, you know, I like to use like the llama eating popcorn, but you know, the Michael Jackson eating popcorn meme up there because I was enjoying it. I wasn't gonna pipe in because Ian had it handled pretty well.
The thing is, I like to get into discussions with people who disagree with me in the hopes that they can present me with something that challenges me, because
100%.
I'm not of the view that I'm always going to be right. And the problem I run into with like the anti-freak, you know, those
contingent
is that I can never actually get anything out of them. Like sometimes, you know, if I want to go on and say like either, you know, I post something to Twitter that's going to be super controversial, like, you know, take a strong stand on like, abortion or the existence of God or whatever else. And I'm going to get somebody who's going to come in and they're going to have like 3 theology degrees. And they're going to be like, well, have you considered this? And I'm going, and then I have to sit and think about it.
Right.
But on this, all I get is people who are just like, well, she's guilty. It's like, why do you think that? Well, you're a grifter. It's like, do you have any ability to actually articulate your point? Because if all you can do is just immediately go to insults, then it kind of suggests that you deep down know your point is garbage. Because if you thought your point was good, you'd want to hit me on, here's all the evidence I've got. Let's just destroy you. It's when people start losing an argument that they go to insults.
Totally.
And these people are I'm losing the argument from the beginning of the discussion. And I'm just going, where is the person who has a good argument? Where, like,
I mean, look, we've watched the trial 2 times. There is no evidence. That's the entire point. Like, I mean, when Hank Brennan has to resort to playing movie clips during, and that becomes the heart of his case, it tells you everything that you need to know. When he searched high and low for a company that would be able to produce some kind of scientific evidence, and you come up with Blue Man Group,
dude,
it tells you everything you need to know about.
That's all you need to know.
Here's the other thing, though. Let's say they have a new trial and Brennan is is on for the Commonwealth. Let's say I'm not Aperture or ARCA, but I'm some other organization like that.
You're not taking.
I am going to be extremely reluctant to take it because I will see that Welcher got slaughtered saying there weren't any X-rays, and it makes him look like an idiot in a hugely public
devastating
trial.
way. Yeah, devastating.
Yep. And so if I'm there, I'm sitting there and they're coming in with, we got $500,000. And I go, well, our brand is worth more than $500,000. So no thanks. We can't trust you to give us the information we need to not look like idiots on this one. So nope, no thank you. You just got 2 experts from Aperture shredded. One of them will probably never work again.
Well, if there's a third trial, I can only hope that we do the comedic rule of 3 thing. So we started with Trooper Paul, and then we elevated to Aperture. So what is the next step up to follow and complete this 3-beat sequence?
I mean, I'm curious to see
12 drinks in.
Yeah, right. I'm curious to see what the ramifications of not just Welcher, but you can't forget Burgess, man. I mean, like the damage that was done to that company through this trial. I'm going to be curious to see what happens with them, because it's like there's just no walking away from that unscathed if you're Aperture, because if you're an attorney that's in the market for an expert, I mean, are you calling them?
I mean, Burgess, I don't think he can ever be called because he can be asked that question over and over, and he still doesn't have a damn degree. But he still doesn't have a degree.
It's a bigger point than that,
baby.
Because when
Keep holding on.
When you're calling a company like Aperture, I mean, it's their vetting in terms of producing experts for you that you're relying on. Like, that's the entire point of these types of companies. They compile, they get these experts together. You're assuming that the reason that they exist is because they're vetting all these people for you, so that you don't have to do it. Because
they're not just a finder company, though, are they?
No,
I mean, there are
companies
that just help you find experts. They actually are the company.
I basically watched
filled with a bunch of consultants.
I basically watched the defense team, Karen Reed's defense team, vet Burgess, at the table, like right there. That's what it happened. Like, Alan Jackson just reached over with a note to Alessi, and Alessi was like, were you aware that there is no such degree, that Alabama University does not offer such a degree? Like, it happened right there. You know what I'm saying? That's what Karen is doing. She's sitting there on a computer, just searching their social media, searching their LinkedIn, searching everything. And
when you were in the courtroom, you could see all that as it's going on.
I mean, I couldn't see what she was doing. I couldn't see the
screen,
table.
you see her
But I could
Doing
see, you could see them doing stuff, discussing, whispering, and then I saw Alan Jackson hand Alessi a note on a yellow piece of paper while Burgess was on the stand, and then Alessi dropped that bomb, and it was awesome.
I mean, I'm sure that they did this beforehand, but the other thing is I suspect that there was a bit of a surprise on this from Brennan. And part of that is that one of the reasons why you go to a company like Aperture is that you expect that Aperture is going to deliver a product, right? It's the same reason why we have McDonald's around the world. And sometimes when you're traveling, like you hit an airport and you're just like, I'm going to go to the McDonald's because I know it's not going to be good, but it's going to be a McDonald's burger and I'm okay with that. Whereas like this
Excellent
other place
analogy.
And so Aperture, what they should be is that if I've got nothing else, I can go to Aperture and they're going to serve me up an expert who is not going to be a disaster, because Aperture, the company, vets its own people. And Aperture has now very publicly had their brand shattered on that, because if I'm going to Aperture now, even if I'm not looking at Burgess, I'm looking at one of the other like dozens and dozens of people. I'm going to be like, how do I know this guy's better vetted than Burgess was?
That's what I'm saying.
And the thing is, I'm sure that most of the experts on Aperture's roster are beyond reproach. They're probably excellent, scientists and whatever else. But I'm going, I don't know that I'm going to get the McDonald's burger when I go to Aperture anymore. And now I'm hiring somebody that I still have to do the vetting. Because, if I hire an expert and it's just like some psychiatrist who works at a, works at a university and so forth, I still need to go and vet them. Like I need to find their Twitter and be like, did they say something? Because
and
I
then
can
they
tell you
turn out to be a Wonder Bread pink dough green pepper burger. That's what they turn out to be.
Eddie Murphy Raw style.
I had an expert I was proposing to call in one trial, and I went and looked through their Twitter. And sure, it was like a year before, but they had said some startlingly racist things.
Wow.
And it was a case where, the race could potentially be an issue. My client's a white guy. He got into a fight with a black guy. And I'm going,
so that's bias.
There's no way in hell I'm hiring this guy as an expert. I don't want to have to do that. Like, you go to Aperture so that you don't have to do that, and now you still do.
And so that you're not dealing with it in real time during the middle of the trial, man.
Oh, absolutely. Like
Brennan had to know some of it because he didn't ask the poignant questions you would always ask. He literally
he raced through that qualification of like, because normally that's the part where you linger when you call an expert. It's like, so let you tell the jury just how amazing you are.
You protect.
So you've got a degree in this, right?
You worked for the Secret Service.
Yeah.
You've got high clearance.
How long did you take care of your sick grandmother?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right. So this is getting, I have to say it's getting scary. If I am the defense, So this is what I wanted to ask you guys. We all seem to be of the, feel strongly that the defense obviously asked Karen Reed about adding the OUI standalone and that she was in agreement.
Yep.
But do we think that conversation included, by the way, the risk of putting this on if they're hung on it revives and puts back into life the possibility that all the charges on count 2 could be brought again?
I mean, that's exactly what they don't want to tell the jury. That's the issue.
No, I'm saying, do you think that they told Karen that was part of the conversation?
Oh, I'm 100% sure they had a full discussion with her.
That for sure.
That team, like I've never seen anything from that team that has given me any reason to doubt them, even when Judge Bev has grave concerns.
Right.
Like what gives her grave concerns about the defense? I'm like, meh. Right. Whereas what gives her no concerns about the Commonwealth sometimes have been like, that was in front of the jury, folks. Like that was a big deal.
That was the biggest of deals.
Karen is running point on that defense team, so she's aware of literally everything that's happening.
Yeah, don't see a universe in which she wasn't fully advised.
Yeah, I do. And
So-
beyond that, I think she was the final arbiter.
But I'm just wondering if she
fully.
fully understood that the worst case scenario that's about to happen.
Yeah,
can happen.
there's no way. There's no way that they
Yeah.
didn't they didn't go over that concept with their, you know. And I mean, like, even a worst case scenario type situation, I think that probably the conversation would have taken place something in the nature of, look, we're going to try to get her to buff up these slips, especially too. You know, it's our hope, because like when they're going in with that conversation, the slip is what it was going in, and we knew that they weren't happy with it. And you know, we also know that they're acutely aware that she is very reticent to make any kind of changes wherein it makes it seem like she may have fucked up a little bit the first time. And you know, so they know all this, but you know, I mean, they had to go through the mental gymnastics, thinking like,
I
all
just
right,
feel like
worst
I
case
would have
scenario, this
never thought that was a possibility. I would have never thought they could possibly really get hung on the OUI. I
mean, but like, this case is that case.
Yeah.
Like there's this part of me deep down that has always believed that this is a case that will be hung in perpetuity, because it's fucking impossible to know what happened to John O'Keefe. And there's always going to be people that just don't believe science for whatever reason. Like there are people.
But I meant
in the
hung on
world-
a standalone OUI.
I get it. But I'm talking about the bigger picture in terms of exactly what Ian was talking about, the way and the method in which Hank went after the ringing, the pathos of it, with just trying to get into the emotional side of it, hoping to buy a juror or two in terms of selling them on that emotional aspect of it. I mean, we all know. I mean, like it's always a move for the prosecution. I mean, it's one of the things that they have a huge advantage of over us, and typically, especially in cases where you got a victim that's been injured and or killed, they're going to use that, even though they shouldn't, even though it has nothing to do with what's going on in that room. But they will always try to wring the emotion out of a case in terms of, you know, like victim petting or whatever you want to call it. And, you know, I mean, he did it here. Like, it was the first things out of his mouth, you know, and you knew that was what he was going to do. So, you know, it's just like, if you look at just the general population, if you just look at Twitter, I mean, I think it mirrors what you're going to get almost every time with the jury. You're going to get like an 80-20 not guilty in terms of if you're able to try the case like this. If you have all the evidence that you need on the science side of it, I think that what we would see in this, if we were able to get information from the jurors, that it had flipped. If it was 8-3, 9-4 the other way because of, you know, during the first trial, that during this trial, it'll have flipped on its head, where you might have one or two people that are hung up on some kind of concept of guilt, and where a vast majority are going to be. But, you know, I just like it. There are just certain cases that exist in this world that I don't think ever can be brought to verdict, you know, and I often wonder if this is that case.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at this point, the Commonwealth should really consider whether or not they really think that they can get to proof beyond a reasonable doubt with any jury, given this case. I mean, do you really think? I mean, how many times do you need to learn this lesson? I guess is a real problem from an ethics perspective.
Yeah,
and also how much money you want to bring, and times. But you know, there have been cases where the government has brought the case against somebody multiple times. I'm trying to remember how many times it was in that case Flowers, which was at the Supreme Court a couple of years back, where it was like 7 times or something.
Yeah.
The same case from Mississippi or Alabama, I just want to say something like that.
Yeah.
And then they finally gave up after like the 7th try. But it's like
6
sometimes
trials for the same crime.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And apparently it's the record.
Yeah. So
I mean, like that trial 4, which was the Sean Ellis case, which was a Massachusetts case. I mean, they brought it 4 times, you know, and that was a cop. That was a cop that was killed, you know, and it's like, it's just, but to your point, Kurt, like at some point, just the elected official has to realize that look, we are like disproportionately allocating so much money to this case that you can't, but like, it's not an unlimited fund situation. They have a budget.
Right.
You have to save money to try other cases. Oh, well, we had to spend another $500,000 on an expert on this. So sorry, we can't really pony up any money of any substance to get, any expert that's worthy in this other trial. And, sorry, family of that victim, we're just going to have to kind of, go through the motions here, and we'll do the best that we can. I mean, like, at some point that has to be going through somebody's head. Right. And if it's not, that's where the voters, that's where the citizens have to come in and say, what the fuck are you doing? Like, enough is enough. We get it. You think that she killed John. Unfortunately, you can't prove it.
I mean, you have the right to petition the government. It's a First Amendment right. So if you were a citizen of this jurisdiction and you want to politely and respectfully write a letter to the prosecutor and tell them that you think that this is a waste of their time, and
then
that
they
this
will
is
charge
not a
you with
good use of
witness
justice.
intimidation.
I'm not sure the prosecutor themselves becomes a witness, but whatever, right? Do they still believe in the First Amendment over there? I forgot.
No.
I forgot they don't really believe in
Mark
that.
knows exactly they don't.
Never mind. Strike that. Reverse that.
No. I happen to know of another case where a prosecutor might be called as a witness.
You know what my mistake was there again? My mistake there was actually quoting law. That was my mistake again. I'm so sorry.
Hate to get into that pesky details.
That hearing scheduled a year ago about the disqualification motion, which about the prosecutor, we still have to do that.
Yeah,
we talk about prosecutors testifying at certain cases, but that's for another day.
I think the entire, if they're in Norfolk, that whole prosecutor's office should have been disqualified based on the inverted video alone the first time around, in my opinion. And now with this, all right, you had a special prosecutor and no inverted video, but false facts presented, x-rays that don't existing, holes in sweatshirts. They need it. It's
I thought that was for sure. I happened to be in the courtroom for that too, when the jury saw the inverted video, and I saw the jury's reaction. And I was for sure. I was like, there's no way that this jury is going to convict Karen Reed. But then lo and behold, turns out 9 of them wanted to convict her, which is bizarre.
Yeah, with that fact pattern, with all the other problems. So not only did you have all the inherent problems with, the vehicle hitting him and causing the injury or not, as the case may be, but you had all the problems relating to Higgins, Albert, Proctor, Paul. All that testimony was provided in laborious detail. You had much more discussion relating to the flipped videos. You had more discussion relating to ghostly presence on the videos. You had all those things in. And apparently that was distractions or distractors. Distractors. I apologize.
Right.
And that was distractors because don't you know, Karen Reed was there. John O'Keefe was there. Therefore, Karen Reed did it. That's how that works, apparently, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, like, that was always my concern with, and, Lally did that pre-Buttle case where, he tried to get in front of the defense in terms of their third-party culprit and, Bowden shit. But ultimately, at the end of the day, my concern was always like, are you creating a de facto burden on yourself as the defense when you bring forth this conspiracy theory that you have that has some legs? I mean, it's got some smoke all over the place. However, does it have enough to carry the burden that you've created for yourself? And I just found it implausible that you're ever convincing 12 people of it. So that was always my thing. I'm like, just lean into the science completely, but there has to be the element, the proctor has to be there because the taillight ends up in the yard somehow. So you have to have the proctor, and it's like, I asked Mark. I think I asked Ian, like, I mean, Kurt, do you think they dirtied Proctor up enough?
No, absolutely not. No, I don't think the reading of the messages with respect to Proctor was particularly effective at all. I mean, I was rewatching Proctor's testimony from the first trial, rewatching the cross yesterday on stream, and just reminding myself like how like laborious and effective it was. Here it was basically like a singular mention, and then it doesn't really resonate. Whereas when it was Proctor on the stand, because he was squirming and all the rest of it, you got to really spend some quality time in message land. So I don't think it was particularly effective. Same problem with Higgins, incidentally. Like, as opposed to him being on the stand, when Higgins was reading the message with him being squirmy and evasive and being himself, and he was the one reading the messages on the stand, right? That was one thing. In this case, you had Buchanan simply reading the messages, and it just doesn't have the same effect.
Right.
I mean, for my taste, and this is a taste issue, I didn't really like the way they handled Higgins in the closing. So, as long as we're critiquing, I didn't really like that aspect of the closing. You guys might have liked it more. I understand kind of why they have to do it technically, because, you want to give the jury another suspect, because like they shouldn't really care, because again, the standard is, does the state prove it? But like, we got to convict somebody is a real factor.
Yeah.
So I understand that, but I didn't really like the way they handled it. And so I thought that aspect was a bit weak. That's sort of why I thought about it.
I thought the way that I took that was I feel like the defense's goal was to basically create boogeymen out of Proctor and Higgins.
Yeah.
Leave a lot to the imagination for the jury, so that they look at them and go, oh man, that's really shady. I don't like that. Look at them. Like, if you don't put a lot of detail to and don't put a lot of context to the video footage of him at the Sallyport or him at the Canton police station, it leaves a lot to the imagination and it looks nefarious. So if you're a juror just looking for something shady, you're going to come up with a lot. You know what I mean? And I feel like that was probably a strategy from the defense to try to achieve that. But that's just me.
I hope we get the murder. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
To say that's the strategy and clearly what they wanted to do. The question, and I mean, I come out on the other side of this. I'd rather punch his mouth and drag it out and walk him through nothing he's going to say. Him standing next to the taillight in the inverted video, which in fact is the right rear taillight, and saying, I swear to God, pinky promise, I didn't do it, I didn't touch it. Is it going to convince anyone of anything? Him answering those text messages, like Kurt was saying, it's going to be brutal. And him saying, I'm sorry and I'm a bad person, isn't going to make anybody feel sorry for him. You're a scumbag and you're going to have to answer to this. They didn't even get out the corruption angle, the gift, all of that. You didn't investigate this. You didn't investigate that. There's no.
Mark and I are more online because that's the argument in our house with Bob. I don't need it to be super third party, but I need this other shady shit. It even supports planting. The planting. It supports the planting.
I need him to say, I did a fair investigation, which is what he would say. I had no tunnel vision, but then to tell me factually, when I went down and ordered a tow truck, I had never been to 34 Fairview. I had sent the text that said, don't worry, the homeowner is a Boston cop. I had spoke to Jennifer McCabe, and that's all I had done when I ordered a tow truck to take her car away. I need the jury to hear that from him.
From Proctor? I don't know. I might have given up on Proctor with the text getting in. The only other piece I would have wanted was buy the gift for my wife. But
here's the problem with Proctor, and it was, to me, in my estimation, the biggest kneecapping of the defense is when she barred Michael Easter from being able to testify, because like the tie-in with the boat.
Got his glasses on
dude,
now.
Kurt's coolness factor goes up as the stream goes. It was like first it was the hat, now it's the shade. So it's
I was wondering why
it's almost
the bottom part of me
was.
The bottom part of me feels on fire and I couldn't figure out why, and now I see it.
But like Easter getting bounced, like just kneecapped them so much, and you just cannot like overlook what Hank would have done with Proctor being able to cross him, which really had to have been the biggest part of that conversation as to whether or not they're going to call Proctor at all. Because Hank would have done what Hank does, and he would have he would have ran that cross in a way that I think probably, you know, you're never shining that turd completely, right? I mean, Proctor, like a turd is a turd is a turd, and you know, you're not going to be able to clean him up all the way. But Hank would have done some damage in terms of mitigating it, I think, to the point where they clearly thought better of it. You know, I mean, because they're like, what other reason can you think that they didn't call Proctor when you've been kneecapped by not have like? Because in my world, if you have Easter, fuck Proctor. You know, I don't need Proctor. I'd love if I have Easter, I'm just having Easter on there talking all kinds of shit about all the shit that the guy that they didn't call didn't do.
Brendan I would have feeding him answers is the thing, and that's
what I'm saying.
I get the decision. I mean, the thing is Lally on this point was more ethical than you know, but yeah, I just hate the situation they were put in. They were put in a situation where there isn't really a good answer,
right? And
they would have had. I agree with kind of both sides on this one, and I would have very much liked to see. You know, I would have very much liked to see more dirt landing on Proctor, or at least. I don't know. I could see the like horror movie villain thing of like, you know, you don't see them, you just see the damage they've done, but at the end of the day, you know, it's better if they've got an actual villain to be like, F this guy. And Proctor really, he's ugly. Like he is, and I don't mean that in like a cosmetic way. I mean that in a every detail about him. And to a certain extent, he's one of those witnesses I want to see try to explain things. The problem is he's not going to try to, you know, things like, okay, so this tail light that you testified in a previous thing that you never got near. All right, well, isn't this you there near it? Tell us what you're doing here, right? Like, you know, well, I'm not doing anything. Okay, so you denied that you were near the tail light. You just happened to be at the tail light, not doing anything. You know, and you got fired for this, right?
I mean, you got a lot of the stuff with Higgins. Really, I felt like less got in about Higgins that was important than was missing.
Higgins, I wouldn't call again because you're not going to get the very sad. Like Higgins comes off like a sad incel.
I just want to know where you parked and how you got rid of your
look
phone.
Suave and like I have game.
I mean, Higgins, but the thing is, if you give him another trial, he's not going to get in. He's going to be more guarded. He's not going to get into that thing where he's like, you can see him like actively pining on the stand in the first trial. And it's like the moment in The Simpsons where you could go frame by frame to see Ralph Wiggum's heart break. You know, he does exactly that on the stand as they run him through all of these things and they challenge him with, you know, don't you think she was ghosting you? And he's like, snap, you know, you can see that happen to him. That's not going to happen a second time.
Not right.
The emotional punch is gone.
You're gonna get the Higgins version of Jen 2.0, McCabe 2.0. You know, the blowout and like she's just
still can't change that he hit his phone in 3 different pieces on a.
I'm with Allie on this. I feel like I would have liked to have seen more emphasis on Higgins in the sense that, like, I mean, let's just talk about the simple in-your-face thing that is that video footage at the waterfall where he is literally the only person that actually showed any motive. Like there's a lot of motive on Brian Higgins, way more motive that outweighs anything Karen Reed might have had. Like the motive that they're trying to theorize Karen Reed had.
I was like looking up. Have we seen this dog? Is this you only have one dog?
No, I have 2. One of them doesn't come into my office though. This one.
Why doesn't the note let me hold him like that?
Oh my goodness. I'm like over here like watching him walk around getting a occasional butt rub. Oh, what a lover.
5 pound lap, right?
He's adorable. He's adorable. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like to me, I just looked at Case and it's like this concept that Canoni thought that because people watch CSI and all those other fucking shows that they have a concept of what the import of a chain of custody is in evidence collection and why that matters. I mean, you have Hank Brennan talking about a debris field in which I have no idea, as we sit here today, where they found any of that shit in that yard. I mean, am I missing something? Does there exist something that I've
We're
just
all
missed through
we're all missing
trials?
it. The prosecution was missing it. They couldn't even. Brennan shot himself in the foot in his own closing, saying we don't even know when the impact took place. If you can't even point out where it happened, where the crime took place, why are we here? How can you theorize from a template that doesn't exist? Makes no sense.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it's like just the inability to be able to, because, you know, I was somewhat critical of the kind of like, I mean, Bowden, they didn't flex on Bowden because they really couldn't. She limited it to them essentially just establishing on cross that this was a fucked up investigation. And that's what they were left with. And, you know, I mean, they renewed their motion to get him in, which, and I thought that Hank opened the door. And we talked about this the other day. Ian's like, I think
booted it down.
It in, you know, but and you know, but that was like, because like if this thing comes back in the nightmare type scenario, I mean, these are the conversations we're going to be having. You know, like these are like if this comes back NGs across the board, well, you know, we're not having these conversations because whatever they did worked at the end of the day. Right. You know, it's like it's
All right,
just,
so here's what I need to know. What do you, if this somehow gets to 4 Eastern time and they go home, are we still of the mindset that they're just still fighting over the OUI? I mean, what the hell is going on?
It depends. Are there any notes which could give guidance?
Right.
Which here we are, 1:30, almost no notes, unless something happened over lunch, which we'll learn about.
10 minutes.
And then you have the other wild card, which is they're off tomorrow. And what does that do in this whole process? A day off of literally just ignoring this. And then they come back for a Friday, and then there could be 2 more days off.
I wouldn't want to come back for
That's
Friday.
a hell of a lot to imagine is occurring over a misdemeanor after this was a murder trial. And unless they don't understand the consequences, but they haven't asked in over 24 hours. So it's getting bizarre. I'll grant you that. It is getting bizarre.
It's getting bizarre. I mean, that I just expect a note at this point.
Something.
You know, like anything.
Some sign of life.
Yeah. Just let us know you're still breathing.
And I think, I mean, Mark's got a good point. They're about to be back from lunch, that maybe something happened over the lunch break or just before it, and we're going to hear something. But it's just to not have for this much time to go by, and where we all sort of thought that it was, you know, where things were on this, and for them to not send out the other 2 counts signed off, not guilty, without a question. Like those 2 things combined, I understand you've got I've just making them all the glarers back there that are dug in, but you'd think that all that digging in would prompt at least another question about, all right, now because I think the judge said she was going to put in the letter back to the jurors, this is theoretical, so I can't answer it. Now, if she didn't do that, she did exactly what the fuck Alan Jackson said. You just made them think you can't answer it. Why in the hell would they ever ask it again?
It looked like she was. It looked like she was writing additional things. So it looked like it.
Yeah, I mean, I it could just be that simple that they're still just trying to figure out that verdict form, and there's been changes made to it today, so maybe they're back to square one trying to figure it out. You know what I mean?
I'm convinced you've got the glarers back there. I mean, you've got the jurors that are dug in, but what I don't get is how it hasn't prompted another question about
because they're afraid to ask. You know,
well, and the thing about this case, and I've heard Mark talk about it multiple times, and it's gospel, is that there's no way in hell that these jurors don't know anything about this case. it's different than every other case because this is a case where I am assuming, and I think correctly, that they have a lot of knowledge about this case. So the propensity that there are people in there that came in, dug in, I think is just higher than you're going to get in your normal type of trial. Like, I mean, like that has to be taken into consideration as a very distinct possibility that you had people that came in, dug in, and what they saw at trial dug them in even more. And that's where we're at. You know what I mean? It's just like, and like, do any of us think that when these folks go home over the weekends and home every night, that they're not running into that? You would have to put yourself literally in a box. Like, avoid your TV, your spouse or your significant others watching fucking TV in your house. They're on their phone or their iPad or their computer right next to you. It's like, and you live there, which you're getting geolocated, and they're popping all this Karen Reed shit up all the time. There's no way to avoid it. There is no way to avoid it.
It's all that people in Massachusetts talk about.
Yeah.
For over a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Man, like the more I talk about it, the more convinced I'm like that it's just gonna, like, they're hung. I mean, I've been worried. Like I said, I've been worrying about this thing getting hung again. Anyway,
He just made an interesting point in the chat. I just happened to look over. I don't see it that often, but just reminded me of something I saw earlier. Come Thursday, Thursday they're off, but come Friday, the temperature is, and in New York too, it's going to be sweltering. I mean, hot, humid, sweltering, and you factor in they're on day 5 or 6 by then. Getting
you literally have you have all the 12 Angry Men elements just building up, man. Does that fan work?
Open the window. Open the window.
Yeah, exactly. The Southern courtroom.
Yeah.
The Southern courtroom look.
Yeah.
Is it true that on the night in question, like, it always happens? There's never an air conditioning in courtroom dramas that take place in the South. It's really weird.
It's true. It's true. I mean, I like you guys have been in there, Mark and Will. I mean, like the talk about the air conditioning and the fan. It seems like cooling is an issue in that building, particularly in that courtroom.
I was perfectly comfortable every single time I was in there. So I mean, I don't know
the thing
if
is,
it was different or I just got lucky or what.
This actually ends up being a much bigger issue in courtrooms than people ever expect. Like, if I was doing a courtroom TV show, I'd have a day when, like, just nobody could hear anything when the AC is on. Here in Canada, we have courtrooms that alternate between way too hot or way too cold through like the entire winter months, because either the heater is going bizarre or else or else it's not on, and you see everybody sitting there shivering. And sometimes the heat is set to the judge's preference, which, keep in mind, the judge is probably wearing a suit, and then on top of the suit, they're wearing the robes, and they're cooking. So they're like, well, let's turn the temperature way down. Then you see the witness on the stand going like,
yeah,
can we?
We get that a lot in ours too. I mean, especially in the summer, they'll have it where it's like bone chilling in there, like during, and I'm talking in the summer months when it's in the 90s, they crank the AC. And to your point, I mean, if you're uncomfortable in an environment, I mean, physically uncomfortable because it's either too hot or too cold, I mean, that does affect things. I mean, it's like at this point, you can't discount anything in terms of what's going on back there and how they're feeling. And it's just, have any of you guys ever served on a jury?
No.
We are not allowed to serve on a jury here.
Interesting.
Like, literally precluded.
We're allowed to, but for some reason I can't quite figure. No one's ever picked me.
Yeah, me either.
I mean, the thing is I would pick you, and then the prosecution would be like, "Nope, gone."
Yeah,
I am
exactly.
For sure.
A person, I'm telling you. I almost got jury when I was a prosecutor. I couldn't believe that. I'm like, really? Is this really going to happen? But it didn't.
I made the horrific mistake of picking a former prosecutor for Mark. I think I was talking to you about, or Ian, one of the two of you guys. I was using a necessity defense in a DUI case, and it was novel enough to where I felt like I needed a lawyer back there to kind of explain the concept. And
wrong lawyer,
man. She was like done like prosecuting, and I knew her because it was in like one of our main counties. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take a fucking flyer on this. I talked to my client. I'm like, look, this woman's a former prosecutor, man. And I'm going to ultimately leave it up to you as to whether or not, like, I'm inclined because of the kind of just unusual use of the necessity defense here. And I explained it to him. I'm like, I think she could help explain it to the jury in a way that maybe we win this case. And he ultimately, and of course she turned out to be the foreperson. And of course she came back guilty, but they did deliberate, I think like 7 hours on this misdemeanor DUI. So, it was a kind of a,
it took her that long to convince all the other 11 people.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
He had 7 hours on a misdemeanor DWI.
Yeah, it's exactly. So that was the one and only time I ever even contemplated having, defense attorneys. I'd choose them all day. I'd be like, hey, these are objective people. We have to be objective. That's like literally in the job description. I'm like, prosecutors are very myopic. They really develop tunnel vision on that person that are trying to convict, and to the exclusion of everybody else. So yeah, I don't know.
I almost got forcibly dragged back to the courthouse for it actually took the sheriff's disobeyed a court order to not bring me back to the courthouse, because so when we run out of a jury panel here, like when that's exhausted, what they'll do is they'll just send the sheriffs out to pick people up off the street. And it's like, congratulations, you are now a prospective juror.
Wow.
So
that's crazy.
That is
my boss at the time was running a trial, and it was, some obnoxious fraud thing that nobody wants to be a juror on anyway. But they exhausted the potential, the potential pool of potential jurors. And the justice presiding was like, I want you to go out, and I don't want you to accept any excuses, any argument for not being, eligible needs to come to me. And so the sheriffs run into me and they're like, do we grab him? And I'm like, for what? And they're like, yeah, we're out of a jury, but it's your boss now on the defense.
That's when
I was
like pee in the corner, like right on the street corner. I just whip it out and pee. That's when I do that.
But I'm precluded because here lawyers cannot serve. And also because I have a blatant and obvious conflict of interest. Like the defense lawyer literally signs my checks. But according to the judge's direction, they should have brought me in for the justice to then say, well, yes. And they're like, we just didn't see you. And I'm like, that works for me.
Wow, that's crazy. That is absolutely nuts.
I've never even heard of anything like that happening.
Well, it doesn't happen often, but you can get kidnapped off the street to be suddenly a juror.
Well, that's
why unnerving.
Yeah,
it is unnerving.
Yeah, the first time I was on with Ian, I'm like the whole concept of hearing how the Canadian system works is fascinating to me, because there's a lot of differences, man. There's a lot of differences in terms of because we were getting into kind of suppression issues that that they'll bring up there, and kind of just how they handle them, is different than how we handle them down here at the end of the day. I just find it fascinating, but I'm a law nerd, so it's like I just find that the differences to be just amazing to me. I think I don't know. I'm really getting worried.
Yeah. I want a verdict. Come on.
Does anyone
Come on,
know
jurors.
from the interwebs what time lunch actually was? And if it's up, like I'm dying to know if something happens like in the next 10 minutes from lunch.
I thought I saw that they were on lunch from 12:30 to 1:30.
So it
Yeah,
should
that's
be
right.
any minute they should be back. Also, I think Andrea is about to join us before she goes live on Coburger.
Oh, good. All right, here I gotta take Scout to her hitting lesson. So you're gonna have to play with
All right,
the
make sure she texts Kenna because her friends are like confused. Now she had a hitting lesson the day we were supposed to be doing her party. Luckily, it rained.
I was gonna cancel it, and then
Oh.
So all right, I'll see you guys in a minute.
I'm contacting a source.
Inside source.
So
Look,
they're typing
Ian's got
back.
his animal
but-
too. All right, because it's getting, man, it's getting a little nerve wracking.
I contacted a source. I'm just waiting for a response, see if there's anything.
What the dog doing?
You made me want to go look for my dog, and then Ian's dog, I don't know, was doing something.
Was that a dog or a moose? That thing sounded like.
I know. Who knows? Who knows? Hey, Ian, was that a dog or a moose?
Apologies. I thought that was I wanted to come say hi, but that was a very much I want to go out right now kind of dog moment.
Mark was wondering if it was a moose.
That's a big one. Sounded like a big one.
He's a big pup. He's a giant dog. It's funny because people see my dogs and they're like, "Oh, they're small," and then they see them next to me and they're like, "What are your monster dogs?" we like bigger dogs. It's just the thing. So,
all right, the
per
glare
my source, there's nothing. They're just sitting around and waiting.
Yep.
So lunch should be up and they should be back. I mean,
Send in that post-lunch note, post-lunch clarity.
The post-lunch clarity. I mean, I was actually tried to do a little research. I tried to find one case where the prosecution voluntarily withdrew or dismissed a charge after deliberations started, and I wasn't finding anything. So,
yeah, they say the clock was still running through lunch, so maybe they were still deliberating during lunch.
Does anyone know during lunch has like
the clock isn't official. The clock
right.
doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, yeah. It kept stopping yesterday. I haven't really invested anything in this law and crime clock that's going and not going.
And Court TV and Law and Crime have different clocks. So
I gotta have to run for a bit.
Thanks Mark.
By.
We love you.
Right.
Bye.
Cheers.
Talk to you later. Oh, I hope
I
Andy
love
will
that
let me know if
DPP
Andrea comes.
DePepe supposedly left a note for the car that he hit on a.
Is that legal there?
Written on a dry cleaning receipt, supposedly.
Yeah, if no one's there, you've got to leave a note. So it was a light tap and it shattered his tail light or the other. What was?
As soon as I can get some blue grease paint, man, I'll be out there and reenact it for you. But
now I just want to know. I want to look up Massachusetts law on, collisions that are unattended, because sometimes, like some places you can leave a note, some places you have to contact police and attend and all of those and wait for their attendance. So
it feels like something you would go to a trooper and say, "Hey,"
if you're that close,
because they're all over the place. There's troopers all over the place. So
as long as he left a note with his license plate and his name and his phone number, that I think that's all right. But hey, I'm gonna let Runkle do the research because I don't know shit about Massachusetts. But I know I tapped a door with my door in a parking lot before and I just left a note. And
apparently in Massachusetts you could frame a woman for murder. So
not have to leave a note.
You don't have to leave a note.
I mean, Lord. It's scary. It's really scary. I have to think that the glares initial your initial feelings that some jurors, the more they are trying to feel cornered by the way they think this looks, like you're making me say guilty when I don't want to because of this, that they're digging in more.
That
and
makes
then-
the most sense is if we're speculating and using our imaginations as to what's going on in that deliberation room, that tracks the most. I mean, that you just got people who are like, no, we'll sit here as long as it takes until each person is hitting not guilty. And
what do we think?
Where do we write it on the verdict form? Well, draw us a square and check it.
You could try that. You could try that.
The question becomes at the end of the day, does that actually ever change the law at the end of the day? And legally, is it still on the table no matter what they say because they didn't reach a decision?
I don't know what would happen legally if the jury actually wrote in like not guilty on each of the sub things and tried to return that. I'm not sure what the answer is at that point.
I would love that. It would be like my birthday.
Bob said that yesterday. He's like, I just handwrite it in, not guilty. And I was like, maybe if they just lined through them, X.
That would mean the world to me if Bev came back and was just like, so I've got a note from the jury, and apparently they thought it was okay to just draw a square and check it and write not guilty. Unfortunately, that's not allowed. I'm not going to allow that. And then
they also drew a picture of Mr. Brennan with an extremely small.
Oh my God.
I mean, do you think that there's any discussions is it district attorneys there, state's attorneys? I forget what it is in Massachusetts. Are they district attorneys, state's attorneys? Anyone know?
ADAs, I think.
Assistant district attorneys. Okay. So if the district.
But no, they're special prosecutors in this case and in Turtleboy's case, because apparently no ADA will take the job.
Well, but they do have some ADAs sitting at the table. So, I mean, do we think the district attorney is like there's discussions going on? I don't know.
So I'm wondering what information DiPietro left on, or DiPedro, or whatever it is left on the thing, because I mean, if he didn't leave enough information, then it could be a hit and run.
Right. So what did he need? His license plate, his phone number, and his name?
It looks like the required information, from what the best I can determine, name, residence address, and vehicle registration number.
All right.
He probably blamed Turtleboy for it.
Send him.
Turtleboy did it on the receipt, left it on the car.
It's like,
send him a message, Will, and tell him my lawyers have advised me that you should. Tell him what to do.
He blocked me already. That's not happening.
All right. I don't know who this person is, so
he's an idiot. I mean, he's on court TV almost every night, trying to push this agenda trying to push this narrative that Karen's guilty, defending Hank Brennan.
Why though? That's
Right.
the thing. But why?
Right.
Sell me.
That's a great question.
And I heard Ian saying that too. Like, give me your theological debate.
Yeah, going back to like this discussion from earlier, like that we're all like grifters. I don't know how well these people track us collectively, but we have disagreed about things and at different times, and sometimes we even disagree at the end.
Right.
Sometimes we don't always agree about things because we're lawyers and
you're lawyers.
Yeah, so it's kind of like ask 3 lawyers, get 5 opinions. You know what I mean?
Right.
Exactly.
So I'm like, if I really thought guilty, I tell you, it's got to be good for the clicks. It's got to be good for some hate watching at a bare minimum, right?
Well, and the other thing is, people don't really understand this, because when you've got every lawyer out there, other than like the prosecutor's podcast, who, so far as I can tell, I don't know what's going on with their,
I don't think they're a lawyer.
Everyone out there.
If we're talking about the same Twitter account,
they are lawyers. The prosecutor's podcast, they are both.
Oh, I'm thinking of somebody else. Yeah, I apologize. Go ahead, Ian. Sorry about that.
Everybody out there has basically come to the conclusion that she should be found not guilty. And the thing is that, like, all right, so it's great to have like a piece of this pie, but wouldn't you be better off having the entire pie of the other side?
Exactly. Right.
Because I'm pretty sure that I could, and like, they're like, oh, you're doing it for super chats. It's like, what? You guys don't have money either? Like, you don't think anybody's out there like playing for that? If you were taking the grifter approach would be like, here's how she's getting convicted. She's guilty, like whatever else. And the thing is I started this trial. Like I started on the, you know, I was disinterested in this until I saw Yanetti's opening on the first trial. And then I went, this is going to be hilarious because it's going to be that they've made a huge promise and they're going to get clowned on this. Right. And I said, like, there's no way they deliver on this. It's just impossible to me.
But
and
the defense was acting a fool.
I basically said, like, this is too big of a promise. And I don't see it, right? I don't see that this is going to land. And like week 2, I was sitting there going,
yeah, exactly right.
Why is this not stupid yet? Like, why is this
sounding true?
Like, how is it that they bring in witness after witness and they start off with this witness is going to be the one that, you know, that destroys this. And by the time cross-examination is done, I'm going, nope, the defense is still in the game here. I don't get it. And then by the time the defense's case is done, I'm like, I lean towards the defense, you know, having the correct version of events. And I'm going, at the end of it, at the end of the prosecution's case, you should be sitting there feeling, you know, pretty good. And the thing is as a defense lawyer, most of the time, my arguments are prosecution closes their case. I've done the best I can at poking holes in it. And often I'm not calling any evidence because that's the most common number of witnesses the defense calls is 0. And then I just go, well, isn't it possible this isn't what happened, right? Isn't it possible that this officer who says he saw my client, you know, stealing the bottles of booze from the liquor store, isn't it possible he got the, got the person wrong? He says he saw a guy in a blue jacket, and instead they find my guy in a white t-shirt, shivering in 30 below weather. And they just find a blue jacket like along the running away like path. And you can see the footprints, but isn't it possible like that the footprints cross some other footprints and they might not have the right guy? And my guy just happened to have gone and bought exactly the same kind of liquor in 30 below weather in like a tank top. Like, isn't that possible? And the judge is like, nah. And like, the thing is that sometimes the judge, you know, sometimes you've got something better than that, right? Sometimes they find this guy, they conclude he's the guy because they find him in 30 below weather in a tank top, and they say he must have thrown away the jacket. But, you know, if you take away that they found that they had his footprints the whole way, like maybe the chase went through an interior space. Maybe they don't find the booze, or the booze is discarded with the jacket. And it's like, all they've got is that this guy is in the area and in extremely poor weather. And we know that the person who stole the booze ditched their jacket. But this guy could be an entirely different guy who just happened to go outside in crappy weather. And then I'm much more likely to win. They'll say, sure, we think he's probably the guy. We might even think we're really sure this is the guy, right? Like, but that doesn't actually get us to this, you know, is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the defense position usually, right? That is usually the
actually a guy with the same jacket but had one arm.
Right, it was the one-armed man.
But to your case, there's so much other stuff.
Right, and to circle you back to the whole grifter thing, you get a much larger piece of the smaller pie by being like one of the only like real attorneys screaming, it's so clear it's guilt. It's so clear it's guilt. And I'm going to show you why. And then just saying whatever the hell you want. And joining us now is not only my dog, but the brilliant Andrea Burkhart.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, folks?
Even if the pie was half the size, like half or even a quarter,
I'll be right back.
if you're getting that entire pie, you're doing way better. I don't understand the grifter argument. We're talking about how we're all supposedly grifters. And
Who doesn't want the whole pie? Like, I'm sorry, it's pie, you know, it's in its nature.
I am totally engaged in this John DePepe stuff. Like, people are sending me, like, I see that I have a picture of the note.
I've got a picture of the note right now, and it does not look like it meets legal standards. So it looks like we may have a hit and run scenario in in like live.
I'm looking at a video. Somebody videoed him. They're saying that he supposedly tried to walk away until he saw that he was being videoed and then left the note. Like, he was just gonna leave it. I'm looking at the video right now.
The note just says, "I backed into your taillight. Please contact me." And then he lists his email address. He lists his email address again because it looks like he wrote it very badly the first time. So he maybe thought that it was not clear. And then he puts and then he links his webpage.
Something tells me he's going to get flooded with a lot of emails, a lot of funny emails. Something tells me that might happen.
But apparently the standard, or at least what I'm finding on Massachusetts lawyers' pages, apparently the standard is you have to leave your name, your residential address, and your registration number. And failure to do that is a problem. So that's interesting. The other thing is vehicles right now are built very carefully to save your life if you're in the vehicle. They're not built to survive an accident. And so they're all full of crumple zones. They're full of all of these things. And you can just get a light tap.
Thanks to Ralph Nader, by the way.
Well, I mean, the thing is it's good that you survive. But my wife got into what looked like a very light tap with a parked vehicle. And the other vehicle was fine because it was a trailer. It's not built to save anyone's life. It's just, it's built to survive. But it looked fine. And, I drove it into the mechanic and I took it in. I was like, so what's it going to cost? And the mechanic had a good look at it. And he's like, you can't drive this home. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, you've got like some of these crumple zones have minimally crumpled and it's only like a couple of millimeters, but the car's done. I was like, well, shit. So we actually had to get that towed and we took it to get a second opinion. And the second opinion was scrap it. So it was like, well, shit.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I had what was a fairly minor accident where I ran into one of those bollards, the poles that prevent you from doing that. I swiped one and hit like a quarter panel of my car. And I was like, oh, that doesn't look that bad. And the insurance company wound up paying out like almost $10,000. It was like more than the cost of my car. I was surprised they didn't total it, but they actually paid it out.
Yeah.
So it's like weird.
Nice.
Huh. Crazy. I'm going to have a little poetic ending to the Karen Reed trial, guys. Before last year's trial, okay, like a month before last year's trial, I backed into my husband's truck. I broke my taillight. And so it's just been there. I haven't dealt with it. And the main reason is because, it's like if I'm going to have to fix the taillight anyway, you might as well get cool taillights on the car, right? But then you got to pick them out and you got to, you got to figure all that out. And so it just
Did you leave a note indicating who is responsible?
What's that?
Did you leave a note indicating who is responsible?
I did not, but Jeff knows no matter what, it's definitely his fault.
There you go.
His car obviously wasn't supposed to be parked where it was.
Clearly.
But so yeah, I finally picked out my taillights. I ordered taillights like they're supposed to get here. I get to upgrade my taillights. Very excited about that. It's going to be a nice way to put a little cherry on top.
Like that's hopefully the actual close and not round 3 on count 2.
Oh God.
So Andrea, what do you think if the jurors send out an actual note that says,
yes,
Your Honor, we have found her not guilty on count 2, 1 through 4, and we're hung on 5. What do we do?
Mm-hmm.
Would the Massachusetts law still be like, you're hung on the manslaughter? I don't care what you wrote on that piece of paper.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Holy.
unless there is a formal verdict that's recorded. Unless there is a formal verdict that's recorded, and they made it very clear you're not allowed to do that. You can't record a formal verdict on the lesser included. You can only do it on indictment by indictment.
Will's that juror back there. I mean, he's given us some wiggle room now, but who said I would stay dug in on not guilty for the OUI?
I wouldn't want to hear it.
I know. It's wild. It's a really crazy situation. But you want a real rabbit hole? I spent some time going down the like what happens if you get an inconsistent verdict.
Ooh, what is the rule, Massachusetts?
Like lots of people wondering what happens if they go in and like write thing. Like what if they just write it out themselves, or what if they just like modify the verdict form and get it to say something, and the freaking nightmare scenario that opens up when they do that. Because basically now what happens is you've thrown it back into the court to just decide what it means. They get to interpret the verdict form and decide what they think the jury's intention was. So anything you think is a safety valve in this whole process, it's not. It leads more likely than not back to Bev, back to the court, but almost certainly to conviction or retrial, because guys, it's not that way by accident. If you have any question, like how is the law going to apply in any particular given situation, think about what would make it easy to convict people. And that's probably what the law is going to be.
Right.
There you go.
And I think if they sent out the question, like I asked, her answer would be, you must reach a unanimous verdict. Please continue, unless it's after the Allen charge. And then she say, if you can't reach a verdict, a unanimous verdict on one of the 5 options, then you have not reached a verdict.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. She's not going to tell them it means we can come back for manslaughter. She's never, I don't think she'd ever tell them that. Even
I don't think she's going to tell them anything at all, really. I don't think she's going to tell them anything meaningful.
So there's a theoretical possibility that they send the juror form back with a drawing of Hank Brennan with a very small blue arm, and and she goes, "Well, this clearly indicates guilt on all counts." So
right, because it's up to her discretion to interpret what that means.
Oh, this is the worst.
Are you surprised that we haven't gotten a question at least, or the count 1 and count 3 signed off on?
Not necessarily. I of course have my interpretation of what happened yesterday. Everybody has their interpretation of it. It seems very clear to me. Jury is not giving any serious consideration to a homicide charge. We're dug in on OUI. It's the only thing that they're asking about. It's like the lowest priority, lowest importance thing on this verdict form. So seems pretty likely that more significant stuff is being taken off the table. So the question at this point is just, is anybody, are they going to be willing to throw the trial? Like they know that there are implications of a hung jury. They don't necessarily know what that is, but they know there are implications from not being able to reach a verdict. And so the question is really going to be, are they going to just stick to their guns so significantly over small charge, relatively speaking, OUI, pretty insignificant charge, and potentially risk blowing it up in this nebulous, unspecified, mysterious way that they don't really know what that would be. So I think it's like a game of chicken. It's kind of how I envision it at this point. There's nothing really to gain from more questioning. They didn't really get help from the court. One of the things with jury questions is I think we just sort of we default, I think, assume we take it at face value that the jury is asking a question because the jury has a sincere lack of understanding about an issue. But I do wonder sometimes if the questions are not necessarily that, but they're almost more of the political process that the jury is engaging in. It's not necessarily I need this information. It's I need something from the judge to be able to batter my opponents with, to get them to come over to my side. And so from that perspective, I think the answers that they got yesterday were extremely unhelpful. They don't really
willfully unhelpful is what it seems like.
Yeah. They really don't make it clear like how the jury is supposed to proceed at this point. What are they supposed to do to resolve this, dilemma that they're in?
Possible, because Kurt threw out the possibility, or I don't know, Kurt said something and then the possibility was, I don't want to misquote you, so I'm just saying it was like something prompted by something Kurt said. Like maybe the jurors were just asking those, maybe they literally were theoretical questions and they were just asking it because they were like starting to talk about, but you do know that if we're hung, they can come back because that's what happened last time. And some of them like, that doesn't sound right. And they're like, yeah, let's send it out and ask the jury. And maybe that is not what the hell is going on. Is it possible they're actually arguing over substantive charges and not just the OUI?
I'm black-pilled enough to think it's possible. That's
possible. Yeah, you can't say it's not. Of course,
the black pill in me is real at this point. Ronnie destroyed me. I have lost hope.
It's possible the jury is getting projected into space.
If you want to see something hilarious, there is a clip floating around of John DePetro's show where he says some of the free Karen Reed people are saying I backed into a taillight and cracked it, and it finishes off with there was no collision.
No. Wow.
Okay.
So you're spreading the rumor, Will.
I listen, dude. All I'm doing is me and Runks here are simply following a development here. That's all we're doing is paying attention to developments in the John DePepe fiasco of taillight smashing.
It's going to be hilarious if the only person who gets convicted out of this is John DePetro.
I'm going to lose it.
So I talked about this yesterday and we talked about it a little today. As far as the answer to the question about the 2 times for drinking, I'm like, look, in every other case, I could go as far as saying, the defense attorneys would be screaming and yelling that you can't do this. You don't have a unanimous verdict. You can't take some people saying she was driving under the influence at midnight and some people saying she was driving at 5, combine them together and get a guilty verdict. But here, the lawyers wanted to give the jurors any way to say convict on the OUI. Take it however you want it. I don't care. And then Kurt made an amazing point that technically his point was that that Brennan was right because this is a lesser included, so it should follow the time from the main charge, the manslaughter charge.
No, I agree. I think that's a great point, and we talked about like it's just one of the odd features of this case is how we're 2.5 years in here now, and there's still things that you never thought of, and it just never even crossed my mind that we would have an argument being made that she's guilty of DUI at 5 a.m. It's got a unanimity problem is part of the issue with it, right? Because if you have some jurors who are like, well, I'm positive she wasn't driving drunk at 12:45, but absolutely was at 5. And then you have, jurors that are like the other way around. You have no idea if they're just like, well, fuck it, she's guilty of something.
Oh,
We'll just
says
convict
people
her.
are being summoned back to court.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Or I'll stick.
Yeah, Joe
the,
Flipper had just texted me and told me.
After lunch notes and after lunch verdict, we
One or
really
the
enjoyed
other.
the lobster rolls, but we're ready to, quit it.
Lobster rolls very good. Please send Karen home.
Texting Bob headed to court. I don't think he's
Well-
just dropping off. I think he might have had to stay because it's not that long.
That's going to make it tricky to watch Koberger.
Speaking of which,
I knew this is how this day was going to go. It was going to be chaos.
Speaking of which, since we've been talking about Karen Reed for a while, why don't you catch us up on the latest and greatest in Koberger land?
Oh God, well, Koberger, it's not even a very exciting hearing today. It's just a motion to continue the trial, but it's kind of important because they're supposed to start jury selection on July the 30th, and then the trial itself on August the 11th. So if they're going to continue it, it's like kind of the 11th hour to be making those kinds of decisions. They're having a hearing too on alternative perpetrator, third party stuff, but we don't get to see any of that. We're still in, every probably 4 out of 5 documents that get filed in the case are still coming up sealed. So we don't get to know any of the details yet. That's why the countdown to trial is so significant.
So this is all they still haven't decided if they're going to continue the trial.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it just the motion just got raised at the end of last month.
Yeah,
I think
remember.
it was last month. It was in May.
But also, the judge said they had like deadlines to turn over everything. Did all that stuff get turned over? The stuff about
they've done everything. Yeah, they've discovery deadlines, motions in limine have been ruled on, jury instruction, like the questionnaire.
I mean about the leak thing, that whole leak situation.
Oh, the leak thing. The judge signed orders that directed both sides to have to preserve any communications, relating to the leak. And that's as far as we know, like the scope of what's happened. He said, if anybody wants to ask for a special prosecutor to be appointed, I'd consider it. But there hasn't been an order or anything along those lines that we've seen. So
that would be a special prosecutor.
Trying to kick Santa off the case?
What's that?
To read the stuff or to get him off the case?
Okay, what? I couldn't hear. Sorry.
I was saying they're trying to kick Santa off the case.
And I was asking, was it just to read through the stuff, like a special prosecutor to act as the taint team or something?
Yeah, no, they're going to they want a special prosecutor to come in and investigate. There was a leak to Dateline. Dateline did a big special, I don't know, a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago now, and had information that allegedly came from Brian Koberger's phone, information about like his web searches and things like that. So caught the court's attention. Somebody would have had to violate the gag order, for Dateline to have this information. So he's invited a special prosecutor, invited them to ask for an appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate violating the gag
I wonder
order.
who it could have been.
Yeah, who could it possibly have been, right? It's $1 million mystery. And then here's the fun thing, like in the meantime. So Idaho is has been one of the few places in the country that doesn't have a reporter shield law. So if you happen to be like, I don't know, a Dateline producer or somebody and you're in Boise, you can be compelled. You can be put on the stand. You can be compelled to give up your source. And, you can be jailed for contempt if you don't. However, Idaho just passed a law adopting a reporter shield over in the last session. It comes into effect on July the 1st. So count down, guys, count down.
Wow. So some reporter is just going to be like
feasibly find out who the source was. If they
would
were
that apply
interested in tracking
retroactively?
it down.
Shouldn't that not apply retroactively? Shouldn't that be for anything?
At the time that a subpoena is issued, I would think.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, move on it or give it up.
Would it be issued or does it have to be served at the right time? Because if I was the reporter, I might say, you know what? Now is the time to take one of those vacations. They have vacations that put you on an island with no contact. And I'd just be like, I'm going to take 3 weeks on this island. Good luck with process serving.
I feel like your neighborhood people could hide in. Are you like way out is that just in my head that you're out in the middle of nowhere?
No. I mean, somebody who I won't name yet managed to not serve me properly, but have somebody drop something on my porch.
Oh.
So I'm not that hard to serve.
Findable.
But
You're findable.
I mean, maybe one day I'll move off to the woods and just if I ever achieve my goal of being the pro bono lawyer, my follow-up for what I'd love to do with that is move to a property on the woods and come out wearing like a suit that I've intentionally grown moss on and just show up as this figure nobody sees other than to come out and do pro bono law.
Do we want to share the feed of OnlyFan, seeing as we're waiting for them?
I've got it up there. It's
I
little for
hate
now.
to just be such a quick hit and run, but I am gonna have to dip because I'm like ready to get started in Coburger. But they're going to court. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm gonna start my stream and we'll kind of play.
Oh, never mind. It's just the crowd outside. There's the crowd outside, but
you're gonna talk.
My source just told me.
I
that
know.
there
I'm
might
actually
be a
going to talk
verdict.
about Coburger today.
Oh, could be a verdict, people.
If it's
Could
a
be
verdict, that's
It's
Andrea's priority, I
it's
think.
209. It's 209 on the East Coast. Let's do that. 227, baby.
Almost 227.
227 verdict, baby.
227
Let's go.
verdict.
227 not
Andrea,
guilty verdict.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for letting me jump in. I'll play it by ear. Maybe I'll pop back in, guys. We'll see.
It was really nice to meet you, Andrea.
Rest of the day. Yeah, you too.
fan.
Take care.
Nice seeing you. Thanks for swinging by. So I meant to highlight the one that said 227 and I hit the wrong eek. It could be a
Sure.
note. I'm trying to find.
We have some 227 merch ready to go just in case.
Dude, it is packed out there. It is a sea of pink shirts in front of the Registry of Deeds right now.
So
It
what are you watching?
I've never
I'll
seen that many
stick it
people.
up.
Law and crime.
Okay.
It is wild. I've never seen that many people out there.
All right. Let's see.
Lots of pink, not a lot of blue. I see.
No,
there
there never
I
is.
see any.
Yeah. Dude, I'm just to the point where I feel perfectly comfortable saying that it's just beyond stupidity if you are saying that Karen Reed is guilty. You're a bad
I feel pretty
person.
comfortable at this
There's
point.
something
that
wrong with you.
Every
Mandy,
time
how
I
do
see
I
a
fix
blue
this
face,
back to there we go. No. That's close enough. I'll make it bigger.
you don't want their stream though, because then they'll strike you.
Oh, they don't do that as much anymore.
Yeah, no, Law and Crime hasn't given. They struck me about 3 years ago or 4 years ago.
I got a ding from Associated Press UK saying that covering the closing arguments was their footage, and I'm like,
No.
MFs, no, it isn't.
Wow.
So I've got that dispute running, and I'm waiting for them to actually properly respond and be like, nah.
Yeah, I mean that's
a lot of pink.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I think I see blue, but I think that's actually a uniformed officer. He's like, I'm only wearing blue because I've got to today.
Right.
So I thought they weren't allowed. So they're allowed to wear pink in the buffer zone.
Yeah, no signs. I think, and
No
because
sign.
yeah,
I see a sign though.
I do too. Maybe it doesn't say anything about Karen.
Or maybe the cops are just like, whatever.
At this point, we don't care anymore.
Right.
Maybe it's the juror arguing for a split verdict, or somebody arguing for a split verdict with a sign saying 2 in the pink, 1.
Runks is on one today, man.
I have to say, and I've got OnlyFan watching too, guys. As soon as OnlyFan moves, I'll take us off the sea of pink. But I feel pretty confident. I don't know. I was going to say that it could be a verdict. So, all right. So if it's a verdict, I feel pretty confident that it might be. Well, I guess I can't freaking say. I mean, I'm only worried about the OUI. I was just going to say that it's not guilty, but then I was like, no, maybe it's guilty. I don't know. What do you guys think?
maybe it's guilty on the top count across the board, and we'll all be really sad.
No, not happening. Don't scare the people.
I am just hoping that at the end of the day, DePetro gets more jail time than Karen Reed. That's that would be the like absolute cherry on everything.
I am 100% concurring with you, Runks, on that. Absolutely.
People are still saying that John DePetro ran. Oh, I remember who that guy is. That's that guy that Aiden was fighting with outside one day.
Yes.
Yeah.
I put right over Runkle's face.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
The reporter?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, he says he's a reporter, but he keeps like getting into fights with Aiden and so forth. It's yeah.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Just like Aiden just trolls him.
Well, and then NBC reports, Turtleboy gets into confrontation, and you see the confrontation. And Turtleboy is sitting there doing a live stream, and DePedro is like yelling at him, and like and Turtleboy's just sitting there like
doing absolutely nothing.
I'm telling you, like the spin-off shows coming from Karen Reed are hilarious. So much fun. These characters, they're like fictional characters, but they're real. It's the most wildest thing. Look at Grant Smith Ellis. Can't believe that's a real guy.
I'd rather not.
I can't believe that's a real guy. I can't. It's so funny to me, and they all
That's Wendy Murphy's kid, right?
Yeah.
He is exactly what you'd expect somebody who's spent their entire life being educated on law from Wendy Murphy to be.
Thing. I said the same thing. Like he is like, as soon as I listened to Wendy Murphy on Court TV talking to Julie Grant, I was like, oh, that just explains Grant. I'm like, this guy gets a pass with me now. Like this is a perfect explanation.
So is there a counter color? Do the anti-free Karen Reed people wear blue, or is that a joke?
Yeah.
Well, they do.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any.
There aren't any.
I saw a green shirt, but I mean, I haven't seen any blue. Is it possible that they like gave up when the jury questions came in, or they're like, you know what? It kind of doesn't seem like that car hit John O'Keefe. All right, so here comes I'll share this tab. Here comes Karen's mom. Here comes Karen.
20 hours. It's been 20 hours.
Well, here they come.
I really like that color that she has.
Yeah.
What color would you say that is? Like lilac?
Baby blue. I don't know. I'm the last one. I'm the last one to ask. I shouldn't even be talking.
Microdots is in chat, and he's saying that this has to be it. Microdots is feeling anxious and predicting this is a verdict.
Ooh, a little bit of anxiety.
Oh, Alan Jackson gave the
I love you. Yeah.
I think that's what it looked like. Yep.
Yeah, he was asking people
I
to
thought
stay
that was
quiet.
Goodnight, though.
I mean, this could be a verdict. So what we should stick up a poll, except I don't know how to do it. Somebody stick up a poll if we can do it. That would be either not guilty OUI, guilty OUI, or not a verdict, but a question or a note.
I don't know how to do a poll on your channel, so
I'm telling Mandy in the background that so they know. So because I think they know how to do it, except Mandy's not there. All right. Well, I'll just read out what you guys are all saying. What do you guys think? Not guilty on OUI, guilty on OUI, or not even a verdict?
I'm gonna say they're stuck on the verdict form. That's where I'm going. I think it's just a question. I don't think it's a verdict yet. I think the fact that there hasn't been any questions since yesterday just tells me that there's a question. Before. It's just a guess. You guys would know better than I would.
I mean, we'd all know about the same, I think. And
I know what I hope, but
yeah.
Right. I hope it's a verdict, obviously. If it's a verdict, then what is your guess? Guilty on OUI, not guilty on OUI.
My guess is guilty OUI, not guilty everything else, but that's my guess. I mean,
that's my best guess.
Yeah, me too.
My guess is hung on the OUI and not guilty.
Don't say that. That's not a verdict. That is called not a verdict.
I'm just saying this has been my position since yesterday morning. And I have no reason to believe otherwise at this point. You know, it's just where I'm feeling it. And I hope I'm wrong. You know, like I hope it's not guilty all the way down.
I hope it's a
But-
clean sweep for defense. That would be
Yeah.
And that would be just so delightful to watch. I want to see Brennan come out of the courtroom, and I want to see his interview. I want to
think
see
Brennan would
Lally,
hide.
and if Lally's interview, he should just be like, and give him like a little shrug and a smirk.
Point
And
over there. I'm not
but
with that guy, Arrow.
Dude, Lally in person is one of the most unimpressive people I've ever seen, dude. Like he's just not. Yeah, it's. When I see him, I almost feel sorry for him. He's just slumped, not confident, just defeated. Doesn't look like he wants to be there. You could just feel it when you're around him. It's bizarre.
Turtleboy on Twitter said the Reed team was told to come back by the clerk. When the jury has a question, they're told this. They were not told there was a jury question. That's what Turtleboy
said.
Oh,
okay.
I mean, typically we're told there's a verdict, there's a question, one or the other. But if they have been told each time, jury's got a question, and this time they were just told to come back, that might be a verdict.
Either that or we've decided to mess with the jury because we haven't done that in this trial yet. We want to kick someone off the jury because, you know, they're too pro Karen Reed. We haven't done that yet.
All right.
We're going to eliminate people who are pro acquittal until we get the verdict we want.
I
am actually gonna jump off because there's somebody else's channel that wants me on over
Go
there.
for
and
it. Go for it. We're
and
glad that we've had
You've got a cooler place to be.
All right.
I wouldn't call it cooler, but I mean she's my homie and we've been kind of collabing. Yeah. So and it feels like the right place to go. You know what I mean?
All right.
Man,
I'm just giving you grief, man.
I feel unworthy having been on this panel. You guys are brilliant and amazing. And this is probably easily one of my favorite panels I've ever been on. So thank you guys for having me.
Well, thanks so
Seriously.
much for coming. We appreciate it.
And I'll be in touch for future stuff with all you guys, actually.
Awesome.
If you guys are cool with that. But
go ahead, Will. Go have fun. Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Love you guys.
Love you. Wow, I can't believe Bob's not here. Like, I just cannot believe that Bob's not here. He's like, he can get in on his cell phone from like, if he's just like sitting. Oh, I thought I heard noise, but
you heard a dog. I should let the dogs in again because
there's a
probably
verdict
done running
likely,
around.
possibly. What are you doing?
But they should be in if there's a verdict. So I'll be right back.
All right.
Apparently the news is reporting they believe there's a verdict. So that seems to be the scuttlebutt, as the Little Mermaid would say.
The question just becomes, did the not guilties on the I'm just focusing on the OUIs. Did the guilties give way, or did the not guilties give way? Like, who gave in? And it might be 227. It's crazy.
Yeah.
If this somehow ends up to be 227, I don't even know what I would be thinking.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, I have a shirt ready to go on the chance that it was a verdict announced at 227. I have.
Could you have bet $1 on that, on this whole betting thing? Is that a thing you could have picked, the time?
I don't know, man. On the prop bet on that one, I don't know.
You could have won $1 million, $1 billion, picking the exact minute that a verdict comes in. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Everybody's thinking it's a verdict. You got the use of different verbiage this time by the clerk. Somebody just put something in the chat that according to Sue O'Connell, a court officer walked by me with a medium-sized envelope with the back fastened closed. All right, people. Wait.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Right,
Because usually the jury hands the verdict to the bailiff in open court when there's a verdict.
Right. So
it
now
it wouldn't be the verdict.
Right.
Presumably.
Now almost seeming like it could be but they didn't. Do they usually they might put them in envelopes? Yeah.
Yeah, there's usually an envelope for the verdict form.
All right. Well,
But it almost certainly wouldn't be in the position of a court officer.
The verdict wouldn't, right?
No.
Right. That would be a question. Or the bailiff. She might be just calling the court officer, Oh, Lord.
We're literally trying to tea leaf read what is in the envelope at this point. This is great.
This is great. 2:27, for those of you that don't know, is the time of the house
Here we go.
song.
Something's happening. Let's do this thing. Is the volume on?
Yeah, let me make sure.
Yep. See, I'm glad I double checked.
Thank God.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict.
Huh?
But
Holy
before
shit.
I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict.
Oh, my
So,
God.
I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it. And to give it to us. Paul, do you have it?
Wait, so they do have one verdict?
I don't know.
I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy. Just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
No, they need to ask. They need to find out, do they have a verdict on any counts? No. They've got, I feel like they have a fucking verdict on something.
Come on.
Oh my God. The 227 feeling of the first verdict.
So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and
We are all
recorded in
painfully
open
aware.
court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So
Wow.
We'll see everybody later.
Wow.
Wait, what the fuck is happening?
They
had a verdict and then they didn't have a verdict. And the first verdict that is not a verdict has been placed into a sealed envelope
and
is
filed
sealed.
under seal.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
All right, everybody. We'll just explain it to everyone again. So the jurors alerted the court staff they had a verdict. The jurors then alerted the court staff
Okay,
they did not have a verdict. The judge asked for whatever sheet
buddy?
that they used to come to a verdict and then change their mind on a verdict and put it under seal in a file that is also sealed, closed. And no one's looked at it. No one will look at it. It will be a part of the record should anyone need to look at it later.
Yeah. So my question is, the jury, when they're back there, they only have one copy of the verdict form. So if they spoiled the copy that's currently in the envelope, at what point were they given a new copy, and by whom, under what circumstances, and so forth? How did they have a verdict form now?
Did she just leave the bench? Is that what happened?
Yeah, she noped out. She's like, yeah, we noped out because.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like that's all that's a very good question. She should have said on the record, counsel, I've provided them, or I'm going to provide them. I'm about to provide them. I'm not going to have them come out and give it to them. I am going to have them come out and give it to them. What is happening?
What in the fuck, man? Oh my God. I don't understand. I still don't understand it. So they knocked, they said we have a verdict. They then knock again and say, just kidding.
Right.
Apparently.
But how did they get their hands on this envelope?
Well, then the judge asked them to take whatever verdict sheet they used to come to a verdict and then uncome to a verdict. Whatever they did when they came to a verdict, they took that one even though they've changed their mind and it's not been accepted or any of that, it's in an envelope so that it's part of the record for later.
Well, for the second time in this trial, the text message has been deleted at 2:27.
Holy fuck.
Kurt?
What?
No.
No. What's your real name, Auntie Deb, or do I just call you Auntie Deb?
I'm Jimmy.
Jimmy, hi, I'm Allison.
Nice to meet you guys.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I was just getting a coffee and I heard rumblings of things going on. So I was like, shit, I gotta see this somewhere. Mandy sent me a link, so I'm like, let me just see what the fuck is going on here.
Yes.
And come to find out, another M. Night Shyamalanian twist in this goddamn fucking, my blood pressure's not good after
That is an appropriate comparison because his movies are awful. So
yes. And she keeps trying to make this the Sixth Sense, and it's not. We can't see the dead people. We don't know what's going on, hon.
Right. I mean, I feel like it's time to that this should prompt a discussion between the lawyers and the judge about, do we follow up in some way with the jury? Do we ask them, have you reached a verdict on any of the counts? That's it. That's it. I mean, is that not appropriate at this point, Kurt?
Because they were trying to get to the truth, and they don't like.
I would think so.
Not what this is about. This isn't about the truth.
Yeah, I think it would be totally appropriate to maybe ask some clarifying questions, or see.
Yes,
what's going
I
on,
have
but
some
we're not
clarifying questions, like what and the fuck.
Right. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. People are still asking for us to explain it. I mean,
how?
Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, the legal explanation is that the jury is entitled to change their verdict, and any juror is entitled to change their verdict up to the moment it is read by the court. So,
and even when they're polled, right?
And even when they're polled, because the question is usually some version of, was this and does this remain your verdict?
Right.
So, like, up to that moment, right, a juror can be like, oh no, I changed my mind. And sometimes juries are polled and they're like, no, we don't agree, or it has been known to happen. So
it's possible there's like a hysterical juror back there who felt like I caved, I gave in. And if that's the case, in my mind, it's someone who thinks she's guilty on an OUI and agreed to go not guilty because she was pressured. That's what I think. I don't think the glarer of the jury, and Jimmy, just so you know, Sean, Will, the glarer, had been with us, and he says he would have stayed dug in on not guilty, even on a DUI, even if it made it hung, even if he even if he understood the risk that could let them retry her on manslaughter. He was not going. It would be very hard to push him to feel forced to say guilty on the OUI. So with that juror in my mind, I feel like we could, and everybody, I'm speculating, that there's a juror back there who wanted guilty on an OUI, agreed because of pressure to say not guilty on an OUI, and then had like a, either a breakdown or stood up and said, I can't do it. I'm not going to do it type of moment.
Could be.
What if you're writing this movie, Jimmy, what happened back there?
Oh God, what happened back there?
This is fictional.
They're all trolling us. They're all trolling us.
Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah.
That's what it is. They're drinking, they're having a good time. They're watching us being like, let's see how much more we can make these fuckers freak out. Like they have you on screen and they're trolling us. This is Jury Duty season 2. This is what this is. we are the main character, and everyone else
are the main characters. Ian, if you had to write the script of what really just happened, was it a juror pressured, changed their mind? We know it's fiction, we know it's speculation. Go for it.
I suspect that a juror, like that they're at 11-1. A juror is like, okay, fine, I'll do it. And then when they, and then is like, no, I'm not doing it. And
right. But no guess which way that juror would have been going. Did they switch to a not guilty or did they switch to a guilty on the OUI? We're just assuming this is all on the OUI.
I don't know. I mean, for me, that's a coin toss.
And
honestly.
Kurt, chances this has nothing to do with just the OUI in your mind.
I mean, at this point, it's like wrong answers only is the only thing I'm thinking to myself. Like, what is going on in there? What's going on in there is one of the jurors wants to get in that last second poly market bet because they have the inside information. They want to make sure to get that bet registered so they can really cash out when they return the real verdict. That's what it is.
Oh Lord, we've been talking about that. Apparently, you can gamble on anything. We didn't know if you could gamble on the 127 deletion of the verdict, but I mean 227.
Speaking of which, Polymarket, for those of you who care, and by the way, once again, Polymarket is just a betting website. So these odds are just based on what people are willing to bet on. So that's how they're calculating that. To be found guilty of murder or the vehicular manslaughter DUI, 24% chance is what they're currently predicting. And those odds have gone up, incidentally, since earlier this morning. Yeah, it was down at 14%. So the probability of conviction, at least from them, has gone up to 24%.
I bet they're basing that on time alone in my estimation, but I have no idea.
I bet Jen McCabe is back there betting all of it.
And for acquittal,
guilty.
For acquittal across the board last night, it was 80%, is now currently sitting at 51% to acquit across the board.
Wow, it went down that much.
That's a good feeling.
Yeah. Which still leaves an implied 25% chance to hang or convict only on the DUI.
Right. If we're going to trust so for that kind of betting, because I know nothing about what they do they consult lawyers? Are lawyers actually following things in their update? Like, or is it just people bet? No,
Who knows? Same way people bet on anything. But prediction markets have, whether or not there's enough money in this prediction market for this to be true in this case, I don't know. But prediction markets with sufficient capital in them have found to be pretty good tools. Like the prediction markets were more accurate with respect to, for example, the election than the mainstream media polling, just as to pick an example. So prediction markets can be a somewhat reliable indicia. It's a whole like wisdom of crowds thing. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's like if you ask enough people how many beans are in the jelly bar, their jar, their average will be really, really close to the right number. It's a thing.
My goodness. Brass Tracks loves you, Auntie.
Love you, Brass Tracks.
Java Cat, I feel like I've been Rickrolled.
Yes, very much so.
What is Rickrolled?
But we want to give this up.
To love. You know the rules, and so
do I.
Well, commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
I'm gonna tell you what
I came back too early.
Wanna make you understand. Never wanna give you up. Never want to let you down.
Never want to run around and desert you. But is that the guy name is Rickroll?
Rick
Ashley.
Oh.
And it was a YouTube prank.
Oh, it was a YouTube prank. See, I can get none of those references because I
know you don't. I've watched you before. You don't get a lot of references about things.
I don't do social media a lot. I don't like my friends would be like, have you seen the blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, no, like it's their joy when they like get me for a night and they can like pull up YouTube or whatever and like show me things that everyone else has seen that I haven't seen.
Wait, I can do it better. 1 second. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give.
How do I mute somebody else in this in the stream?
Auto-tune. Oh my god. Oh, look at that. We got So Fucking Awesome, aka Rob. We now have a rehomed verdict to go with the dog. I got that by a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Started
Chloe,
like
Floor Coda.
The Sofa King, and I use it all the time. Sofa King.
I have a theory that Coda's a transgender dog and ran away to Vermont to be its like true self. Because Brian Albert's not accepting. You know what I mean? So they're like, I can't be who I really want to be here. They keep saying I'm a monster, so they ran away to Vermont. Like wherever I can stop.
You got
I'm not sure if that's a voice changer or just a really awful connection.
Somehow Kurt's auto-tune voice changer went on to Jimmy's sound.
Let me make my shit. Hold on.
It's like the press the well, I'll keep an eye for him when he comes back. And Bob's just sitting there silent.
We sometimes sing on my channel too, so if you like the singing, you can come hang with me. We do some singing.
Back from the thing.
Did you hear Kurt and Jimmy's song? I tried to.
It was amazing. I loved it. I thought it was phenomenal.
Your sound's no good either. You're out.
All right, later.
We'll see you soon. Now I need Mandy to make us look better. I hate when we're like the big cubes, but we can see, and Runkle's got the OnlyFan face.
I also had to answer the door because I ordered something for in the event of a verdict. At least
no!
Verdicts.
He was ready to celebrate.
Possibly. Potter is also going completely crazy because there is some exceptional thunder going on here. And so when I let Potter in, he ran inside and danced on top of, I've got a laptop set up right there. And he was like, I am in a panic. And I'm like, oh God, dog. New verdict, apparently.
I am appreciating some of the puns that Chad is coming up with. This verdict has now been rehomed.
Verdict.
Yes.
Brian
now
Higgins
we don't have a verdict until we have a verdict in court.
Brian Higgins is no longer the only one with blue balls.
Verdict.
Wait,
I
are
mean,
you
Welcher
saying
already? Welcher probably has them.
Have you heard something else, Mandy, or you're just saying that?
Verdict.
I can't.
Okay, we got you. Just stop.
I can't tell what she's doing.
I mean, people are saying that the verdict is in, but
again,
just yelling yes.
Oh, God, jurors still deliberating.
You can't be serious.
I
Really?
don't know.
Seriously?
I mean, it's not surprising if they had.
Are we doing this again? Seriously? Really?
I don't know what's
if they do this to me twice, I am rage quitting. Oh no, the OnlyFan crashed. Oh no.
No. I was
Someone
putting
fix
it back.
OnlyFan.
I was putting it back to Boston 10. It's coming.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Turtleboy's apparently tweeted that.
No
So
one can touch it until the jury comes back again.
Oh wait, I don't
say
want this.
officially.
Turtleboy tweeted it too?
Apparently.
Oh Lord. All right. So now we have a real verdict. All right. I'll put back on long crime because
I don't believe you.
She was like, it is too close to 227, or one of the jurors is like, it's too close. We're gonna have to. All right, share. Do you guys see OnlyFan now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Make sure that volume's on so we don't have that problem.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have you seen Miss Mandy's shorts, by the way, where she does songs related to this trial? She's done some AI songs. She has a really great OnlyFans song on her channel.
So not the Mandy here, a different Miss Mandy.
Yeah.
I'll
she's
have to
got
check it out.
she's got a great bopper of a song on her channel for OnlyFans.
Joe Flipperhead says that sealed envelope says NG. I guarantee it.
It better. I swear what.
Something else will be turned in later. You watch. All right. I don't know. Oh, that's Mandy again. Mandy, you have no signal. You're like frozen again. She'll start screaming verdict. She's already.
Miss Shorty, not Miss Mandy. I said Miss Mandy. I apologize. Miss Shorty.
Oh, Miss Shorty. Oh, I've heard of Miss Shorty. I don't know.
Yeah, she does. She has a great OnlyFans song. So sorry for wrong name.
No, it's So they said a verdict again.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that might not be that surprising if they were at 11-1 and then one person had had cold feet and then they bring them in and then all 11 people yell at them again. And they're like, all right, I'll do the thing.
Mandy, try to get Jimmy back.
Verdict means truth. What is the truth?
A false memory verdict at 227.
Mm-hmm.
Did they rehome to avoid the 227 not guilty? Oh, Lord. 2 trials, 2 verdicts. Why not? I mean...
That's right.
Right.
Oh, Lord. 2 trials, 1 verdict?
Rob?
The jurors have a Dever false memory. I thought there was a verdict.
God.
I mean, maybe they did just mess up the sheet
until they actually poll the jury and all of them say yes, that's my verdict.
now
I don't believe you.
right. We're not. That's it. We're going through the whole polling before we accept this verdict. Chris says, did you read the story where Rick Ashley was rickrolled by a friend of his and was super confused? So Rick rolling means you get rolled, like you get robbed.
It's just where you play that video. The fact that you don't know this is charming.
Okay. All right. I'm back to it. That's right. You guys said it was like a TikTok or whatever.
It's
like,
it's older than that. It's like a 10-year-old, if not older than that thing at this point. It's ancient by internet standards.
And I'm pretty old, but yeah, I was like, I'm done. I'm not doing social media. I'm not watching people's stupid videos. I'm not, no, And I was often busy. Mickey says, there's never a damn dull moment. I'm still here in complete shock while also singing with you guys. Larisha emailed her dance party to Auntie Deb to Auntie Deb's song. We'll have to wait to see if he comes back. Sorry, never got his autograph. My nephew loves Auntie. Jimmy's probably like, your nephew loves me. Thanks. What's that movie with Pauly Shore as a juror? It feels like that.
I'm pretty sure it's called Jury Duty, is it not?
Oh yeah, that sounds right. Yep. At Defense Story Podcast, Sue just posted at 1:58. Court officers were looking for a clerk. At 2, word went out to bring the defense and prosecution back. All right.
She did ask him to stay in the building, so they should be right there.
They should be right there. This should not be, I hope Bob said gotcha after Bev reneged. A butt dial verdict at 2:27 is insane. Yep, the deleted one. What next?
The verdict is a butt dial is a funny.
It is. Oh, my friend Cammie Brown. She was on here yesterday. She's in Boston. She says, I'm freaking out. I guess all of Massachusetts is. I mean, obviously and all over, but you've got to know that they're more dug in since it is their tax dollars. Hard at work here. Hard at work. I mean, between the two trials, how much have taxpayers paid, you think?
Well over $1 million.
Right.
Probably not at 2, but in that range.
Oh boy.
There might be some possibility of EDB. Can I share the link if I can get EDB on?
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Sure. All right, let me see what I can do.
I don't think she does panels these days, but
no, she might for this because I think
she is traveling
so
or something.
She's traveling.
Yeah,
so she can
no, give it a try. Absolutely.
I can't even type. That's my friend who just texted me. That's who she watches with.
Oh, apparently she's gone live on her own channel. So
Okay, well, never mind then. So much for that plan. Yeah. Oh, well. It was worth a shot.
Right. It's they didn't leave the building. Aiden says verdict. She's re-looking at it.
Wow.
So now we've heard the verdict is back. The verdict is back.
That would have been cruel. It would have been super cruel if they had the verdict when I was at the.
I just realized
practice.
I'm wearing blue, and now I feel like a jackass.
I mean, I am also wearing I don't have anything pink, so.
I mean, this was an issue this morning for both of us. Bob first had on like a really baby pale pink shirt, and everyone's like, that's white, that's gray. He went through 2 button-ups before he found what really in real life looks more red than it is appearing pink. And this is sort of salmon-ish, but the only other pink thing I had was like a hot pink Express shirt from 1990. So this is actually my daughter's oversized t-shirt. Yep. Thanks. Thanks, Melmo. We heard.
Somebody
Kurt was
saying
trying to
throw hot
get
sauce on my
Emily.
shirt.
Kurt was trying to get Emily to come live with us because she's traveling. So our friend Cammy Babe text like she's dying, and I was like, I know she watches Emily. I'm like, oh, we're trying to see if Emily would come, and then it was like, never mind, Emily's live. This is taking a while.
I'm dying. I was literally in like a, like where they do hitting practices. So I was like in a like some kind of like industrial park, like batting cage, and you guys are all like, "Oh, there's a verdict." I'm like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, that would be just my luck. That would be so apropos of life if I missed after covering the trial every single day to miss the verdict. Oh my god!
So do we know, is Aiden back in the courtroom?
Yeah, I'm emotionally eating and I'm starving. So
Aiden
it's
is
a combination
texting
of-
saying that Karen Reed is giving hugs to her team of interns and lawyers are hugging the parents. So
wow,
seems like it.
Wow.
Alan Jackson apparently is pacing.
All right, so you guys, you all of us know what it feels like after you've been told they've reached a verdict. As the attorney,
Oh, I thought you meant once we had a verdict, no verdict. I'm like, no, never been told that.
No, none of us know that. But like this kind of like this dead zone between after they told you there's a verdict and when you're kind of sitting there waiting with your client, waiting for the jury to come in, waiting for that, like that feeling.
I spend a lot of time talking to my client during that and telling them things like, okay, so I need you to like chill out because, I mean, especially for something like this, you probably don't want her going, yeah, in your face, right. Like that, something like that. You just want her to, and I tell clients like, just nod respectfully, smile to whoever, but you don't need to, you don't need to like rub anyone's nose in it. Just, yeah.
See, I don't like long crimes.
Jurors still deliberating.
Right.
After
No, we got
false
to put up
alarm verdict.
No, we got to put back
Are
up.
they? I don't know.
Who's the genius? Why aren't you going Boston 10? They've been our ride or dies.
All right, because I wanted the wait, is this Boston? No, that's long crime. And this is Boston 10. Let me see. Boston 10. They don't have the OnlyFans up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know. Shit in the bed. I did.
Did they hire on Amber Heard?
And they have verdict reached in Reed murder trial.
Yeah, Boston 10. That's what I'm looking at here, but it's like it's outside the courthouse.
Other business, they were here.
I mean, should I share?
Yeah,
that?
you don't want to play that because they'll hit you with a.
Yeah.
Okay. Share this tab instead. We'll go back to OnlyFans. But I want to update our thing to say allegedly.
Allegedly, the verdict is in.
Second verdict seems might be in. All right, that's what we got. Second verdict might be in.
We've had first verdict, but what about second verdict?
Yeah, I'm doing allegedly the second maybe verdict is in.
All right, so now I'm back to and Jimmy is back with us.
I'm at Starbucks. I'm hiding at Starbucks because I heard the verdict is in, and I need to be with people to watch this. I have to, so I kind of have to be quiet and a little bit appropriate because.
Man,
yeah, we'll see
get
if
us
you
ready for whatever our next layout will be when we make the screen big.
So what's going on? What's going on?
Now
We
there's a
think we
real
have
verdict.
Maybe.
Maybe.
What do you mean? What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean, maybe?
Well, we already had one false verdict, so who knows? Did you miss
Kurt,
that?
you don't-
Did you
have to
miss that from like 30 minutes ago?
No, I was in my car having a friggin' miscarriage.
He was here with us. He was here with us. So Aiden has said the verdict is in, right? Kurt, is that what he reported?
Anybody else shaking? Anyone else shaking?
Yeah, I'm like, Jimmy, I was just telling everybody, like, what it feels like when you're a lawyer, kind of in this.
I just lost you. I just lost the
time.
audio. I just lost it.
You
We
can't hear
still
me?
hear you.
We can hear you.
I can't hear you.
We can hear
Shit,
you.
I can't hear you. Fuck. Hold on.
Okay,
That's awesome. Oh Lord, I can't hear you. Shit.
Awesome.
The audio wasn't very good anyway, so.
Oh Lord, I can't hear you. Shit.
Oh my
now
God.
now I'm hearing feedback.
No, that's me. That's me. I was copying the link.
I muted him. He's muted.
Excellent.
Oh Lord. Oh, they updated their thing. Oh, I think he's back. Hold on.
I don't believe it.
Can you hear
Hell,
us,
I can't
Jimmy?
hear you guys. Hold on.
He still can't hear us.
Audio, microphone. Fuck.
All right, live now. Even
Okay.
longer.
Is it working
Hear
now?
us? Verdict is
Yeah.
in.
Maybe. Hello.
Hello.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
No.
We hear you.
We can hear you.
Let's not do this for verdict watch, please.
Yeah.
He's muted himself. We've got him muted until he can hear us, and then he can unmute. He's just.
Oh man.
Oh Lord.
I'm good.
Yes.
Okay.
All
good.
right.
I'm in the corner. Okay.
Oh man.
I'm like,
You're coming in real hot too.
What does that mean?
Out.
What does that
He
mean?
had too much coffee.
Well, dude, it's a big fucking day. It was the biggest day of my life.
Oh man, this is a big day.
I gotta pee. I haven't peed in like 3 hours because I can't. I feel like if I pee, the world's gonna end.
Do not take this stream into the bathroom, sir. We don't not need a stream on a stream. It's
A stream on a stream.
Dual streaming. Yeah.
Bring a new meaning to dual streaming.
Oh man, this is a lot. This is a lot.
Yeah, I can't move. I'm standing in one spot. If it gets busy, they're fucked because I'm not moving.
This is a lot, man.
Ellie Starr says it's gummy time in Colorado. Insanity in the membrane, anxiety.
I have a feeling for her, it's always gummy time.
Mm.
Mm.
God. It's
Bob,
wild.
you gotta. You're
Bob,
on
is
your
that
phone
you
again.
making noise again?
No. It's got to be Jimmy.
You can take me off.
No, I'll just mute you. It was Jimmy.
So something came through at 1:53. Court guards just brought in a first aid kit and an AED to the side room.
What?
It's because there's a couple of older parents. They're just being precautionary.
Wow.
All right, so right, people, just bear in mind that no one should know the verdict yet. So as Ian is saying, they are being precautionary.
And I'm sure that because they don't know the verdict here, they've got all of the security to get Karen Reed safely out of the building, regardless of where she's going. They're going to have, because I mean, they've got to be concerned that somebody out there, might do something stupid or whatever else. So, I suspect they're on all hands on deck on the security right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at on Boston 10. They've got a dual stream of OnlyFans and the outside. I can share this tab.
All right, now, you guys, do you think if she's found guilty on the OUI standalone that Bev would take her into custody?
Yes, I do.
No.
Wow.
No.
I think she would.
No, not even she would stoop to that level.
Yeah, right. I'm like, dude, it's a misdemeanor. Like, she's out on bond. I'm like,
that would
I don't
be
know.
outrageous to take her in.
That would
on
be
it.
unbelievable.
That would be
On a
unbelievable.
first offense DUI.
How
give
many
me a
unbelievable things have happened in the past 2 weeks?
Oh, look, people are really they're like, ah,
Wow. This is a minute. This is a moment in time, man. Like, wow, this is crazy.
his presence is strong.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't really feel like if it were guilty, that there's really a strong chance of rioting. But
I mean, there is a possibility of rioting. There's a possibility of somebody taking a shot at her. There's a possibility of all sorts of things.
You really think that someone would do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah. I mean, can't put anything past anybody these days.
That's fair.
I mean, you've seen some of the crazies on.
Yeah,
on
I
this
mean,
one,
and
so.
it's like the fact of the matter is we live in a world gone mad. You know, I mean, this is like we're in strange times indeed.
That is a pretty big crowd outside, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gotten death threats. So, I mean, they're hilarious death threats because they're like, you know, I'm in the States and I'm like, okay, cool. Y'all bring your guns across the border and
good luck with that.
We'll just see who wins the quick draw competition on that one.
Oh, man.
Also, if you could let me know when you'd be coming so I could load the flamethrower, it would be really appreciated.
I have to go get water, but I don't know if I can do it.
I mean, I want to get up and change my shirt, but I know the second I do that I'm going to miss the whole thing. That's my
All right,
problem.
maybe we both should run because I'm going to go get a drink, Kurt.
Oh, man. You're on the clock. 1,000, 2. It was ballsy. It was ballsy. It's how I felt when I was stuck in rural Elburn, Illinois, at the hitting lesson. Man, oh man, man. Man, oh man, oh man.
Yes, and for the people who feel inclined to send me death threats, keep in mind I find most of them hilarious.
You missed nothing. Perfect time. Allie, you better hurry up. She's on the bench.
Allie might also be on the bench right now, so.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Is the audio on the stream?
Oh my God. Is the audio? What's
the audio on?
Yeah.
What's the? It is?
No, it's not.
Yep.
Okay, we can hear her now.
Yeah, having it muted is like the ultimate.
What a nightmare that would be.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282 CR 117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty. Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge?
What?
Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
They made the right call on the
003, what
OUI
say you? The
inclusion.
defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death. Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Oh, you hear outside.
Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records it. You, upon your oath, say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating in the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
Wow.
All right,
There you go.
jurors, everybody
Wow.
please be seated.
The most expensive OUI of all time.
Of all
Also,
time.
Send you back to services complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All
Wow.
Wow.
What a glorious day for
Wow.
Reed. After
Wow.
all this, man.
Oh, look at the tears. Wow,
Holy
you
shit,
hear them
man.
outside.
Acquitted in the murder of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
Oh, queef.
Who's that?
Switched. I
don't know.
That
but
was
he's gonna-
Boston
It's gonna
10.
go
New
down in
boyfriend. New
infamy.
boyfriend. Who dis?
I switched.
Holy shit.
Regarding the
Holy
charges that you
shit.
have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
She's not taking her in.
Well, she hasn't said. I hope she doesn't.
Okay.
Sidebar. Sidebar.
Sidebar. Sidebar. What the hell you need that for?
They might have a stipulated punishment. They might have
Right.
talked it out.
That's
They might just say, "Hey, we've agreed that $100 fine is appropriate if that's all she gets."
Mandy, stop.
Yep.
Wait, I don't think they do that in the I've never, Kurt, have you ever had, after a verdict comes in, that the parties agreed to the sentence?
All right, so Misty and Eddie, you ready to go forward today as well?
There you go.
Yep, they're ready to go.
Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Immediate sentencing.
Opposed to sentencing, we recommend probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the
Yep, that's
standard
standard.
that everybody
That's
else
standard.
gets on a first-time OUI.
Good for Brennan. I'm going to give him props for that.
So I'm happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
Solid props to Brennan.
On
And
docket
you know
number
what? Good for the
002,
judge.
lesser included offense of operating under the influence, 1 year probation. Thank
Good
you.
for the judge.
The 24D program. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah. Props to Brennan.
Goodbye,
Props to Brennan.
indeed.
Wow.
Oh, gosh. That is so touching.
That's amazing. Holy shit. Wow.
You got your life back.
Suck
You
it, pro
got-
Karen. Suck it, pro conviction people.
Yeah. Go fuck yourselves.
I mean,
Oh
the
my
right,
God.
the actual full right outcome. And I'm sure.
What did she get? 24 months or 12
No.
months?
No, it's a
1
24D
year
program. It's a special
probation and-
program.
Yeah, 24D
I don't
program.
know what that is, but whatever.
I'm going to give Brennan serious props for it.
Yeah.
Like 100% for.
You can unmute yourself, Jimmy. You're muted still.
Wow.
Well, we can't hear you though.
I'd love to see the crowd outside. Is there a feed that shows the crowd outside?
All right, let me see.
Yeah, they're going
Yep.
nuts.
Here we go.
I'm sure they are.
I'll keep
Wow.
it-
Yeah, we want to see it when she walks out. It's going to be pretty explosive.
I'm sure that Court TV will switch over to that at some point, but this is good for now, the dual stream. Wow, you could hear them cheering so loud in the courthouse. It was like a thunderstorm out there.
Apparently, according to Turtleboy, the crowd was instructed not to react. Apparently, that didn't work.
There's Aiden. There's Aiden.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's hear. I'll turn the sound on.
Allowed to leave. She is a free
I
woman. She
can't
is
hear it.
Wow.
All right. I can't imagine the feeling for this family, for Karen Reed. And yes, it's so unfortunate for the O'Keefe family because many of them may very well think this is the person who committed the offense. But I feel like you sit through that trial and you have to understand how the jury came back the way they came back. And I wonder if secretly they do question it.
They should be mad. Like, even if they think that Karen Reed is 100% guilty, they should be mad at the police.
Yes.
And I know they're going to come out and they're going to make a statement against Karen Reed. They're going to make a statement against her defense team, all of those things. But they should be furious at the police because either the police allowed guilty parties to go away uncharged, or they did such a sloppy investigation that it was impossible to, determine. And that's who they should be mad at.
Are you guys hearing this? You're not hearing
I'm hearing it. It's amazing. When she walks out, it's going to be epic.
Bedlam.
Are you guys not hearing this?
Yes, we hear it.
Yep. Just you're probably going to eat a strike if you're not careful about playing it. So just.
Wow.
He is free.
Right?
I have a whole bunch of people on Twitter who I have to chirp right now.
Tell them I said this.
What CPU are you?
Wow.
It's showing a different Austin Penn's showing like something different. But
What TVU is it? Oh, he's the podium.
Mandy, can you cover the law and crime?
I think I can put up the law and crime border.
I just cleared the rest of my day.
Wow. This is amazing.
There you go.
I'm not even kidding. I cleared the rest of my day so that I could do this.
That sense of catharsis is real. I can't even begin to imagine how she's feeling.
Oh my God.
Not guilty, Dad.
Wow.
That is amazing.
Oh, he's coming out.
It only took 20 hours, well, in 2 years.
Not guilty on everything but the OUI. Everything but the DUI. Oh, he closed the door.
2 years, 20 hours, 2 verdicts, 24D program. 227.
verdict.
Suck on it, everybody.
Oh, man.
They changed the chant.
That's
there
right.
you go.
Not free, Karen Reed. Karen Reed's free. That's right. And
I just gotta say that is, I was losing faith in the system. And,
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, Runkle, kudos to Brennan.
I give him serious props. He could have come in and asked for, 2 years.
Could have been a dick. It's just like, doesn't matter.
No, but it says something after all that to at least
one moment of ethics. Yay.
Yeah. Wow.
Melanie says Karen Reed has always been factually innocent. Suck it, Brennan. At least Lally was able to convince some people. I'm relieved for her. What does that say out there? Corrupted CPD and MSP.
Something.
Should I turn this up?
Turtleboy is noting that he can't actually stream right now because everything's too loud.
Yeah.
Also,
all those phones sucking off the tower.
Yeah, that's true. I was a little surprised by just like how fast the verdict was read. I mean, it was just like so quick.
Yeah, it was very quick. MSP needs a reboot.
Take the super jet down. I can't see.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's Ian. Hi, Ian.
I was looking at the other screen. I wasn't on the. Ha ha! Hey, DePietro, you think this is funny? Loser.
Now they've got to turn around and charge DePedro because we need to know, will DePedro get a higher sentence than Jerry?
I turned the volume down a little bit until she comes out.
Well, I know a few people are going to be having a rager tonight.
Everyone will be drunk driving in Canton tonight.
Man, Canton's the DUIs are gonna be epic tonight. Gonna be big money night for Canton.
I'll tell you one person who won't be driving drunk.
The thing is, I would be shocked if she wasn't put on a plane to somewhere the hell else.
Yep.
This is not a safe town for her to hang out in.
Not today.
She should have.
So
I would have asked actually in the terms of my probation that I'm free to leave the state.
Even if they don't have her leaving the state, just like, I mean, I quite likely would have had a, like a cabin in the forest somewhere.
Hold up somewhere. Hold up somewhere.
And yes, Self Wiggins, guilty on the OUI. She got a year probation, which is the sort of default standard for somebody. And I will give Brendan credit. That is a reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
He thought about it. He was like, I've already taken enough shit.
It's very clear to me they talked about it beforehand.
Yeah.
Like in this time, they said, hey, it's looking like she might get the OUI. What are you doing? Like, where are you at on that, Brennan? And I'm betting he said, you know what? If it's just the OUI, I don't care. Like, that's it. Seeing a request in chat to go through the verdicts.
To go through
the simple
verdict?
thing is not guilty on everything except
the
guilty OUI.
Yep.
Lesser included.
Yep. Not guilty murder 2, not guilty manslaughter, not guilty leaving the scene, and then guilty of standalone OUI. For that, she got 12 months probation and what is it called? The D24 program?
D24, yeah. And Christy, you can bet the attorneys and Karen are going to speak when they come out. I feel pretty confident about that, but you never know. Geek says, I'm so happy Karen can grieve now. Words cannot express how happy I am. Second Hook says, I'll just read it instead of put them up. I didn't see John's family there. I wasn't looking now that we mention it, but what's the story there? God bless Kate and Karen, maybe, and her team of outstanding lawyers. Becca Wise says, this is huge for anyone who has ever been unfairly charged, tried, and convicted. And even convicted. Things changed as we shed a light in dark places of our justice system and demand accountability from leadership. Yeah.
Wow.
Karen is free. Danielle Lewis says, Karen is free. Thank you, Allie and Bob, for your coverage. Our friend Cammie Brown, who you were with us yesterday, she just texted me that she teared up. Let me see, because now I lost the text. She said, I teared up at her legal team's reaction. Morrissey resigned.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the 24D program apparently allows her to maintain a driver's license, I'm seeing.
Nice.
Wow, that's good.
Potentially. It requires her to attend for 90 minutes per week for 16 weeks for counseling, self-help, a victims forum, and an alcohol program exit interview is what I'm seeing on. So
sure beats prison.
100%.
Wow. God. What she must feel right now. What she must feel. The relief. Oh,
apparently she doesn't even have to install, like, there's not necessarily a requirement for an alcohol interlock.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So, I mean, in theory, she could, once she gets all the paperwork done, if she can meet the standards for the, for being able to drive, she might be able to drive home.
Nice.
That is amazing. Amazing.
I mean,
so
it's just
yeah.
such a shame that we see with our eyes how much has to be done to fight the beast that is the government. Like, this is not doable to any normal, average person, to the not even normal and average. She got so lucky that these lawyers wanted to continue to fight and that they, I mean, this is not what happens. Every other case, someone's in jail for the rest of their life.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot to beat a case like this. It just
We all just witnessed.
Apparently, it took like $3 million.
Yeah, I mean, and a team of lawyers that tried the second case on the arm.
Oh, I mean,
no.
the amount of money it would take to hire this team.
Yeah, no joke. Lots.
This is like, I'm just gonna say, OJ's defense team, they called the dream team. I actually think that Karen Reed had a better team. I think that the dream team qualification has been taken away from OJ and has gone to Karen Reed's team.
I agree.
The amount of money it would take to pay these lawyers, Ms. Little, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Alessi, Mr. Wolf, all of that, like, to pay this team would be multiple millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that would have been
like
at least $2 million just there.
Like per
well, I
hour
mean, the
alone,
per
just
hour of them,
like what,
Yeah.
5,000 combined?
Yeah.
I think that right. I was thinking like 500,000 each lawyer just for this second trial, and that's that's understating.
I mean, I've got legal shit going on right now. For a Supreme Court appearance, I fundraised a little over 50,000 Canadian.
Wow.
And that may not end up being enough. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, and like to your point, Ian, like OJ's team, there was no continuity. Like these lawyers were truly a team. They worked together in a way that OJ, like, you just had a lot of names with OJ. They brought brought guys in.
But this was like watching an engine.
Yes.
Every lawyer is a different piston moving in, a precisely timed sequence.
Yes.
And they work together like no team I've ever, because I've been on defense teams before. And it's hard to work together in synchronicity because we're used to being independent solo, solo sharks in the water kind of thing. And now you've suddenly everything's got to synchronize.
Yeah.
I am astounded, and I don't know that we will ever see a team quite like this one. It is, but I mean, just think about this. If you were not in Karen Reed's shoes, where, and we got to give tremendous credit to Aiden Carney, Turtleboy.
Yep.
Because he brought attention. He made a lot of this,
100%.
happen.
100%.
I want to give tremendous credit to Yannetti, because Yannetti was the first guy with his feet on the ground. Jackson did a tremendous job in terms of, I mean, he did a lot of the he's kind of the face of the A-team on this one, if that makes sense. You've got Alessi, who is brilliant at dealing with the scientific and the very difficult arguments sometimes. And, Ms. Little, we didn't get to see as much of, but she came out and she was obviously doing a lot of work behind the scenes as well. I would love to hear, honestly, Ms. Little, if you're watching any of these things, I would love to hear, because, I mean, she didn't get to speak as much, but you can see she's working hard in that courtroom.
Oh, yeah.
Because when everyone else is talking or whatever, you can see she's sitting there, she's working. This was such a good team, and they were backstopped by a whole bunch of students whose names we don't know and we may never know. But I mean, all of those students had a chance to participate in something that is monumental. It's for the ages. It's a, I mean, if you're one of those students, this is going on your CV, right? Like this 100%. And if you're a defense firm out there and one of these students comes to you and is like, I want to work for you, fucking hire them.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
100%.
I mean, every one of these students, if they don't have a guaranteed, seat where they're not just being like, hey, here's a chair, but where they're being offered like a premium rate because this is clearly somebody who's above and beyond, then that's also an injustice, right? Like,
wow.
Yeah.
If they need a new intern, I'm available.
Right? I don't think, does anyone know with getting one conviction that takes malicious prosecution off the table, or are the other counts possible?
I don't know for sure.
Because that's what Kurt was talking about that earlier. I don't know if you had dipped out. He kind of like dipped into that concept of whether or not it's going to preclude her from doing it.
So the one question I have, and this is an appellate thing, and I assume if she appeals the OUI, does that put the manslaughter back on the table? I assume not.
No, right. I thought it for a second yesterday, and then I was like, no, because it is an implicit acquittal of each of the charges ahead. So double jeopardy would attach to the other ones.
Yeah.
If it was a plea deal on a lesser included, then yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I also just, I mean, I'm rambling because I'm a little overcome here. This is a bit of an emotional thing because I was just, I was watching this and I was worried that I was watching an injustice, unfolding again.
Right.
And, but I mean, I also just want to give my tremendous thanks to each and every person on the jury.
Yes.
Because it's clear that they did not just rule on emotion. Brennan came in on his close and he made the emotion pitch. Whereas the defense, in the one case where the defense is pitching the science, the defense is here going, the collision never happened. And I'm glad that they listened to that. And they clearly took their responsibilities seriously. They spent several days on this. They have given up weeks of their life on this. They have, and I'm sure that there were some difficult arguments in the back. I'm sure that there were some moments of, tension between jurors.
Yep. And I'm thankful for those people who wanted to say no, those people that felt like Will wanted to buckle down and still say not guilty on everything, even in OUI. Thank goodness for you jurors who changed your mind, who might feel like I didn't want to cave. I wanted to stand up for myself. I wanted to stay firm. You did the right thing. Karen Reed thanks you. The whole world thanks you.
Yeah.
So don't doubt yourself, whichever jurors are out there, because clearly that's what was going on back there.
Yeah, because we could say definitively now that's what they were hung up on. That's what the battle was. I mean, clearly. So
I don't think she's likely to appeal because the probation.
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah. No chance. I don't.
Why?
I mean, the thing is if I was.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
I might offer the appeal for free, but
heaven forbid I win and they send it back for resentencing. You know what I mean?
They are the ones who requested. They're the ones who requested the OUI charge. I don't even know.
I gotta ask a U.S. thing. Can they appeal conviction only and not sentence?
No, you can appeal either one.
But
well, no, not in that sense.
Because I mean,
only appeal the sentence if it's. I mean, it's got to be.
If it was here, like if this was a Canadian case and I got this result, I could see going. I would like to appeal the conviction only, and I don't think and the prosecution would be in a difficult spot for appealing the sentence because
No,
they
you
agree-
can do that. You can conceal conviction only and not raise any issue with the sentence itself.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm sure at this point in her life, she just wants to move on.
Yeah.
She admitted she was too intoxicated to go on the highway. If you wouldn't have driven on the highway, then that means your driving was somehow, some way impaired.
The standard, I looked it up, like the Massachusetts standard is you don't have to be a bad driver. It's just if your intoxication is to the point where it interferes with your driving to some extent.
Right.
And so this is something that trips up, people when they get up on the stand, because the prosecutor will say, well, do you think your reaction speed might have been like just a little bit slower? And they'll say yes. And it's like,
you're done.
You're done. You're cooked.
Right.
You just agreed to it on the
Right.
stand.
So
You're done.
if she said I wouldn't have driven on the highway in that condition, then she just said her driving was somehow affected.
Yeah.
I do have one question. I'm not sure if anyone knows the answer to. When at the end the clerk said you have 10 days to send a note to somebody to seal something. What are we sealing?
Sealed. I think
the verdict.
No, I think the whole. I could go back and look, but I heard it at Aiden Carney's when he got found not guilty. I think even everything is sealed unless you want it unsealed. So like the fact that this even happened to you is sealed unless you request it to be unsealed.
And the thing is I can't see why she would want it sealed because like you Google her, you're going to see this, right? And they noted that if she has it sealed, that she's not going to be able to pull a record of her acquittal.
So then she'll send that notice, or her lawyers will.
Oh, I mean, Christ, if I was her, I'd have that framed on my wall, and I'd have a copy, I'd have like a stack of copies for any time I have to apply for a job that you can just stick that in there, right? This is, yeah.
What are they doing? Did they sneak out a back door?
Wow, man, they're gathering themselves. They're probably weeping,
they're probably
hugging.
There's probably people crying back there, right?
100%.
Sure. Scared Valley podcast said people all over one today, not just Karen.
Absolutely.
The justice system won.
Sus Bavaria said, I'm sitting in Germany crying because I'm so happy for her. Wow.
I mean, this was a huge win for the justice system in this country and people's faith in it, that it works or that it can work. I mean, it was huge. It's a huge day. The defense bar, man, a huge
it's so
day.
Huge, but it's also a little bit deflating because the chances of someone else getting this powerhouse team, this is what it takes, though, guys. This is what it takes. So does it work? Is it restored? It's like, yeah, it's restored, but then reality sets in that no one else can get this. This can't be recreated. It didn't work once, for God's sakes. I mean, it was a hung jury. That's something, but
yeah.
It's like, is Mandy going to try to actually chime in, or
can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. They did say John O'Keefe, right?
Yes.
Yes. They did.
Yes.
What?
That man will live in infamy for that.
Yeah, that was Boston 10.
That is a fucking travesty within itself.
It really is.
Especially for that guy's career.
Right.
I mean, I'm just going to say, this is why the mainstream media is kind of losing coverage, because they couldn't get somebody to actually look at the pronunciation of the name before they're doing the coverage. They've dropped somebody in to be like, look, there's a whole bunch of people who have an opinion.
You work in this.
I don't know shit about the case.
You work in this market and you don't know the name O'Keefe?
They were probably listening to Defense Diaries and caught on to Runkle's little innuendos he's been dropping all afternoon.
Thanks, Ian. Should somebody came up? Should we? Aiden's live. Should we stream?
Oh hell yes.
Let's see what he's doing.
Oh hell yes.
We'll keep an eye on if there's going to be a presser. We'll jump back to it. Yeah, pull Aiden up. And we'll chat with them. We'll celebrate. Man, what a day.
What do we do? What do we do now? What do we do now?
I mean, the thing
Why you
is
gotta
I've
bring me
been
down,
looking
Kurt?
forward
Why
to
you gotta bring
doing
me
other
down?
coverage because, yeah. You
Is
just
that
muted it.
now? That looks old.
You've also got the volume on super low.
All right. Maybe this isn't right. Sorry,
There you
guys.
go. Maybe the one. Yep. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. There's
This
the
is
Senate
it.
Judiciary
He
Committee.
doesn't have a signal.
Network's
Lie.
probably a bit.
To continue
The
to lie.
network's the network's a bit overwhelmed, so we've got a
I
potato.
continue to believe this. Complete farce that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. John O'Keefe went and said Brian Alberts got the shit kicked out of him and a dog bit him. And then they threw him on the lawn like trash. And in his closing, he had the audacity to suggest that Karen Reed problem for using an analogy about a buffalo on a prairie.
Yeah.
They treated
Oh,
him
that
like
pissed me off.
trash day on Tuesday. That's the way they treated John O'Keefe. So I don't hear a word from Hank Brennan ever again. Ever. I hope this follows him forever like the loser he is. That's what he is, a loser. So we're still waiting out here. I have not had a chance to see the Reed family yet. As soon as the verdict was read and the sentencing was put in, they immediately whisked us out. I didn't get a chance to hug the Reed family like I wanted to. But I was able to kind of do this thing with Reed, with Janet Reed, with Karen Reed, and so I'd like to see them before they leave. I mean, that'd be cool. Where's Kelly?
Kelly will be near there when they're coming out.
Where's
We'll make
Kelly?
sure we'll be able to see. I think near the
Okay.
cars.
I'm gonna go down near the cars. We're gonna go down.
Yeah, go somewhere where you have a signal.
Oh no! Like go to a parking lot, like an underground covered parking lot. And,
Right. Blast off into space. Engineers know you can do it.
Yeah. I'd love to see the equations on that one.
Right.
Canton cover 1. Now we're up to part. Canton cover up part 520. Not guilty. That's it. That's the whole type. Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. There we go. That's the next. That's the final installment of the Canton cover. I am live. We have 40,000 people right now on my stream. Holy shit! Yeah, we have Kelly Reed here. This is Bill Reed's first cousin. Yes, Kelly has been here.
Oh, so that's Kelly Reed that's been on our stream.
Going to all court hearings. You know, she loves the family. Her and I become friends throughout this process. It looks like we're in some anticipation here, folks.
All right, looks like they're coming out.
Here, flip it to where we can see it.
There's a lot of pink, baby.
Oh man, there she is. Here, go to Boston 10.
I did.
And Karen Reed holding her right hand over her heart.
Wow.
To the crowd. The other times that they've left the courthouse over the last few days, it's been the silence. They've been encouraging the crowd.
They're making the sign of the devil.
I love you.
This time, this is a victory walk.
Love
She has been acquitted of all of the murder charges in this case, convicted only of a lesser included charge of operating a vehicle under the influence. This crowd has waited a long time to hear from her. Let's listen in as well.
Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have.
She's not
and my
wrong.
team.
She's going to get criticized for it, but she's not wrong.
Thank the jury. Thank the jury, Karen.
And her dad is sitting here looking like an absolute badass.
Yeah.
What did you say about justice? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it to Karen. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad.
Yes, I want to hear from her dad.
Me too.
I want to acknowledge
Look at that. They're losing their shit.
of our daughter Karen. The support. the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team.
Yes.
Attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Yannetti.
Yeah.
We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Hey, we got some love, boys.
We don't. The thing
Girls.
is I don't need a shout out or anything. It's nice that he throws it in there, but
are the lawyers
I
not
am
going to
just-
talk?
David Yannetti.
I'm just so happy to see that we had a result here.
Wow.
Mr. Reed.
Wow.
Wow.
Lally Brennan, you want to say any comments? Over some thoughts?
I'd love
You know what? If I'm Brennan at this point, you know what I do? I get up and I say, it was the Commonwealth's responsibility to put this in front of a jury. The jury has made the decision.
Yep.
They have come to a result. It is a just result because that is the basis of our system. The jury evaluated all of the evidence. They evaluated a case that I fought as hard as I could fight. But you are innocent until proven guilty in our country, and Karen Reed is innocent.
Yep.
That is the reason we have a system of trial by jury, and then walk on into into the sunset. And I mean, if Brennan actually made a comment like that, I'd give him respect. I don't think he's gonna. I think he's gonna either just no comment his way out of there, or he's going to, say something like, "We disagree with the result." The prosecution should never be disagreeing with the result of a jury. They put on their best case, and that's their job, right? You put on your best case, and the jury decides legally. So,
right. See if they're talking anymore.
And keep all aware of what's happened. I gotta go.
What's the message?
I gotta go.
I got you, sir. I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you. I got you. All right, you.
They got everybody.
Wow. Yeah, they out. They're gonna bring Karen to an undisclosed location and open a bottle of champagne or 5 and celebrate a great day for justice. Man. Wow.
Christ, at this point, if I was in Massachusetts, I'd be volunteering to wherever she is, I'll sit in a car with a shotgun waiting to make sure nothing goes down. Because I'm already seeing people online basically going, and making not quite overt threats, but the subtle threats. And I'm like, ooh.
Are you seeing subtle threats already?
Oh yeah. I'm seeing, one way or another, Karen Reed will get hers and that kind of shit. And I'm like, yep. So
forever mindful or forever MJ-ful said the way David cried when hearing the verdict, as well as the rest of the lawyers, they had their hearts in this. OMG, what a team. What a great group of individuals. Thank you for making history.
Man.
It was a lot. And it's, as much as I want to be on a high and be like, the system can work, I just keep coming back to for this one person, for this one time, because all things aligned, that she was able to have supporters that helped her, lawyers that helped her, family that helped her,
Coffin Daffer just posted half an hour ago saying, I hope she gets the maximum of 2.5 years. It's like, well, by the time you posted that, she'd already gotten probation. So sucks to be you, Coffin Daffer.
Yeah, she had to turn. If you'll notice, she turned off the comments.
Yeah, well, that's kind of her go-to.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm also gonna have to dip in 15 minutes because I've got what is it? I agreed to go on and do an interview with Law and Crime.
Nice.
And I'm sure they were like, where do you think the jury's at? Well, I've got an
On
opinion.
the evening
as
of
to-
February 9th, 2004, almost 18 years ago, Maura Murray crashed her car on Route 112 in Haverhill, New Hampshire, never to be seen again.
The mysterious disappearance of Maura Murray is a story that's been told hundreds of times by strangers. But absent in the story you've heard are the voices of those who knew Maura, those closest to the investigation. Not anymore. I'm her sister, Julie, and from media pressure, this is the untold story of Maura Murray. Join me as I cut out the noise and reveal who Maura really was with exclusive interviews.
Just terribly frustrated. Fred Murray has been frustrated since the day his daughter disappeared with the response from police.
Peek into the investigation.
How did that happen?
Did somebody hit a wrong button?
No, I don't even have anything Maura Murray anywhere near my computer. I stopped sharing my screen. I tried to reshare a different screen.
The way that was shared, it seems like it was a direct upload to your back.
It was. It's a video clip. Yeah, it's a video clip.
Someone on your back end clicked the play that video clip button.
Yeah, it had to have been. And Mandy's not even here. It had to have been you, babe.
I didn't, babe. I touched.
Guilty.
Okay. I mean,
we need another trial. We're going to spend $1 million on this. We're going to hire the Aperture guys, and they're going to paint themselves. I don't know. Well, I guess they might have to paint themselves pink this time, rather than the particular choice of blue paint. So,
man, what a day! What a day!
We got a lot of supers to go through, babe.
Yeah.
I noticed it says comments 10,000. There's a few chats today.
Yeah.
333 super chats. You guys are doing pretty good. I at some point read the super chats that came in on my channel too.
Yeah, we will. Everything that came
Wait,
through.
are they up here? Because I'll definitely.
No, because I'm not sharing that way. I'm the way I'm doing this. I'm not streaming it through StreamYard. I'm just capturing the entire window and streaming it in an OBS. We're doing it down and dirty style.
Yeah.
So you have supers that you have to answer as well.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to read one of yours?
Let's see. I have to pull them up. Which where are they? Hold on. Was not ready for that.
I'm just saying. I'll
$4.99 from Robbie M. After all they've been put through to get to this point, the DUI OUI conviction is minute at most. Even the IUI conviction is still a victory for. I agree.
Yes.
It is absolutely a victory.
Absolutely.
A victory.
Oh yeah, and for whatever it's worth, that does mean she loses her federal firearms rights, so she can't celebrate by going shooting. That's very sad.
Is that
you can't go visit Ian?
I don't know whether it means
she
that or
might
not.
actually have a hard time getting across the Canadian border.
That's my
which
understanding.
is unfortunate, because otherwise, if she came here, I would say,
now what are we doing?
Stop clicking buttons.
I didn't do a damn thing.
But otherwise, I would say if she wants
I didn't
to,
do a damn thing is she's holding up the remote in her hand.
No, that's a vape.
otherwise, I would say, if the U.S. won't let you play with guns, come on up here. I've got guns. We can go shooting. I've got a World War II Luger. We can go shoot that.
So wait, is that statewide? Is that federal? I'm unaware of.
Yeah,
this.
18 USC 928G.
Every state conviction of a DUI, you lose.
Well, no, because in this particular case, it's any sentence in which the crime is capable of being more than 1 year, and she was convicted to a crime that has a maximum sentence of 2.5, which qualifies.
Can I just also say that is some absolute bullshit? That the U.S. should, like, Canada doesn't take away your firearm ability because.
But you can't even enter the country from the United States if you've got a misdemeanor DUI conviction.
I mean, she should be able to get her gun rights back.
I agree.
100%.
Well, yeah, she can petition the Attorney General for returning of her rights, because they actually are doing that now. They weren't restoring rights for like 40 years, but they actually restored a couple pieces of rights recently. So she can petition the AG.
That's like saying if you're convicted of drinking alcohol, period. Like, how is it any different that you drove means you can't have a gun, but you drink and you can have a gun, but you just can't drink and drive and have a gun?
I don't know.
Is it any?
I don't invent these rules. I'm just here to tell you what the rules are.
Wow. Well, the therapist said at 8:30 this morning, why did the defense ask for OUI as a separate charge instead of a lesser included?
They had
can't-
to.
The defense can't ask for a separate charge. That has to be an indictment brought by the prosecution. Are they betting the jury won't convict on the lesser, since that would mean guilty on full count 2? No, they were betting that they would convict on that if they felt the need to convict on something, and that would bring this case to a close, and their gamble paid off. It took a while, but it paid off. Boston Colleen says, do you guys think the media coverage is so intense that the FBI will feel it necessary to pursue the real story when Karen is acquitted? Nope.
FBI doesn't care.
Nope. What do you got for us on civil law?
In terms of what?
I don't know if you want to. I want to make sure you've got time to read in your supers if you want to.
I mean, I'll do them later if I need to or something. But all SAR for $10 said finally over. Thanks for the quality coverage on civil. And by the way, just want to say thanks for all the people that were tuning into me today. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate everyone's politeness and courtesy in the chat. We had a really good chat over there today. So a lot of fun today. And it is validating to me having so many people be there. It's like, you feel like you're doing something right. So having people tune in was very uplifting. So thank you for all that.
Yes.
Yes. And thank you both of you for joining us. This was amazing.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out. You're on Court TV, you said tonight, or Long Crime?
Long Crime, I think. And I also want to give a shout out to Trooper Proctor, who I understand is right now collecting John DePetro's taillight and sprinkling them over some other crime scene.
Oh no, they're never going to get a conviction then. Oh no.
Where are they going to find? Where are they going to find snow today? I hear it's like 100 degrees. That's going to be challenging.
Well, no, it'll be the humidity level that they're just not used to the amount.
It was buried under the humidity. I see.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
Drive down like OJ style. That's what they're airing right now.
But shout out also to the FBI for saving this by providing us with ARCA and stuff like that. So
and the X-rays.
They did some good
That's where
stuff.
it came from.
Yeah, I'll give this little audio clip.
You ask for miracles, I give you the FBI.
Yeah, man, what a day. What a day. Yeah, I am so thankful that both of you came and hung today. Hung today. And
I'm just glad that the jury didn't hang today.
Right.
Yeah, tell me about it, man. Like that would have been just a nightmare scenario. So it's always fulfilling when you have a day like this. It's kind of like you're living vicariously through that team, that defense team, if you've been on that side of the bar, because you know what that feeling's like,
Well, they hung for like 20 hours, which is longer than Brennan hangs.
Yeah.
Oh,
because he's got that little blue arm.
I love it.
Well, guys,
I mean, if Welcher gets fired, how's he going to afford blue paint?
It's gonna be tough.
He goes through a bucket of that stuff a day.
He could get a job at many kindergartens across the state.
Also, I'd like to congratulate Burgess, who right about now is probably getting that notice of termination. I hope you have a great career.
I think it's probably going to be 3 months.
Yeah.
The school applied to said, please don't even don't even try to come to our school anymore. We don't like it seeming like it takes 18 years to get a degree.
I think it's going to be like 3 months, and then they will say, we have decided to go in a different direction, or more likely they'll pull him into a meeting. At the end of that meeting, he will submit a resignation letter, and they will say, we offer our congratulations to Mr. Burgess, who has decided to pursue other opportunities in food service or, aluminum can collection. And
Lunch lady. So, all right, you guys plug your channels right now. I demand it. I know that we've been throwing them up in the chat, but tell everybody where they can find you if for whatever godforsaken reason they don't already sub your channels.
Well, I'll start because I promised my chat that when the verdict was announced, we would do a merch giveaway. So now seems like a good time if anyone wants to head over there. So we're gonna do 8 giveaways at $20 of merch. And that's in celebration of me passing 150,000 subscribers like 2 days ago.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Well done,
Congratulations.
Well done.
So in honor of that, I'm giving away 8 times 20, which for the purposes of this exercise is 150.
Wow.
And we're going to do that over at my channel. And you can follow me at Uncivil Law. It's the cool place to hang with all the cool kids. We cover a lot of cases over there. We also cover a lot of Supreme Court stuff, and I'm behind. There was like 5 cases on Thursday from last week. There was a big case out of Tennessee today dealing with what was it? Dealing with gender affirming care. Tennessee banning gender affirming care came down from the Supreme Court today that I have to cover. So some controversial cases sometimes, covering a lot of that cases. So you can check us out over there at Uncivil Law. And for the moment, I'm looking forward to not doing streaming every single day. So that's
Oh man, a
Subscribe
little
if
bit
you haven't
of
already. Let's get Kurt up to the 200,000 subscribers.
Let's go.
All right. Well, thanks, Kurt.
And
go do your giveaway.
yes.
All right, we'll do. Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Kurt.
And you can track me down. I'm at Runkle of the Bailey. If you put in Runkle, Runkle, it'll autocomplete because there's not a whole lot of Runkles out there. I do all sorts of coverage, and I'm really looking forward to being able to at some point I got to do a stream to celebrate this, and that might happen later tonight. But I also I'm looking forward to covering some other stuff as well, because there's been a whole bunch of issues that have come up, and it's like, well, I can't
spend enough like quality time on it to cover it right.
Yeah, the other place you can find me is on Twitter. My Twitter handle is Ian Runkle, and you will find me for the next little bit trolling as much as I can on yes.
Stacey Hannah said it. OMG, trolling the prosecutors podcast chat is giving me life right now.
I love
and I
it.
mean, me and the prosecutors podcast have something in common, which is that we both didn't they almost go to the Supreme Court, but then they were found to be not qualified, or was that a different?
That was Brett.
Yeah,
that
was Brett. Yeah.
And whereas I've been to the Supreme Court of Canada as a litigator, and I brought home a win. So
nice.
I'm not going to encourage trolling the prosecutors podcast, but I also am not required to discourage it. Just be civil, no threats, no harassment, no whatever. But however you feel like celebrating. I've got the rest of a bottle of bubbly, and I've also got an interview I've got to pop out to do right now. So I will catch you guys later. Thank you.
Hey, Ian, we love you, man. We adore you. Thank you so much for the hangs.
Oh, likewise, and have a great rest of your night.
We will. Thank you. Well, babe.
So I'm just going to start, and then, Kristen says, thanks, Allie and Bob, the amazing guests, for keeping us company these 30 plus days. After last year's hung jury, I swore I wouldn't sit through this again, but I'm glad I did. Couldn't have asked for better people to hang with. Thank you. Thank you. If there's anybody out there that still like Chad, or what was his name? Cody, he could pop on for 15 minutes. You're in this. Millennial Mama. Thank you, Allie and Bob, for the wall-to-wall coverage of this trial. I've been here every day with you. No place I'd rather be. Thank you.
We appreciate that.
Hank eats Bev's ham. Will the jury come forward now? I was like, wait, let's have more people back here. Anyone knows a juror, knows a nose, 7 degrees of separation. Ask Kevin Bacon, get us a juror. We need a juror. Does this dance help me get one, babe?
I hope so. It should. If it doesn't, it should.
But yes, I suspect we will hear from them. I suspect this time around they're going to want to talk, but you never know. Imagine, or MIG, New York City. I would pay good money to see the McAlberts' faces at the old VFW when the verdict dropped. I hope one day true justice for John is found. In the meantime, so happy for our gal. Yes. Carol, thank you very much for your generosity.
Wow. Thank you, Carol.
Very, very generous. Sarah, so what now? Is the FBI going to intervene? Someone, McAlberts, needs to be held responsible. I don't hold your breath, Sarah. Denise says, do you think the FBI is still investigating? Also, thanks for an amazing panel with amazing coverage. P.S. Do you recommend yoga chairs? If you're going to be stuck sitting in front of a screen all day, at least it's something. Like I tighten up my muscles and I pick up my legs every now and then, and I feel like it's doing something better than just sitting on my
100%.
arms.
100%.
So
It's definitely doing something.
Shannon loves Connecticut. Did Bev say, Miss Reed, you are all set? She might have.
Shit, no, I don't think she did. She should have.
Lee J. Cook says, tears of joy in our house, Wales, UK. Where's Turtleboy's Corner? Great show, guys, as always. Love to all. Thank you, Lee.
Let's see. Are you just like, flipping around?
Let me do it.
In order.
I'm starting at the bottom because those people are likely still here. It's more
You're
relevant.
working your way up.
Yes.
Okay.
So happy for Karen Reed. Everyone just got justice but Officer John O'Keefe. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Ellie says, I was at the cashier in a supermarket in Bulgaria when I heard the verdict. I squeaked from happiness and started crying immediately. I'm so happy for Karen Reed. Yep. Sorry, at Kathy Cat Lady, but
AKA
Cat Lady.
Yeah.
I'll just let you talk. I click the button, you say the words. I just don't think that I would love the FBI to look into this more because somebody was in that they just don't need, they did not need the jury to tell them that someone who had access to the Sally port and the SUV scattered fucking taillight all over the yard at 34 Fairview. They did not, they know that. They knew that, they know that, they believed that. It's whether they could prove it. And that's why Bob always says they're not in the business of just taking shit willy-nilly to trial.
Yeah. No, they don't do that.
It's something about Mary. Karen Reed is free. What an incredible day.
Hear, hear.
Amy's positive pathways. Now we need justice for Sandra Birchmore. I mean, is that going to happen? What did Cammie just tell us? That it ends up that it wasn't his baby?
I told you that 2 days
ago.
ago.
That. I hope they figure out what happened to Enrique Delgado Garcia, MSP cadet. Well, I hope they do too.
Yeah.
Matthew says, who wants a good deal on a Lexus in our back lot?
Is that the Aperture Lexus?
It's the Aperture Lexus.
Yeah.
Kathleen says Karen probably has to be processed in probation.
Oh, what the delay?
Maybe the time. Well, that was at 3. Now I'm proud to be an American because justice won.
Justice was served today.
Justice was served today. Bev's biased beratements and rulings. You guys were great to watch. This is perfect outcome with thanks. And we really need to thank Aiden Turtleboy for fighting to get this out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, he's still in jeopardy. He's not out of the woods yet.
Yeah.
Distracted therapist says if she were poor, she'd be in jail. Let's take this moment to remember all the innocent people still locked up because of this department. I mean, this department and all over the United States. And I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, yeah, I want to bask in, like, this is great. Our system can work. It works for the few. It works for the one.
Yeah.
It works every so often when all things align to give you the perfect opportunity that, you know, I mean, if there was no Sandra Birchmore, we might not even be here today. She might have been quietly convicted in a corner because maybe Aiden wouldn't have been looking. Maybe, you know, like, I don't know how he got onto all this. I don't know how
He's told the story before. It was when they filed their first motion to dismiss,
Oh,
and
was he paying attention because of Birchmore, or he was paying attention anyway?
somebody sent it to him, the motion to dismiss, and he read it and he's like, holy shit. And like from that point forward, he started covering the case over on his channel. Yeah, distracted. It's a beautiful post, and it's so true.
Yeah,
because it's the reality of what's going on.
AKA the cat lady says, now we fight to end corruption in all of Massachusetts. Yep.
100%.
John Miller says, thanks for the great coverage. I feel blessed I found Defense Diaries Army to watch the trial. I will be part of this channel as long as you keep doing this. Have to work in 2 hours. Great panel today. Thanks. Thanks, John. You've been a great addition to our community. Did you click that? All right.
Oh,
Ellen,
sorry.
no, that's fine. As long as you know where we're at. Ellen says, I hope everyone go get Aiden back. He is still facing serious charges for basically reporting on this case. And that's what we were just saying.
Yep.
La Posadas clapbacks. Glad to see Sandra Birchmore's picture out there. I mean,
all right, let me read some. You're starting to flail.
I'm tired.
Dr. J, $2 holla. You guys rocked. Thank you for A+ trial coverage. Thank you very much for that kind compliment, and thank you for hanging with us. You guys out there, before I jump on to the next one, I mean, without y'all, I say it at the end of every live, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Otherwise, I'm just yelling into the void. You guys out there are what make this channel possible. You guys have built this community, and we just couldn't be more thankful that you're here with us day in.
Steve's local, right? So he's probably very well.
He's out there raging already, for sure.
Taking their family to the waterfall to celebrate.
Nice.
Might be crowded.
Give Meg a hug for us too if she's out there with you. Second hook, member for 19 months. OG, the true dream team's client is actually innocent. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Right. Thank you, Second Hook, for being an OG. Drama Llama, 70. Where do you think that is? It sounds like
it's SAR.
Karen already has some means.
I'm coming up and laying on the bed while you read these.
Most people will not have even made the first trial with these attorneys. How many attorneys have the means to work for free for so many months and away from home? That's it. I mean, you nailed it right on the head, Drama Llama. That's so true. That's what Allie and I are always saying. I've said it many times. You know, if you think about how terrifying this prospect is, if Karen didn't have the financial means and then the backing and the support of everybody out there, you know, that donated money in order to see that she got a fair trial, you know, we might be looking at a very different result today. So, and it's a problem that plagues our criminal justice system every single day in every corner of this country. So thank you for that, because you're spot on. Sky Goddess, thank you for your amazing coverage. Love you guys. We love you back, Sky Goddess. Thank you for your continued generosity. We really appreciate that. Tattletale, Karen Reed Esquire. I called it the other day. Think she'll consider law school. I said it flat out. I mean, you see so many times when people survive, and that's the best way to describe what just happened to Karen Reed. When you survive something like this and come out the other side clean. I've even seen people that have been in for decades that are exonerated, that get out, that go to law school. So I would not discount it at all. Karen has really become familiar with the criminal justice system and the process throughout this entire dilemma for the last 3 years. I would not be shocked at all. And I think that what she would end up doing, most of what these folks do, is they dedicate their time to wrongful conviction work. That's what happens. So I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked at all, Tattletale. Thank you so much. Tony, first-time trial watcher, thank you so much for your coverage. I can't believe how corrupt this case was from top to bottom. DD member for life. Oh, thank you. Love you, Allie and Bob. DD member forever. Appreciate you so much, Tony. Thank you for being a part of our family. Sylvia S. Hooray for Karen. Bless the jury members, and thanks Defense Diaries for taking us through it. It was our pleasure, and we're so thankful. We watched the lives grow, you know, because there's obviously a lot of other creators covering this, and as you see, they're all our friends. You know, it's like we love Mel, we love Andrea, we love Ian, we love Kurt, we love all like everybody that we've had on. You know, we're very much of the mindset. We love to promote our friends. We love to have them on. And we're just thankful that when you guys decide to hang out here with us and chat away with our amazing chat, that you guys have decided on your own to build this community over here. And we couldn't be more thankful for it. So thank you guys. Anita, thank you, Bob and Allie. Loved your coverage and sharing the amazing this amazing experience with you through the ups and the downs. Karen Reed is free. Hear, hear. That feels great to say, doesn't it? Gives you goosebumps. I got goosebumps when they read the NG, first NG on the murder. And then like Jim was fucking up all the readings of the I'm like, I didn't even hear him say guilty on the OUI because he was butchering them so badly. Like that's one of those things, like in a big moment for a clerk to kind of shit the bed like Jim did there. the clerk or her bailiff, whatever you call him there, to kind of feel bad for him there because that was a big moment and he butchered it a bit. But I mean, we're all happy with the end result, aren't we? So thank you so much, Anita. Appreciate you. Amy, I saw Yannetti wipe his eyes and I teared up. I screamed when I heard no guilty on the big charges. I got to explain to my child why I cared so much. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to explain justice and what it means in this country to your kids. You know, I was having the exact same conversation with Scarlett on the way back. You know, I was telling her, oh yeah, Mom and I have been covering this thing for a month plus and I'm about to miss the verdict. But hey, family first, baby. Thank you so much, Amy. Dog bite community member. And most people couldn't bail out like her. That is the gospel. That is the gospel. That is so true. Imagine sitting in custody for 2.5, 3 years pending trial. As a person who's presumed innocent. Rough. Thank you for bringing that up, Dog Bite. Matthew, the state should give her exemplar Lexus, the exemplar Lexus they bought since it's in better condition than the one that Proctor damaged. It's a damn good thought. And I agree. They should. And thank you, Matthew. Kristen S., a.k.a. Kitty C313. Oh, gee, we definitely need a family hug. Family hug.
Yeah, that was back.
Family hug to Karen. Family hug to the Reed family. Family hug to the defense team. Family hug to those jurors who went in there and did the right thing. Thank you so much for that. Now Defense Diaries, Alley Law, thank you for covering the sham trial with us. Love you guys, our mods and our family and our new members. Free Karen Reed. Karen Reed is free. That's what the new hashtag is. Thank you, Dream Team. And thank you, Kristen. We adore you. EJ, are there any restrictions on what Karen can say or do on probation? I think Ian touched upon that in terms, it sounds like she's even going to be able to drive. Now,
Usually
most times you can't leave the state without permission. Like typically if we have clients that need to leave the state for various reasons, whether it be vacations, work, what have you, you just go in and you file a motion with the court and you ask for a condition of to modify the conditions of probation to allow that to happen. So I think for the most part, she's going to be pretty free and clear. I can guarantee you this. She will happily go to 16 weeks of aftercare or whatever they call it with the D24 program because the alternative was a nightmare. So she is an exceptionally happy woman today. I promise you that. And thank you so much for your super EJ. Acid reflux 714. I can't believe the jury got it right despite Judge Beverly Cannoni's confusing instructions. Thank God. Arrest Higgins. Yeah, I mean, they overcame her. They really did. And you got to give them a ton of credit for that. That's the one thing that I wish Karen would have added was thanking that jury for seeing the truth.
I mean, her mind was everywhere.
Her mind was racing. There's no question about it. I'm sure when she gets out and starts doing interviews, which I'm sure are coming, or maybe not. Yeah, Aiden will get a juror. I'd love to get a juror too. I'm going to do everything in our power collectively to get David, Bob, Alan, any of them, Eliza. I have a feeling I'll snag one or more. I really do. I'm usually pretty good at it, and I think that they always enjoy coming and hanging with us. And thank you so much, Acid. So, Amy Glover Bryant celebrating. We are too. Thank you so much for your generosity. Andrea S., thank God this is finally over. Rock and roll, baby. Let's go. Thank you, Andrea.
Or is that the I love you? Everyone's doing the I love you.
I love you. That's I love you. Which one's rock and roll? Does this one rock and roll? This is rock and roll. This is I love you. And sign. Sus Bavaria. I'm sitting here in Germany crying. I think you read that one. What does that mean?
She was in Germany.
No, I know that, but does that mean
Oh.
I've gotten through some of them, or is that where you started kind of downward?
No, I went through some of them.
Did you go Sacred Valley? I remember you saying that. That was people all over one today, not just Karen. Yes, indeed. The system one. The system one. I'm going back up to earlier. Pretty Witty. Can she sue for malicious prosecution? I think we talked about that. Thank you, Pretty Witty. Did you cover Danielle Lewis? Karen is free. Thank you, Alan and Bob, for your coverage. All right, so you tell me where to start.
Wait, let's see.
I'm at like the 2:00 hour here.
Yeah, keep going up.
Okay. Geek Butts, Melanie Parker, John Miller, Matt. I remember Matthew. Jimmy at Starbucks. Did you get that one?
Yeah, the gummy I got.
Okay. L-Star, it's gummy time. Oh, yeah, I remember hearing that one. Best company for Verdict Watch. See that?
I'm not sure.
All right, let's go through them again just in case. It's my birthday. I need not guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
Happy
birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy. See, we're way better together in the same room. That supports my it's the tubes. Like there's that happy birthday, Tata, and thank you so much. And you got your birthday wish. Indeed, you did.
There. You got a visitor.
Oh, what's up, man?
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Bob?
I'm excellent, my man. How are you?
Good. I saw your message. I thought, wonderful, I'll pop on. Nothing's happening in the case, so I figured you'd be a little bored just talking about nothing. So
I love it. Yeah. Nothing much to talk, nothing to see here. These are not the droids you're looking for. So it was quite a day. The last 2 days, twists and turns galore, man. And it was, I mean, I kind of threw out a tweet yesterday. I ended up, I had read the tea leaves correctly, and it's still today, man, got me really nervous when they were taking such a long time. Kind of like if I was right about the OUI and that's what they were battling over, they took a minute to go through it, you know?
yeah, well, yeah, I remember last time I did an interview about this, I said, well, they're going to hang on Wednesday. And I wonder if they would have hanged had the jury instruction not been altered a little bit, because it was obviously a source of confusion for the jurors, whether we interpret however we want to argue about it or not. It was obviously a source of confusion for them. And I think that was the clarity they needed to render the verdict. Yeah, and the OUI charge I wasn't sure about, because they had asked about the potential time frames, and given everything else that was at stake in the case, I probably lost sight of exactly when the retrograde expert calculated what their calculus was in terms of whether they were using the 5 a.m. or the 12:30 category. But yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I think it was the right verdict. So yeah.
And I mean, in retrospect, I mean, we had a lot of talk over here. We had a lot of lawyers on throughout the course of the day, and you know, the concept of whether they made a mistake asking for the lesser included OUI to be dumped in there. I mean, obviously, in retrospect, they made the right decision. I you know, it's hard to know what they may have done had they not done that. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, you just don't know. I mean, it obviously, given the amount of hours, you could say, well, that could be attributable to the plethora of evidence. But also, let's face facts. They were in there for a long time, and their questions were related to the form, not, not anything else, not really the substance. I know they had the one question about the interviews, how they should be interpreted as evidence, or if they should be. But yeah, I mean, I think it was all about the form, and part of me, you can't help but wondering, would we have been here a second time, but for a similar verdict, would have been rendered the first time had the verdict form been clearer to the jurors, because we know that's really the source of consternation that they had as well.
Yeah, 100%. And it was, in the concept of had they hung on that OUI, that manslaughter charge survives, and they theoretically could have gone at her a third time, because there was no way for them to indicate whatsoever what they were hung on. And frankly, it's a lesser included within the manslaughter charge itself. So had they hung, because we had a panel of lawyers, and we had one layperson in here with us, and he's been a staunch Free Karen Reed person.
Yeah.
And, and his mindset was, there's no way that I'm finding her guilty on anything, just on principle alone. And, so we're like kind of talking him through that concept. Like, I hear what you're saying, and I get where you're coming from. However, the end result of that is that Karen could theoretically get tried again. And I have zero doubt that they would have tried to try her again if that manslaughter charge survived, even if they go NG on the murder too. So, and I think he finally, capitulated a little bit. He's like, well, yeah, but like the fear is, like, does the jury know that? Do they understand that that's what the end result is if they hang on that OUI? So, I mean, ultimately, I think it's safe to say that that's where the battle was for the last hours of this deliberation, whether or not to find her guilty on that thing. And I think ultimately, obviously, they did. So, whether that was a compromise verdict is yet to be determined. Whether, they were able to, like, if there were more guilties on that, and then they had to convince a couple of the NGs into that position, I probably think that's the more likely scenario. But we'll have to wait to hear from a juror to know what the actual story is behind it. But yeah, it was, for me, man, it's just a big day for the criminal justice system. It's a big day for the defense bar. It's a sad day for the O'Keefe family, in terms of they're left, more likely than not, never going to know what happened to their son. And it's tragic. And they've suffered so much because John lost his sister shortly before John lost his life. So, it's that thing where you have that dichotomy where you're celebrating in terms of justice being done. And you're also, you're feeling empathy for the O'Keefe family, because, victim families, they latch on to whatever the prosecutor's telling them. They latch on to what the law enforcement's saying to them in terms of, we got the right person on this thing. We've got the case. This is what happened. And, it's rare to find a family that initially is going to show anything other than complete trust in the prosecution in cases like this. Where you'll kind of see it is long down the road, like in some of these exoneration cases where, you had victims' families that were adamant that they had it right. And then when the conviction hits, then they're even more secure in the fact that they got the right person. And then when it turns out that DNA or something else exonerates somebody in a very factual type of way, that's where you'll see these folks kind of come forward and be like, yeah, wow, I'm sorry. And it's so, I just want to
it only exacerbates the tragedy. You think about justice for John O'Keefe, and we talked last time we talked about this case. We talked about the distinct possibility that he just fell, that this was a tragic accident. And you're right, because of the police investigation, if you even want to call it an investigation, that was done here, we're not going to know whether that was the reason or not, right?
Yep.
And I think the tragedy just exacerbates if someone gets, convicted, right? The families might feel better in the short term, we got her, what have you, but there is that moment it could come down the road, and this isn't a DNA case, right, where the tragedy is expounded, So, and I think you're right. I mean, they are going to believe that justice wasn't served here, not because it's necessarily factually true, but because police officers and the prosecutors have told them that such was the case, and it's going to be hotshot defense lawyers from California tricked him out of it, what have you. So, but I'm interested, Bob. You mentioned one of the things is the the juror interviews. I remember when I was trying the Arias case, they had Juliet mistried on the sentencing phase in the afternoon, and the next morning jurors were in New York on the Today Show. So I don't think, we're going to have to wait long
Yeah.
to hear from those jurors if it's not, if Matt Johnson of Court TV hasn't chased him down yet. There's certainly going to be interviews aplenty. But yeah, and the scene, yesterday's scene certainly reminded me of the Arias verdict. I don't know if you saw my tweet. I posted the crowd outside the verdict and the passion people have for vastly different reasons to go
Yeah.
out there and take their time. Because that always amazed me. When the Arias verdict came down, it was early to mid-May. Probably not, scorching heat, but hot enough where you wouldn't want to be standing outside. But a lot of people stood outside just for that particular reason. So
Yeah.
the passion that these people have for these cases is mind-boggling. And to me now, I wonder what the ramifications are going to be of this case. Will there be what civil suits will be filed? What changes will be made to policing in the Canton community, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fascinating to watch, and I think Morrissey's up for re-election in 26. I have to think that he's short time and he's lame ducking right now.
Yeah.
Just kind of how this all went down. But yeah, to go back to the jury thing, I'll be shocked if one or more of the jurors are not on Good Morning America tomorrow. They always seem to be able to hook the jurors real quickly. Their bookers work like rented mules to get them in contact with the show, and they typically get them on, especially in high profile cases. And I'll be fascinated to hear it. It's like as lawyers, we always want to hear from the jurors, win or lose or draw. I always wanted to hear from them to get their input and to hear kind of what turned it for them either way. Was it my approach to the case? Was I too verbose? Was I too animated? Did I move my hands too much? Was it the fact, especially in a case where it's close, where it's not just cut and dry? Because I mean, typically, but for clients that demand trial, most of the time cases that make it to trial are cases that are close, that factually there is some doubt there, and there's facts that can be argued that could be viewed in different ways. Those are typically the ones that make it to trial. So I always want to hear from them to see what turned them,
Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. So, like I'm sitting here wondering what the hell I'm going to do now. We've been streaming this thing for 35 days, and it's it's just been one of those cases that has taken on a life of its own. And I happen to think, I think that Koberger case out there in Idaho is going to be, it's going to be pretty similar in terms of the coverage and, nationally speaking. And I think it's going to be a case that is going to be pretty heavily followed. And, and it's a case that I have a very different opinion initially on than I did on this case, and it's like, so it's always interesting as a creator, when I take positions on cases, I take some abuse online, and, I'm sure that I lose some streamers or viewers when I take it, because it's easier to fence ride, right? It's safer to fence ride.
Yeah.
Like, it could go either way. And, but like, that's just not as exciting. And it's not me being truthful to my subs in terms of how I feel. And I'm never afraid to kind of like, if I have a position, I'll defend it. But I'm also always open to listening to the other side, which is a key. It's like I always want to hear the other side. If somebody's like, yeah, and I think you got this one wrong, and this is why. And if they could give me some compelling information that causes me to double track and go back and think about it more, like I can certainly have my mind changed,
Yeah.
So what do you?
I think that Karen Reed's an example of the idea that people don't want to hear your opinion; they want to hear their opinion come out of your mouth, right?
Yep.
And this was certainly a powerful moment for that. Now, I am enjoying, I'll put that in quotation marks, the Phoenix summer. I think it's 111 today. So,
Yeah.
we got that to enjoy. There's lots of Netflix and true crime dramas. And my wife got done with school in late May, the holiday weekend. So,
Well, congrats to her.
Yeah, kind of
Is she a teacher? So she's off for the
Yes.
Yeah.
She's a kindergarten teacher, so she's got about another month off. So, we spent a lot of time indoors, as you might guess. I checked that AC unit in March, and
Yeah.
it's going to work. And we got Netflix, and that's all we need. So, yeah, I've just been doing that and working out, trying to get my old butt back into shape. So, yeah, just kind of enjoying some time with her and maybe get back to doing some writing in the fall. I did some legal writing for AI stuff a while back. I don't know if I ever mentioned that to you, but that was a lot of fun. So I'm hoping to do that maybe this fall as well.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, you look
Yeah.
great, man. Like it's such a process especially when you get older, it's like that battle to try to get your body back into fighting shape, man, is such a battle. For me, like when I quit drinking was such a huge thing for me
Yeah.
in terms of, just getting my body right. And it's been like 5+ years. So that was probably the best thing for me that I've ever done in terms of physical and mental well-being was giving up the juice. But it was surprisingly easy for me because once I felt like the physiological advantages to not consuming alcohol, it was like so eye-opening that I was like, holy shit, I can't believe how great I feel like on a daily basis. It made it like a much easier battle for me. So I'm proud of you, man. You've been working hard. So and you're seeing the results. You posted on your Twitter, as you should, so yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah, every once in a while, people tell me they're inspired by it, so I try to post, and I was actually did a reality show a while back, a few years ago, weight loss, getting fit, Amazon Prime show, probably never going to be seen. They did the first 2 seasons, and we tried to film season 3, which I was part of in COVID, and a Canadian production company. It didn't work the best, and that way no one has to see me walk out on stage with my shirt off at a fitness competition. So the world has been protected from that. But yeah, so yeah, I'm just hanging out and just enjoying life. Cancer was we don't talk much about that kind of stuff, but cancer was a big game changer in that regard in terms of just changing how I changed my life. And you don't think about your time being limited, and we've probably talked about, the number of happy lawyers isn't plentiful, unfortunately, right? And so, moving away and being able to change what you do into something that makes you happy, or something that you're not dreading Mondays over, has been such a big change.
Man,
and,
same.
and whatever comes my way in that regard, then so be it. That's just how I live my life nowadays.
Yeah, I love it, man. Yeah, I love it, and I'm happy for you. And I did the same thing. Like, knock on wood, I haven't had to deal with the big C. Hope that remains the case. But yeah,
Yeah.
same. I was 20+ years into the career, and I decided to switch it up pretty late in life. And man, what a what a blessing.
Yeah.
I'm so much happier doing what I do now. It's like night and day. I tell people all the time, it's like that especially the profession of defense attorney is particularly rough. It's a really, really hard way to make a living. And it just takes a toll on you mentally, physically, in all the ways. And to be able to kind of leave it behind, but having gained the knowledge, we couldn't know what we know had we not done the battle, you know what I mean? And taking the wounds from it and come out on the other side knowledgeable. I think both of us are able to give some excellent insight into this thing that so many people love to engage with, which is trial watching and just true crime in general. It's been pretty cool for me too, man.
Well, I tell you, I bet I'll be hearing from you. Speaking of the knowledge, I bet I'll be hearing from you when we get closer to Brian Kohlberger and all that death penalty stuff.
You know it, my brother. You know it. Hey, thanks for popping in, man. I always love having you here. Thanks. See you, Kirk.
All right.
Kirk,
Take care, man.
everybody. Thanks, brother. All right. Kirk, I love him. He's a gentleman and a scholar, truly. If you don't know anything about him, Google him. You'll learn about his fundamentally who he is as a human being pretty quickly, and he's a pretty awesome guy, man. All right, let's keep plowing through. Lawyer Viking, everybody rock your body. Verdict's back. All right. Now Allie has directed me to go back to the bottom because we got a couple more that flew in late. Dragonfly. Lawyers on another channel said Karen can sue the YouTubers and TV people that called her a murderer for defamation, the ones that didn't use the term alleged murderer. It's true. It's true. It's absolutely true. I mean, using that word alleged, it's important. It's important. Emerald Dragonfly. Now, we have 2 dragonflies in a row. That's amazing. Taro. The McAlbert clan statement is abhorrent. Oh, what did they say? Oh my God, I haven't seen it. I'll have to pull it up. If somebody could pull it up, Tracy, if you're still here, and I know it's been a long stream, then find it for me. I'll read it, and we can all gross out together. Thank you for that intel. I did not know that happened, Emerald. Par P, can we all have a ham sandwich today? I would love a ham sandwich, actually. Sounds delicious. Thanks, Par P. And thank you for your other super of $2. Appreciate that. DK, do you think the O'Keefe family will be successful in their civil suit? Look, the burden's lower. So civil is preponderance of the evidence. Like I always try to explain it as that's about the 50-yard line. It's more likely than not. Like you got to get over that preponderance. So I call that the 50-yard line, whereas beyond a reasonable doubt, I call it the goal line. But you don't have to like complete and total, like no doubt would be scoring a touchdown, getting to the goal line and just hitting it without crossing in is reasonable doubt. So like they have to get there. And here with their, their moral certainty language, that's an amazing thing. Like that I actually love for as many things as I think is bizarre or are bizarre in Massachusetts criminal justice system. I actually love their reasonable doubt language and their instruction. So I don't know. I mean, we all know OJ. I was harking back to that case, but he was found not guilty for different reasons. There were very, very different reasons in that case. I think it's pretty safe to say that, especially since we've heard from jurors in that case, that, that was a revenge verdict for the cops all getting off on the Rodney King beatings. That was like tit for tat. That had very little to do with whether or not OJ was innocent or not guilty or guilty. So it's a different thing. But then he went on to lose the civil suit that was filed against him. So I would hope not. I think they're going to have the same problems, and the power of the science in civil courts, I think, is oftentimes more well received in civil cases than it is in criminal cases. So, I mean, if the O'Keefes want to persist with it, because there's a part of it where they have to file because of statute of limitations. It'll be interesting to see if they proceed with it, because there's nothing that stops somebody from withdrawing a complaint that's been filed in court. So we'll keep an eye on that. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Thank you, DK. Appreciate you. JD, thank you both for taking us through this journey. Karen, Reed, baby. Indeed. And it was our pleasure, truly. Just Jim, spent trial somewhere else, spent trial one somewhere else, where I saw Atty raging and cursing, and I knew where I had to spend trial two, watching you grow by tens of thousands. Thank you for all, Atty and the mods and everything that you guys do. We'll be here for what you do, for what your future holds. Thank you, Just Jim. We really, really appreciate that. We really do. You guys all together collaboratively have built just an amazing community. There's not a live when I'm typing up the description of the live where I do not include the best chat in the land. And I like all creators say it. I've been in other chats. You guys are the best. You guys are you're the best chat in the land. I will die on that hill. We have built an amazing community here. It's the thing I'm most proud of is just the group of people that have elected to spend their time with Atty and I is just, you're amazing. You're amazing. And we're so grateful to all of you. I'm gonna start crying. I'm very emotional as it is. It's like it was I've seen a lot of people talk about when Karen gave Dave Yannetti that hug, and it looked like Dave was tearing up, and that moment in a case where you've been able to exonerate your client, who you truly believe is factually innocent, and you make it happen as the attorneys. There's a powerful relationship that's been formed that will go well beyond attorney-client between Karen and all of her attorneys. Like they will be friends, fast friends for the rest of their lives. They fought a war that fortunately not many people have to fight. And that bond that you build going through that is indomitable. And, I felt all of that when I saw them embrace. And, David was the guy that was hired first. And David has the grace to not be a petty little lawyer and get upset when Karen's like, I want to bring other lawyers on, because lawyers have egos just like everybody else. And for David to be the man that he is and say, you know what, bring him on. I'll take all the help we can get. Shows you the type of man that he is. So, I mean, if I'm being honest, the first guy I want on, if I can get some of the lawyers, is David Yannetti. I love Bob Alessi, but I love David Yannetti. Like, Dave's just the dude that back in my drinking days, I'd love to go sit in a bar and just talk for hours with them, just talk shit, tell war stories, and just hang out. So, yeah. Thank you, Jim. Clay's godmother, hugs and kisses from Buffalo. We love you all. XOXO Tammy. Free Karen Reed. Indeed. Thank you, Clays. We appreciate you. Hanky eats Bev's ham. McCabe had to be a normal mom and make a statement. So is that what went down? Did she come out and make some kind of statement? I'll find it. I'll read it. We'll probably pull it up and talk shit about it at some point. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. So I got to figure out what to do now. What are we going to do with ourselves? What are we going to do? There's no sentencing to talk about. That's happened. It's like shit's done and done. Now it's I gotta work on getting some of this, some of this crew on here. Get the lawyers. See if I can get Liz to get Karen to come on. Love to have Karen on. I'm sure Karen's going to do the world tour, so it's exciting. I'm so thrilled for her and her family. And to hear her father speak was that made me tear up too. I mean, man, that man and his wife, Karen's mom, have been there every day supporting their daughter. That's a testament to the love of family, you know. It's powerful shit. It's all so powerful. Trying to fight back crying. I'm a crier, y'all. You know that. Thanks. Thanks, Hanky Eats. Appreciate ya. Odin's martyr. I hope Sergeant Barrows doesn't catch flack for telling the truth. Yeah, me too. Me too. You know, like he's got a lot of people out here that support him, though. I'll tell you that. So, you know, fuck them if they try. Like he's got people out here that'll back him. You gonna give a guy shit for being honest? It's what this country needs is honest cops. Every single one that wears a badge, you want them to be Barrows. Period. End of conversation. Thank you, Odins. Jenny, no filter. On the contrary, this is justice for John O'Keefe. It is, and it isn't. I mean, it is justice for John in the sense that John certainly wouldn't have wanted to see Karen go down for something that she didn't do. We know that. We know that that's the type of man he is. In terms of if something else happened to him that was beyond a slip and fall, then you know, I don't know if he'll ever get it. I don't know if he'll ever get it. If something went on in that house, I don't know if he'll ever get it. But the jury got this one right. That's all I know. That's all I know. Thank you, Jenny. Cody Harwick, great coverage, you guys. Glad I was a part of this. And justice, American justice won. Fucking A. Thanks, Cody. Appreciate you, man. David James, house motto for the win. NG is coming. Fuck faces. It came. It came. Came hard and fast, and it was glorious to watch. I'm glad I got to watch it with y'all. I was mortified that I was going to miss the verdict. It was like that moment in time. I'm like, it's like everybody's life, right? It's like you can never, like it's Murphy's Law. Shit's so true. Whatever can go wrong will. And man, I'm like, I'm out there, and like, of course, when I'm out there in that half an hour, it's a 10-minute drive each way, half an hour lesson. And of course, they're talking about the verdicts coming down. I'm like, oh man. So I was thrilled to be able to make it back with y'all and be with everybody in chat and be with our guests and Allie more than anybody. But yeah, I mean, man, what a day. What a day. Thanks, David, for your continued generosity. Meg P, ride or die mod. Let's be honest. We were glad Bob made it back in time. Love you both. Me too, Meg. Me too. We love you. Thank you so much. Frankie's mom 143. It was Runkle's Lucky Champagne. Can't discount it. I can't prove it wasn't. Maybe that's exactly what it was. You know, if you're praying, folks, maybe it was the prayers, you know, who knows? Maybe it was just a jury that listened to the evidence and got it right. Whatever it was, we'll all take it. Thanks, Frankie's mom. Christy, I think this is where we left off. Thanks, Allie and Bob and the amazing guests. Yeah, for keeping us company these 30 plus days after last year's hung. I swore I wouldn't sit through this again. Yeah, we got to this one, but I'll read it again. It was an incredibly generous donation, but I'm so glad I did. I couldn't have asked for better people to hang with. Thank you, Kristen. We appreciate those kind words. Truly, truly, truly. The words mean everything to me. If you ask anybody in my family, I typically don't give a shit about gifts. What I care about, and my 19-year-old, going to be 19-year-old Cameron writes some of the most beautiful cards to me and to Allie, to both of us, that are just everything. She takes time to just put pen to paper and writes things that just rock me to my core emotionally. It's my favorite things. So, point being, your words hit me, and I feel them truly, always. So thank you, all of you, when you put it out there for us. Yeah, I'm a ball of emotions right now. Like I'm like fighting down like tears. It's crazy. It's so crazy. It's like we get so invested in these cases, and it means something, It means something. It's like we were a part of something. And I'm just grateful. I'm grateful so many people care. Truly. I think this is where I left off, Lawyer Viking. And thank you. I think that was the last one I had done before I scrolled down. Anna Long, I'm about to enter puberty because of this verdict. I'm 50 freaking 1 years old. Arg. We were all feeling it, Anna. I mean, that was some stressful shit. Really was. We were all feeling it, all of us. It's funny how, when you get invested in a case like this, just how deeply you feel it. It's crazy, isn't it? It's like you're thinking about it when it's not going on. I mean, it's like you got a family trip coming up. You're like, how am I going to watch the trial? So you're going to an exotic island, which is supposed to be like magnificent, and like you're going to spend time with your family frolicking in the ocean, and you're like, how the fuck am I going to watch the trial? It's crazy. It's crazy, but man, I'm grateful. I'm like, if people like y'all didn't exist, law tubers don't exist. It's as simple as that. Can't put it any more simply. So I'm grateful to y'all. I'm grateful that you take an interest and you feel passionate about it. It's so important. So important. Really is. Thank you, Anna. Mickey, I literally just asked doctors if we could hold for 5 more. Case in point. I can always count on Mickey. And I honestly didn't see that, but it's case in point right there. Could I ask the doctor if we could hold 5 more minutes for delivery of her daughter yelled, "Mom." So if you guys don't know, Mickey's daughter I'm assuming was getting induced today, and Mickey was becoming a grandmother today. And it's what a great chat. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's so funny and so true, though. So true. And I hope against hope that everything went smoothly. I hope that you have a beautiful, healthy grandchild, Mickey, truly. And congratulations to you and your family. What a gift. What a gift. Great day. Mickey had a hell of a day today. You know what I mean? A lot of different ways. It's one for the books, Mickey. That's what you had, is one for the books. And thank you for your constant generosity, Mickey. Raise hail, HTTR. I like it. Bukaki just walked into the back door of the courthouse with Brennan per Jess Machado. Hey, Bukaki, suck it. Jerk off. Thanks, Raise hail. Electron Ash, wrong verdict, wrong shoe. The glare, probably. Yeah. Will was on that shoe thing, man. Hard. Spoogs, never gonna give you up. Rickrolled became a thing in 2007. It's a millennial cultural movement that my 9-year-old son still pulls on me. LOL. No shit. I'm with Allie. I must have missed that. I don't know. I remember the song, obviously. I didn't know. I don't know what the Rick rolling shit is. I'm Like, I know somebody emailed me Rick rolling. I haven't had the chance to look at it yet, but I will, I promise. And thank you. Thanks, Spoogs. We adore you over here. Tina T, AED 7.29. Jimmy, get in here. He made it. He powered through. Anti-Deb hung. We had an amazing lineup today. We did. Got it. Like, we got all the peoples in here today. I loved it. You know, if you're late, go back and watch. We had a banger lineup. Started with Kurt from Uncivil Law, and then I can't even remember who came in next. I think, and then Will came in, the Glare, and then I think Ian came in before Andrea came in. We had Andrea pop in for a hot minute, and she was covering the Koberger hearing today. Mark, of course, came in. I can't remember the order because they were coming in fast and furious. Mark Betterow came in, hung with us for a few hours, and Auntie Deb came in and hang. We had Aiden, the man himself, the man. I don't give a shit how you feel about Aiden personally. I personally love him. You know, I respect the shit out of the fact that he and he alone is responsible for making this case the national case that it became. It was one dude and word of mouth. Can't be denied. Cannot be denied. Dude shone a light on a case. I have half a mind to, like, I've seen it a bunch of times in chat to try to get him on Rick Allen's thing. You know, it's like the problem with Rick Allen seeing is they tried that case in the dark. And it was different. It's like you had to have Andrea and lawyer Lee and I sitting in that courtroom trying to transcribe every word that was being said by the lawyers and the witnesses and the judge in order to get it out to the people. They tried that fucking thing in the dark. But yeah, I get it. I get it. Like it's not lost on me how Aiden will rub people the wrong way. We get comments that Allie's vape runs people the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's not everybody's cup of tea. That's for certain. And I could see very clearly how Aiden is not everybody's cup of tea. And I ain't sweating you on that at all. And I can see why he would be like, my father would find him incredibly offensive to listen to just because he's super, like, we're pretty vulgar. Aiden's next level vulgar, you know, like, and he definitely speaks his mind. But in terms of what he did to shine a light on this case, it's undeniable. Let's see, where was I? Geek Butts. People used to rickroll with VHSs. It's old. Shit. That should be right up my alley. I'm an old head, Geek Butts. I'll have to look into this. I have the email. I'll know. And I'll be like, oh, that. Yeah, I remember that. I've never been a guy to follow trends, though. So, like, I probably didn't do it. I'm not try to set trends, try not to follow them as much. Thanks, Geek Butts. Welcome to the episode, season 2. I'm going to puke. Yeah, we were all feeling it with you. That was some nerve-wracking shit leading up to it. Thanks, welcome. Curious Liz, per Turtleboy at 2:40 p.m. Jim McDermott just said it's going to be 10 to 20 minutes before we're called into the courtroom. Get your ass to Dedham. So that was 1:44. That sounds about right. Was that the verdict, non-verdict? Probably. That was so weird. I'm dying to see what was in that envelope. Thanks, Curious Liz. Mistake on the form, had to wait for new form. Seems like it. I mean, they're definitely good, but that's a matter of just hitting print on your, just fire it out on the printer and walk it back. I mean, it came pretty quick. It came pretty quick after the form got fucked up. So, thanks, Camilla. As always, Dragonfly, thank you for your $2 hollow. Appreciate it. Tina Lewis, 2 trials, 2 verdicts. Why not? Makes sense. Adds up. Thanks, Tina. Lawyer Viking. Did they rehome to avoid the 227 I killed? Can't say that they didn't. Can't say that they didn't. Thank you so much, Lawyer Viking. Naomi McEwen, member for 5 months. Oh, family hug. False memory of a verdict at 227. I'll tell you, I legit had a false memory. I've been like chirping for 2 days about that. They should have put OUI in count 3 because I was convinced, absolutely convinced. I can see it in my mind that was OUI leaving the scene. I was wrong. Maybe Devers onto something. I don't know. I'm like, wait a second here. I was like, well, when Kurt said that, I'm like, what the fuck? I was like going back. I'm like trying to find the verdict slips from the first trial. I'm like, I had to have seen it somewhere. I don't know. But the team handled it properly. Terra Nova 902. The Judes have a Deaver false memory. Yeah. I'm assuming you mean the jurors. Yeah. Heard. They had something. Thank you, Tara. The verdict is in. That came in at 139. That was the fake verdict, right? Or maybe, yeah, that had to have been fake verdict or first verdict. Thanks, Advocate. HRH Princess Chelsea. Did they screw up the verdict form? Maybe. I'm guessing that's what it was. Scratch some shit out. You know, they had to have done something to bastardize the form, or they needed a new one. Or, I mean, because if they had the verdict, like, I can't imagine they went from manslaughter to OUI, right? I think you thought I was tricking you when I called you after the false alarm. I kind of did. I was like, because Mandy calls me, I'm like driving, I'm watching. Of course, I didn't realize I was behind time. And then Allie starts talking about the form thing. I'm like, oh, I'm behind time. And then Mandy hits me up. She's like, yeah, verdict's coming. She's like, you might want to get on again. I'm like, I'm like 2 minutes from home, which I was close, but I had to pick up one of Scout's homies so they could hang. So yeah, Mandy put me on high alert, which I'm glad you did. Glad you did, because I really kicked it in the grill, made moves. And thank you, HRH. Queen Lizzie, double trouble, 247, deleted verdict at 227. Maybe we'll find out what was in that thing. Yeah, they keep showing Karen and the team walking out. Dave's like this. Dave Unetti looks like a proud papa. That's what he looks like. It's the only way to describe it. Oh, it takes a huge sigh. I want to rewind this. This one moment in time says it all. Wait till you see it. I'm pulling it up real quick. It says it all. It says it all what it's like to be a criminal defense attorney trying a case like this. This is it. This moment. Watch. All right, here they come. All right, so I watch Dave Unetti. He's going to put the arms in the air. Watch him. Keep watching him. Says it all. Keep watching. Watch right here. Did you see it? That deep, deep breath. It's probably the first time he's exhaled 3 years. Fucking guy's a champion. Man, I love him. I told you guys recently that I love defense attorneys. I do. I do indeed. Let's keep plowing through. Chris Karabats, did you read the story when Rick Ashley was rickrolled by a friend of his and was super confused. No, I don't know shit about rickrolling. What is it? What is Rick? I got to look at this email right now. I just have to look at it. Wow. Let's see. Let's see what I'm going to try to watch this thing. Okay. Allie, cracking up. You don't know what rickrolling is. My nephew graduated from high school last month and rickrolled the audience with his graduation. Oh, so that QR code, I'm going to have to look it up. She sent a picture. So her nephew put a QR code that must have, God damn, I'll just Google it. What is rickrolling? I have to know. Inquiring minds must know. What is all right? There it is. What is rickrolling? Rickrolling is a popular internet prank where someone tricks another person into clicking on a link that leads to the music video of Rick Ashley's song "Never Gonna Give You Up." All right, no one ever did that to me. I got like a version of Rickrolled. I don't know if you've ever seen. It's dirty. It's like there's this famous kind of like meme that was out of like this big black dude that has this who's got a massive penis, and like people would always like they started using, and it became famous. Like he became famous from it. He's kind of sitting there with his legs spread and his elbows on his knees, and like people would send things that were like shocking. Like think of anything shocking, and they're like, oh, you know, something shocking happened. Then you click on the link, and it's like, boop, it's that dude.
That's
Same
weird.
concept. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah, my friends did it to me all the time. Till I was like, I'm not falling for it this time, boys. Thank you so much, Chris. Now I know what rickrolling is. Mickey, there's never a damn dull moment. I'm still sitting here in complete shock while also singing along with you guys. That's when Kurt busted out some rickrolling. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Mickey. Larisha emailed my dance party to Auntie Deb's song. I never got my autograph. My nephews love Auntie. I love that. I love that. And thank you, Larisha, as always. Shay B, what's the movie with Pauly Shore as a juror? I feel it's like that. I think that was called. I think Kurt gave the answer. It was something like the jury, the juror, or some shit like that. The jury pool. I can't remember, but I know the movie you speak of. I know Kurt gave the correct answer when I was driving back. Oh, okay. So I think Allie got through these. So I don't know how early she went. Because I know Idiot Wind had a couple of big ones. I know we saw Joe. And we read that. I think we saw that Auntie Deb's reaction. Jury is trolling the court because all the sidebars. I don't know if you guys put that one up, but it's pretty good. And true. That would be amazing if they did that. Just to mess with their heads. Yeah, I saw this one. Sofa King. And thank you guys for your generosity. John thinking the worst. Here comes the mistrial. Something stinks. Glad that didn't happen. Oh my God. This is a much happier life than having to be like all pissed off and furious. Right? Like that would have sucked so hard. It would have sucked so hard if that had taken place. Oh, good. Thank you. Statement from Jen McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Carrie Roberts, and Kurt Roberts. Today our hearts are with John and the entire O'Keefe family. They have suffered through so much and deserve better from our justice system. While we may have more to say in the future, today we mourn with John's family and lament the cruel reality that this prosecution was infected by lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some in the media. The result is a devastating miscarriage of justice. Yeah, hey, Jen, completely agree with the sentiments about John O'Keefe. The rest of it, go fuck yourself, lady. How you like them apples? Okay, let's see. Just Jim, what's the purpose of unsealing the verdict? Can they use the unverdict if they end up hung? Why even seal it or accept it? I think they wanted it part of the record. So I feel like Allie got to this. All right, tell me in the chat, y'all, if you were in here at that point. Am I reading shit that Allie already went through? Mandy, do you know? Mandy's going a million miles an hour trying to fucking handle all kinds of shit. So I don't expect you to know, Mandy, if those were read. I'm just saying if you recall how far she's just dipped on me. Must be nice. Hey, Allie, what are you doing?
She's been up since like 6 a.m. with me. I've been talking to her since she was up at the ass crack of dawn this morning.
And I'm up at the ass crack every day too. She did let me sleep in. She did let me sleep in a little bit today, though.
Do you see on here where they have time?
I do.
And what time was Just Jim?
So Just Jim was at 1:29. Babe, I'm trying to see where you picked up.
Yeah,
so
did you get this?
So where you kind of picked up and started going from? Because
about there.
So you think everything preceding this you didn't get to?
No, I didn't do that thing right there.
Okay.
Okay, and then real quick, and then I'll go away. Y'all know that you can unstar them and they go away. So after you read them, you can unstar them and they go away.
That's still, I did know that, and I forget to do it constantly. Thank you. Thank you. Now, do you know that?
I think I did, but I forgot about it.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mandy.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Bye-bye.
We love you.
I love you. Bye.
Bye. All right. So I'm just gonna plow through them because y'all deserve it.
I have this. When you had on Kurt, were you doing the current ones?
I did. I went back down to anything that came in recently. There might have been a few more that came in recently.
Pay attention to where you.
Yeah, I am. So, okay, KYWYMY Kwame. Am I butchering that? Is it KYY?
KY jelly.
KY jelly. Wow.
That person probably didn't appreciate that. I'm sorry.
Wow. Yeah.
I
apologize for my wife. Permission to get Roxy, Jimmy. Yeah.
I remember that one.
Thank you. However you pronounce that fantastic series of letters that may or may not form a word. OCD, Shaggy, Judge Bev looked at the verdict 100%. Oh, well, I mean, oh, yeah.
No,
like,
no. They're talking about the one she sealed. She did not look at it. Supposedly did not look at it.
Yeah, for sure. There's no way she didn't.
She peeked.
We're guessing. Would you? My wife, there is 0% chance if she was sitting on that bench that she wouldn't have fucking taken that envelope back in chambers and taken a peek. 0%. 0. Thank you so much, OCD. Music to my soul. What even is this? Schrodinger's verdict? Can the jury unring the bell of reaching a verdict? Crazy. I hope we actually see what it is. Now that it's not going to be appealed, I'm hoping we get to see what it was. I'm dying to know too. It's like, because if they fucked up the form, they would have said, hey, we screwed up that form and we need another form. They wouldn't have said we have a verdict. Now we don't have a verdict.
I think they had the same verdict. The juror, the holdout changed their mind, and then the juror changed their mind back.
Wait, change their mind from what to what?
Whatever person wanted it to be not guilty for the DUI changed their mind.
But that's an 11-1 proposition.
Yeah, that's what I think it was.
Okay, but then that's hung. That's not we have a verdict.
No, I think they gave in and said, "Fine, I'll say guilty."
Oh, and then decided, no, fuck that. I'm back. Oh, yeah.
And then went back.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm with you.
Hey, your wife was literally trying to infiltrate Aiden to do risky shenanigans in the courtroom. It was hilarious.
Wow.
I did no such thing.
Wow.
And then Mark Bettero was like, "No, okay, so what we're not gonna do."
What did I try to get him to do?
I don't know. Take a peek at the form, some shit.
No, this was before that.
All right.
I don't remember doing
It was
That-
classic.
It tracks. It tracks.
Not guilty.
On brand. Thank you so much, music. Carly P. Oh, family hug. Welcome. Love having you part of the fam. Boris, can I sue for emotional distress? Negative. Cannot. Could you imagine class action? Yeah, Allie's going to put together a class action for all the PTSD that everybody, the intentional infliction or negligent infliction of emotional distress.
I think that was when the jury verdict no verdict.
Yeah. Yeah. No kidding. Thanks, Boris.
Well, you still have a lot of hours to go.
What?
Only one
I did the
o'clock.
early shit.
Oh.
I did early stuff. Farmer Whitehair, then clear the court and answer the question. Here. Jody, Canadian 279. Edmonton has over 1 million people not in the sticks. Love it. Ooh, did you? I didn't end up watching the end of that hockey game last night. Did the Panthers take it? If so, condolences. I'm sorry for your loss up there. It's been a long time since the Oilers have been awesome, but when you were awesome, you were awesome.
Okay, real quick.
Jess.
Real quick. So Brad Marchand was with the Bruins for his whole career. Up until the trade deadline of this year, he went to Florida. He won a Stanley Cup for the Bruins and won one after Boston fucked him last night for Florida.
Good on him.
So we just knew that Karen was going to have justice.
I'll buy it.
You get what I'm saying? It's like an FU.
Yeah, I get it. That tracks.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
as good.
bye.
It's as viable as Runkle's champagne. The reason why we got the NGs.
Oh, okay. Bye.
Bye, Texas Prime. And thank you so much, Jade. Texas Prime, wouldn't it be funny if it got announced at 227 that there's a verdict? That would have been hilarious. Some shit happened at 227. Definitely. And they didn't lean into the 227 at all. I mean, that was like, did he even mention it in closing? Can't remember. Thanks, Texas. John DePetro ran into a car, broke the taillight. Yeah, we saw that. That guy's a fucking weasel, man. Just like his face annoys me. He has what I consider to be a jerk face. Like just his face is super punchable. He just looks like Jay Cutler had a jerk face. Just always had this like puss on. I'm like, yeah. I hope we've heard the last of that guy. Like seriously. Thanks, Track. See Le Fleur. That is the most popular white ceiling fan in the country. Yeah, nay the world. Indeed. There will never be a more popular fan than OnlyFan. I'm sure I'll be reading chats in the near future like I'm having withdrawal from OnlyFan. I think what we need to do, I think what our move is I'm gonna just screen record a shit ton of footage of OnlyFan, and then every trial that we follow, instead of just having like blank screen or whatever in between like lunch breaks or breaks, we'll play OnlyFan. It'll be our forever bat signal. You guys like that idea? Too bad. I'm doing it. Like it or not. I imagine you're going to like it. Thanks, C. Suzer, they're going back to the courthouse. We always appreciate heads ups. We love the heads ups. I see you, all of you, when you give me heads ups. Check Twitter. This is what's going on. Look at Jess Mikado. Check out Christina Rex. Like, I see it. It takes a village to stream a case like this. It really does. I can only do so much. Allie can only do so much. Mandy can only do so much. Tracy can only do so much. Our mods can only do so much. So it's like we need every single one of us to make this thing happen. Truth. Thanks, Sufer. No, Suzer. Called you Sufer. Sorry. Candy Charlene. If jury can't have question answered, this isn't seeking justice. Bev should have answered yesterday. No, she will not before individual guilt. Wait, she will not before individual guilty of other charges. I think I know what you're saying. Seems like you were rage typing or typing on your phone, one of the two. Bob loves to question the chat and then never look at it again. Ernie. That's kind of true. It's only because I have a lot of shit going on. It's not like, oh, I answer in the chat and then I don't look. It's like I'm squirreling on some other shit. Like there's a lot going on backstage. There's a lot going on. I'm like trying to like invite a ton of people over here. I got a lot of moving parts. But you're right. You're right. Watch Microdot's video. Thank you. Oh, is it hot off the presses? Yeah, we'll throw it up. Let's pop it up. Let's see what's up. I'm sure it's probably going to make me cry. I'm on the verge, kids. I'm on the verge. I'm having all the feels today. All the feels are coursing through my veins. All right, let's see here. Where are you at, Dots? All right. Let's see what we got. Oh, love it. All right, hold on. Ooh, he got busy. He must have had this shit. Like he was working it. He was working it. He had it ready to drop. Love that. All right, let's pull it up. Okay. All right, courtesy of our friends at Microdots. Actually, our friend. Prepare yourselves for our awesomeness. Wait, let me make it. Mandy, can you make it way big? Oh, thank you. Even bigger. Like, dude, where's the one guy? Oh, there we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Neat. That was awesome. And an appropriate tip of the cap to Aiden. 100%. I mean, I echo his sentiments with respect to Aiden Carney. Guy fucking knocked out of the park. And put himself in massive peril in a lot of different ways. Gotta respect it. Fearless is the best way to describe him. Takes huge balls. Huge. All right. Let's keep plugging along, kids. All right. Captain Skid Marks. Is it possible that the jury is paralyzed by the jury slip itself and the court's refusal to answer their concerns? Like it. Look, we're not going to have to wait long to know. Like I agree with Kirk. I would be shocked if Good Morning America doesn't have jurors on there. I mean, they're going to be doing the world tour. Like they are on the right side of this. They are with the majority of the public. I mean, how many times can you guys think of an acquittal being the thing that's being celebrated? Think long and hard about that. Think long and hard about that. Thanks, Captain. Greg, how do we think Bev would react to them sending the same question again, but with a demand for a real answer? She'd be like, nah. Exactly how you think she'd react, Greg, is how she would have reacted. She would have done nothing, said nothing. Thanks, Greg. Andrea, can you please read through the footnote 14 on the CWV Roth and say if you think that changes things for how that case affects this one? It refers to hard transition deliberations, which is how this jury was instructed. Hopefully, Andrea got to you on that. But thank you either way, music. Let me know if she didn't. I'll hunt her down. Texas Sister 2. Let me try again. I am a financial analyst and having trouble with data in a spreadsheet. My boss says, don't trust the data. Hank says, data is data. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Because you know what? The problem with data is a lot of times humans are the ones that are inputting it, and humans fuck up. Human error. Thank you, Texas. I feel like I'm getting stupider by the minute. I am a financial analyst. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Reality with Krista Marie, and thank you, Texas Sister, again. Reality with Krista Marie, we need dumb ourselves down and maybe we'll get it. And grifters, I'll keep grifting away. We're doing quite fine, and it's called jealousy. DiPetro. How the fuck do you say that guy's name? Here's the good thing. Number one, I don't give a shit. Number two, I now have no need to learn how to say his name. I never really did. DiPetro. Okay, I'll go with that. It's a disease. Get well soon, John. I can't wait to get on the Twitter spheres and see what the fuck's going on over there. Redemption, validation. It's gonna be fun in there. Thank you, Reality. Appreciate you always. Texas Sister. I am finally. I'm a financial analyst. Haven't had problems with data in my. Oh, all right. So you were correcting your earlier super. I see what you did there. Thanks, Texas. In the future, you don't have to pay a super to correct some shit that you made typos on. Just send it and be like, hey, I supered and had typos. Could you make sure that you read the correction? But we appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you very much for your generosity. Sandy B, look at the jury form. It's the last charge leaving the scene. Yep. I experienced a false memory. Matthew, my poor Versa got rear-ended in total 2 years ago. No EDR event. I did a crush analysis, and it came out to 7 miles per hour Delta V. It's on our website. Nice. Interesting. And thanks, Matthew. Yinzer, cars are just expensive plastic Power Wheels with tech inside now. 100%. Man, I had this piece of shit beater AMC Matador that was just a monster. And that thing was all steel. Like that thing was a battle tank. I once ran into a dumpster, like a big dumpster. And I'm here to tell you that Matador had those huge bumpers where it had like kind of you had the bumper and then it had the big metal bumpers in front of it that had the rubber on those. That I'm just going to say the Matador won convincingly. Thanks, Yenzer. ABC's docket. It's a party up in here. We definitely had a party today. A lot of awesome people came through today. It was a great day. Adrienne, Elizabeth, DePipi is DePetro is a Rhode Island-based journalist who has a history of spreading misinformation about local cases. He also always disliked Turtleboy's fan base. Yeah, I'm aware of their cantankerous relationship. That's for sure. Like that guy just goes away now, right? Though, isn't that how this works? That guy just goes away. Mr. Irrelevant. Thanks, Adrienne. Assuring fish. Assuring a fish. Assuring a fish. Glare, I just sent you photos of the broken taillight and DePetro's car. I'm sure Will got that. Thank you. Sharon. James Winchester. DePepe. Actually cracked the taillight. It's broken, not shattered. Can't make this shit up. That is amazing. Call that karma. Abacus Flinch. Oh, you're talking about John Tatupe. Thanks, Abacus. Dog bite community member. Why not enact Law 27 for the 2 verdicts? I mean, shit, she didn't have to enact it. She didn't need to fucking ask the question. She could have. Man, she's like, I'm not going to miss Canoni. I'll tell you that. Beautiful, messy ball. And thanks, dog bite. The Daniel Perry trial in New York, the prosecution. Yeah. The prosecution with the charge when the jury was hung. Yeah. Because he was acquitted, right? I don't think Daniel Perry had quite the following that Karen Reed did, though. I'll tell you that. I had thoughts on that case. We didn't cover it, but I had thoughts on it. And thank you, beautiful. Shay B, love Zora and Potter. Yeah, Mark's dogs are adorable. I wish Nanook would come up and like sit on my lap like that. He'd be freaking the fuck out, man. Like he's all knees and elbows, that guy. Like, and I told you, he hates to have me take him off his feet. He needs, like, he's the only one who's in control of being off the ground. Anybody else, he ain't having it. He does not like it. Thanks, Shay. Ash the Myth. I have federal jury duty next week in Houston, Texas. Have to call to get instructions every night for 7 days. Very strange process. Yeah, they run a tight ship over there in the federal courts, Ash. They really do. It's very different than state court. Very different. The whole vibe is different. Everything's different about it. From the buildings, the trapping of the court, how efficient they are. They don't play. Do not play on the federal side. Thanks, Ash. Michelle Rabideau. Do all the jurors have to agree on the question to ask the judge, or can any juror ask a question anytime? That's a great, great question. Typically, when a question gets sent out, is going to be consensus. Now, does that mean if you have 11 jurors that are like, oh, this is the way it is, and you have one juror that's saying, you know what, I want to ask the judge, that question is going to go out. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, you could have jurors that think they know an answer, and another juror who's not buying what that juror is selling, and they're going to want the question asked. So, yeah, I mean, sometimes you'll get it. Like, I have a feeling that the question about verdict slip 2 was all of them. And I'm sure they all had theories on what it meant. They're like, you know what? We need to hear from the judge. And then they get that shit back from Canoni. Par for the course. Bye, Bev. Take care now. Thanks, Michelle. Rachel K, $20 super. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Amanda the Glare. I've never developed saying my R's properly in every combo, so I can call you the G-man to my ma. Love you all. That's funny. Yeah, the R thing in the Boston accent is hilarious to me. The lore. And thank you so much, Amanda D. As always. Meg P, I feel bad for the alternate jurors. Yeah, that sucks, doesn't it? Sit in on 5 weeks of trial and then get fucked. That would suck. Really suck. Be salty as hell. Thanks, Meg, for everything. And I think I got to this. I remember Melissa Garcia should have called Wing. He is the former MDPD and bites. I think I remember that. I think I got to this. Thanks, Melissa. Okay. Do any of the men on this panel need their wife, spouse, and little sister to go on TV to defend their honor? Says a lot about someone's character. Yeah, I mean, Allie would, just cause. You know what I'm saying? she's that kind of woman. You know, but I would do the same. Like, nobody comes at my woman. You have a real fucking problem on your hands. Come after my woman, and she reciprocates. And thanks, Go Mama. Or CO Mama, Colorado Mama. Sin Santa, 88. I was a 4-person on a multiple count DUI case when the judge called us to ask if we had a verdict. Told the judge only on 1 charge that we had a verdict. Will this person have the same opportunity? I mean, it didn't seem like it. It didn't seem like that was a possibility for them. Like, it would have been interesting to see them just send out the 2 that they had reached verdicts on and be like, this is the one we're working on. But that's unorthodox. I mean, typically you wait, try to work out all the counts, but like there was nothing typical about this case. So, I mean, whether or not Canoni would have allowed it, I tend to think no. Thanks, Sin. Jim's honesty. Both juries have only gotten hung up on manslaughter and OUI, not Higgins or Proctor. Yep. True story. And here we know it was just the OUI. Like all our hand wringing, all our speculation. Like my tea leaves tweet yesterday was spot the fuck on. Spot on. Like a hundo on that. If that were a test, I'd be getting an A++ on that test. Thanks, Jim. Gen X Girl Lawyer, retrograde extraction for BAC over 0.08 at 12:45 a.m., but the data shows her home at 12:36 a.m. and no evidence of BAC over 0.08 or impaired driving 5 a.m. So NG regardless of the time. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I think that became less of a fact that the jury was worried about coming up with, and I think it was more of a compromise. I think that's what happened in there. I'm sure we're going to hear it. I think that was a compromise verdict. You know, as to why they felt the need to compromise is what I want to hear. You know what I mean? Like, that's the part that I'm dying to hear from the jurors. You know, but if you've got only like, because it had to have been overwhelmingly not guilty, and you only had a couple of holdouts as guilty, therein is the compromise. Like, we'll give you the OUI, but that's it. You can go fuck yourself on the rest of it. Thanks, Gen X. Love you. Trial channel. Look at all these grifters. Thanks for keeping us company. Always, always. And we love you, Trial channel. And thank you for allowing us to. I used you guys every day. You guys have an awesome channel. Did a beautiful job with editing on each individual witness. It was top-notch work. So we're equally thankful to you guys for allowing us to use your hard work, because you did great work on that. Every day I put on anybody's testimony from trial one was always from the trial channel. So thank you guys. Appreciate you. Lisa Sullivan, if they hang on 2 entirely, can the attorneys drag this out until the next DA election? Yeah, that was a question I was talking about. We brought that up for certain, Lisa. Like, that was something, like, fortunately we don't have to think about it now, but I had the same thought. Thank you so much for your generosity. Hope, Dream Team panel. Yeah, it was a good one today. It's a good one today. At some point, we were just missing Mel. I hit her up, but she had like 30. Like, you know, she was powering through. So I'm like, you want to come hang? She's like, I can't dip on 30,000, but I'm like, maybe you can. We'll follow you over. Come hang with us. Thanks, Hope. And I agree. It's a pretty great panel today. Tony, first-time trial watcher. I disagree with Kurt. I felt like Proctor and Higgins seemed super suspicious and gross. AJ read Proctor's messages in closing. Yeah, I remember. I think we read yours, Tony, when Kurt was on. And thank you so much. AKA the cat lady. I found Mass has an alternate option for OUI called continuance without finding. CWOF, which allows first-time offenders to avoid formal conviction if they meet conditions. Right. That's what we call supervision here in Illinois. That's it. So they stay the conviction. You take care of your business, whether it be like here, you have to do a victim impact panel, which is where you go listen to victims of or family members of victims that may have died in a DUI. You know, it's an educational thing. You go sit through it one night, gut wrenching stuff. And then, you know, there's always a fine. And then there's the drug and alcohol eval. You get they come back with what level you are. And depending on that level, that's how much aftercare you have to go through. And if you get that all done, at the end of the day, they dismiss the charge. So same deal, different name. Thanks, AKA. Appreciate you. CC, why wasn't the OUI on its own? Slip has come forward. I think I answered this one. Wasn't indicted. Simple as that. Thanks, CC. Gingy Probs. Curtis Flowers versus State of MS. Mississippi. Tried 6 times. 2 mistrials, 4 convictions, all with death penalty sentences. And in a rare move, SCOTUS overturned convictions in 2019. MS would have persisted, and MA will too. Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's no question. If they had the opportunity to go after her again on that manslaughter, they definitely would have. Short of the thing getting strung out until Morrissey's ousted, then potentially the new DA is going to come in and say, "Fuck that! I'm dropping this shit. We're done. We're done spending money on it." Thanks, Gingy. Jim's honesty. If that OUI was not added, do you think that we'd have a verdict by now? I mean, like, it's kind of cool going through these now after the fact, because now we know. I mean, clearly they made the right choice. I mean, this thing might have been very different. We might have been hung if we didn't have that compromise, that OUI. It was the carrot. It was the carrot that got I think that they felt so confident that they were going to be in the majority in terms of not guilties back there, that they're like, look, they went to Karen, we need to throw this thing in here, because if we have 2 not guilties, or we have 10 not guilties and 2 guilties, or 1, and we can give them and offer them a guilty charge, because like that person is going to know that they are never, ever turning 10, 11 people to guilty, right? So, you know, that person might be like, all right, you know, I mean, I guess it's better than nothing. You know, I mean, that's what a compromised verdict is. Thanks, Jim. Distracted. Better roll your tweet on Wendy Murphy has me rolling. Thanks for the levity. Yeah, I saw that. Like, I saw that tweet. It was hilarious. I was getting ready to make a snarky tweet under Mark's tweet, and then we had to roll here this morning. So, because I saw it early. Thanks, Distracted. Cheswick, will the CW indict on OUI of 3rd trial to force OUI only lesser included on the 3rd trial? Nah, I don't think they would have. I think they would have kept it just like this. And they might have removed it again. Like, just because they added it to the slip on this one didn't mean, like, had they gone back a 3rd time, that they would have had to include it again. Thanks. Luckily, we're not going to find out. Draven, or D Raven. Why did Hank put on Burgess knowing he had credibility issues? Is it possibly? I mean, that's what I thought. I thought Hank couldn't have known. Just thought he couldn't have known. Like, he'd be a fucking idiot to put him on if he knew and not try to fix it somehow. But the way he glossed over the education part of it and the qualifications kind of makes you think he did know. I don't know. I mean, at that point, Hank had no choice. He was stuck. You know, you got to go to the dance with who you brought. Fortunately for us, worked in our favor. 50 Shades of Yuri Buchanan. Ken's version of Jarndyce and Jarndyce. Yeah. And thanks, 50. Farmer Whitehair, Three Stooges, Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Yep. You guys ever seen Fantastic Mr. Fox that they did? I think they used Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe in that. I think that they were like the lawyers. I've seen it before, and it's hilarious. Thanks, former T-Mac. I have no doubt that Brian bragged. I'm going to hang with her. I'm going to hang her with her own words. There's no question, no doubt about that. That was that was the heart of his case. T-Mac, thank you. Robin, didn't the defense add the OUI charge? Yes, they did. Can they withdraw it? No, they couldn't. And thankfully, they didn't. That worked out just perfectly, just right. Like, I love that they handled the sentencing today, right? It's like, and like Ian said, you have to give Brennan credit. At least he wasn't a douchebag about that. Manned up, sacked up, did the right thing, took his beating, didn't pout like a little asshole. He did the right thing. Brooklyn James, is there a U.S. Supreme Court decision that also says you can hang on a lesser and be retired for a greater charge? Otherwise, how can Mass do this? I mean, the constitutionality of it's one thing, but remember this concept that in order to challenge the constitutionality of a statute, it has to be brought up on an appeal. That's why I was asking Mark if they had looked at it at any point in any cases, if it had been challenged for constitutionality. You know, and the other thing that you always have to remember is that states that the U.S. Constitution is the baseline. Like, a state cannot afford its citizens less rights than the U.S. Constitution affords us. However, they can give more rights. They can grant more rights. They can make it broader. So that's kind of just like a baseline. Like, you can have states go over the top on what the U.S. Constitution provides us right-wise, but they can never, ever go less. Thanks, Brooklyn. Amy, thank you. Appreciate you. Melissa, they needs a beer to convict, and I know you. They need a beer to convict on OUI. The irony, right? We were talking about everybody should get a beer, crack one in there. Thanks, Melissa. Normal mom in shock and horror. They almost always choose to deliberate during lunch. Right? That's fucking crazy. I don't even understand it. Bev just won't be interrupted for a verdict during. Seems like that's the answer. Like, honestly. Thanks, Normal. OCD Shaggy, can someone please give Judge Bev a Snickers? She crabby. Thanks, OCD. Yinzer, they're getting poutine smuggled from Montreal. Yum. I love poutine. It's delicious. I'm a gravy guy. It's delicious. Nikki B, what if a juror note says, we don't know how to indicate NG on count 2 subcounts? Yeah, I mean, that was the issue. Like, I don't know that she would have done shit. Like, she had to know that's what they meant. Right? Like, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about that on the live, and it's just like, she had to know it was the thing. She's just being persnickety, giddy. And thanks, Nikki. Sarah, can the defense request a poll of the jury? Rule 27 does not allow federal law 31D regarding whether the defendant had a right over the judge's decision, which is higher federal or state law. It depends. It depends. It's not a higher type thing. Like federal law. I mean, typically, like if you can use federal cases, and often it is used in terms of state cases, in terms of citing precedent. But I mean, state law is always binding. You know, and it depends on if it's the federal law from that state circuit. So, thanks, Sarah. Virtual juror, found sample MA jury form revised 2019. We got that. Thank you very much. Yeah, you guys came through with the form, the updated form. Shannon, and thank you, virtual. If Kennedy is found guilty, didn't happen. What could the defense use in their appeal? Fortunately, we don't have to discuss that. Didn't happen. But I think we talked about it anyway. Like, in the question would have been like, what was she convicted of, right? Like, I think we talked about like OUI. I don't think it would have been worth the time. Appeals take a hot minute. And fortunately, we don't have to deal with that because she was sentenced to probation. No jail. She gone. Thanks, Shannon. Always. Sarah, $2 holla. Appreciate you. GM from SoCal. Question if Bias Bev has full discretion. Can she refuse the NGs on 1 and 3? No, she couldn't do that. If the jury hung on 2.5, no, she got to take it. Couldn't do that. Couldn't do it. If they've rendered a verdict, they've rendered a verdict. So she wouldn't have been able to do that. Thanks, Rescue. Byron. If I were on the jury, I would advocate annotating the jury form with our actual intention in spite of Bev's instructions. So per Andrea, she got into a rabbit hole. I know she talked about it when she came on the live. That's a no-no. Then the ball's back in Bev's court then. You don't want that. And thanks, Byron. Renita. One thing people aren't mentioning is that I heard Bev say yesterday that there are other options for avoiding the same thing as last time. I don't know what that would be, though. Yeah, me either. Like, articulate, Bev. Let us know. Inquiring minds want to know. Thanks, Renita. Appreciate you. Gwen, I reckon they have chosen not guilty and waiting for their free lunch and chatting on how shocking the whole thing is and angry about Bev and Brennan. Yeah, I think they were battling over the OUI, Gwen. I think that's... I saw this come through. Truth and Transparency ordering an ice cream truck for free Karen Reed folks in Dedham. I hope they don't mistake it for the FBI. Yeah. Oh, sweet. Love to all of you from Canada. Just delightful. It's a nice thing to do. And thank you, Ginger. Grocery card. The new slip is out. Yep, we saw that. Thank you, Grocery. Appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. Mello. What were they hung on the first trial compared to this one? Assuming they were not guilty on 1 and 3 first, which is what we assume. I think that's been pretty clear. I can't recall if the jurors, aside from Ronnie, said more when they reached out. Where was OUI in the first trial? It wasn't there. They didn't ask for it. Did not exist. First trial. So we all assume that they were hung on the manslaughter there. I mean, that was the impetus of bringing the OUI charge in. You know, giving them something else to hang their hat on, something else to appease those folks. Because, like, that's what I'm saying. They just tried a stronger case this time. They had stronger science. Wolf and Runchler were allowed to do way more testing, which was super convincing shit. So they felt very strongly that they were going to get more NGs than Gs back there. They were right. They made the right call. It was brilliant lawyering all around. Like I said, it's easy to sit here and armchair Monday morning quarterback shit. You know, when you're in the heat of it and you're making gut calls and, you know, educated guesses, they nailed it. Kudos. And thanks, Mello. CML, can Karen Reed plead guilty to the OUI? She could have, but remember, I think we answered this one. I think Allie threw it up. Hank would have had to have agreed, and he wouldn't have done that. Even though he's agreeable to just going right to sentencing, he would not have agreed to take a plea. He was gonna make him come up with a verdict if they could. But thank you, CML. Zeke, Texas. What if they line out all of count 2, right? Not guilty on each except sub 5 and right hung. Andrea answered that. Goes to the judge if you fuck with the form. Thanks, Zeke. Matthew Duquette. Is it true no court deliberations on 16? Yeah, it was. Well, we don't need to worry about it now, but like Friday, I think there was court. Juneteenth, tomorrow was off day. Thanks, Matthew. Bruce, with Lally, we would not know about Dr. Wolf's ham sandwich. It's true. It's very, very true. Thanks, Bruce. Happy eye roller. Family hug. Welcome to the fam. We love you. Gerard, oh suave. All-star grifter. Woohoo. Thanks. Thanks for helping the grift. Appreciate it. Always. Lily Shaw. If they are stuck on OUI but not guilty on the rest, wouldn't just a newbie trial? No, we answered this one. No. Wouldn't have just been that. Because of the fact that it was a charge. I think that's when Allie went through Like we went through the long explanation of how the difference between counts and lesser included charges. Thanks, Lily. Joe, I know we threw that one up. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you always. Lily B, I can't unsee Ian Runkle's Lord of the Rings character. Woo! I mean, Ian looks like a fucking Lord of the Rings elf. It's a massive compliment. I posted the meme of the super handsome one. Just like fucking Ian. It's amazing. I mean, Ian knows. Like, if you can't tell, Ian's a pretty smart guy. Like, Ian's aware of that. And he embraces it. Thanks, Lily. Edward. No, Lally lied to the court in the pretrial motion about the lab delays and being in contact with the lab when they said it had been months. Yeah, I mean, I imagine this is when we were talking about. Mark took some real exception to saying that, you know, Lally had more scruples, more integrity than Brennan. Mark did not agree with that. Thanks. Appreciate you, Edward. Rescue Randy needs a new Lexus. Agreed. Thanks, Jennifer. Ray, new member. Oh, family hug. Where's Andrea Burkhart? She came on. Asking and ye shall receive. Made that happen. Thanks, sufficient. Amy's. If Bev answered better, maybe we'd done. Maybe. Maybe not. Thanks, Amy's. Will Newman. Jughead Jones. Do the jury even know that they can verdict the 1 and 3 separately of 2? I'm sure the instructions that Bev stated, they can't come back with a verdict until you have a verdict on all the charges or counts. See, that's one thing that people keep doing. There's a difference between lesser included charges and counts. There were only 3 counts. Included in the second count, there were 4 lesser includeds. So theoretically, had they reached a verdict on 1 and 3, they could have said, "Hey, judge, we've got verdicts on 1 and 3. We're still working on 2. We'll see what we can do. Do you want these?" And she would have said, "Nah, see what you can do." But it would have been nice. That would have been a nice, like, comforting blanket to know that the jury had sent a note like, "Hey, we have reached verdicts on 1 and 3. Do you want them now?" Thank you, Will Newman. Appreciate you. Stephanie, does the jury know that the OUI was requested by the defense? No, they didn't know. And yeah, there was going to be court on Friday. Thanks, Steph. Steph gifted 5 DD memberships. Thank you, as always, Steph. Shannon L. Appreciate you. Always. Harley Ryder, the only thing that can make this panel any better was Andrea, which we got. Andrea came in for a hot minute. Appreciate it, Harley. Court TV thinks we have movement. Thanks, Crystal. Mississippi, California girl, charged Proctor with littering. Like, I don't know who, I can't remember if it was Mark or Allie took that all seriously. Like, nah, can't do that. Like, it's got to be part of the statute. Laura McLeod, I am sorry, but I would be Will too. I would dig in my heels on not guilty on all charges, no collision, no OUI. Think positively. There may be one guilty. How do you feel now? It's over. She's got no jail time. It's a great result. It's a great result. You know, it's like, I hear what you're saying. I do. Are they like, on principle alone, I get it. I do. But the alternative, it's one of those things where you just have to weigh the risks and the rewards. And you know, like, they clearly made the right choice in retrospect. Thanks, Laura. Perfect panel for what we were all thinking and feeling right now. Thank you all. Hi, chat. You are welcome. And thank you for hanging with us all day. And thank you for your super. Sarah, did the defense know the OUI was going to fall under count 2? Yeah, I mean, they had to, because in retrospect, I was wrong about 3. It was not, there was no OUI attached to it. I was thinking it was OUI leaving the scene. It was just flat out leaving the scene and with a death resulting. So, like that, it was in the only place it could have been. Michelle, Penelope McGee had a bench trial in front of Judge Canoni. The trial was related to the charges causing Andrew Savage's death, and McGee faced up to 20 years in prison. Bev found her not guilty. That was recently, right? Was that the bench trial? Did she do the bench? Oh yeah, bench. You said that in the chat. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I mean, look, even Bev was reasonable. She could have been a shithead with the sentencing, like because that's how it works. Hank says, the jury or the defense says, okay, this is what we're asking for. Hank says, I'm agreeable to that. In terms of the probation, Cannoni does not have to accept an agreement between the defense and the prosecutor in terms of an agreed sentence. Like she doesn't have to. Like that is ultimately up to the judge. So at the end of the day, Cannoni did the right thing in terms of that sentencing. So thanks. Real tea. Or reality. Every time I see it, I don't see that little eye because I'm blind. Family hug. Welcome. So glad you're here. Gypsy Soul. It's beyond frustrating that this is happening and that we are even having this kind of conversation. But I still believe it's the best to just I feel the exact same way. I really do, Gypsy. It's got warts, lots of them. Still the best. Still the best. And it's always evolving. That's the nice thing about American jurisprudence. Like bad laws go away. It just takes fucking forever to get rid of them. But it's like, and we're always trying to improve it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Thanks, Gypsy. NorCal, in order for it to be true, the SUV has to have a set of canine teeth, in my opinion. Agreed. The Lexus did not bite John O'Keefe. We know that. And the jury agreed. Danielle Martin. And thanks, NorCal. Can the court send a note to ask the jury something? No. Cannot. Thanks, Danielle. Larisha, remember 4 months. Aw, family hug. So many family hugs to you, Larisha. You've been so generous throughout the entire trial. So many of you guys have been amazing, just amazing. So grateful to all of you. Susanna, $2 holla. Those replying to me, I'm speaking hypothetically. She got it up there. Thanks. Appreciate you, Susanna. MB gifted 5 DD memberships. Always love you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kathy, family hug. New member. Love having you. All right, let me swing down at 10:54. I'm gonna go down to the bottom. Holy shit, dude! You guys killed the supers today. We got some new ones. I want to make sure that you guys, because people are dipping. You guys are going to dip your toes in other pools, which I'm all about it. Do it. Sky, new member. You're a new old member. Thank you for re-upping. Appreciate you. We love you. Pixie 78, new member. Family hug. Welcome. Ella, this ended up being the most expensive DUI case ever. Sure did. Sure did. Thank you. Distracted. Wait till you see what the prosecutor's pod posted. Somehow now it's a conspiracy with plants in the free Karen Reed side. Those fucking turds. Yeah, I'll dig in. I'll see what they're saying. I'm sure it's stupid. It's all Brett. It's not Alice. It's just Brett. Thanks, Distracted. Appreciate you always. DSN, thank you for your super. Appreciate you. A Sparky 2. Is Jameson's and 7-Up allowed? Indeed it is. Indeed. JMO. I think JMO and Ginger's better. Back in my drinking days, I was a JMO Ginger guy for a hot minute there. Thanks, A Sparky. Glamasu's, good to see you. I want 500,000 for Hank's inability to pronounce Kuntaku. Contacoop. I can't remember. He was butchering it though. At all. Marshy was the difference in Florida. Thanks, Glamasu's. Good to see you in here. Grin. Hey, Jen. Make sure to answer the door. A couple of agents from the Seppin Law Enforcement Agency will be by in no time to talk to you again. Be sweet. Don't hold your breath though. Thanks, Grin. Aurora Aura. Member for 3 months. Thank you both for the amazing coverage. Mamadas. Thanks, Aurora. We appreciate you so much. So much. Olivia Yates, I think the jury said, oh, no, Bob can't miss it. Psych! Judge Bev, we got to have him out of. I feel like that's what happened. In my head, that's what happened. Thanks, Olivia. So happy I was with y'all today. I cried a lot. Love y'all. We love you back, Olivia. Love you back. Hey, did you see I was wearing Mr. Please yesterday? Did you tell the boys? Say, hey, Bob's wearing your shirt on a live yesterday. Mr. Please shirt. I got a houseplant. Got a houseplant on today. Thanks, Olivia. Love you. DK, will the first false start verdict ever be unsealed? I hope so. Did lawyers see it? They did not. Question is, did Bev take a peek? I think so. Thanks, DK. Bravest jury, they found CW not credible. Yep. Did the right thing. Did the right thing. Yeah. Thanks, Sandy. Lisa Wilson, Bob, Jesus Christ, go ahead and cry. I mean, I do. Like I'm a crier, admittedly so, and there's no shame in it. I openly cry. I cry all the time. I'm an emotional person. But thank you. Thank you for boosting me up, Lisa. I appreciate you. And you're super. Spada, not Splata. Thank you for that. Monumental day for justice in the U.S. Yes, to you, Bob and Allie. Thank you, Spada. Thank you for. It's one of my pet peeves when people say splatter. It is blood spatta. CRR. Oh man, they're almost not puppies. I think it's celebratory. Are you training them actively? That would go a long way. Are you potty training those adorable little boxers? Let me know in chat, and then I won't check. Fucking Ernie calling me out. Thanks, CRR. Appreciate you. Aw. Big hug. Welcome, Lisa. Welcome to the family. Spatter, not spatter. See, I can't even say splatter. Spatter, not splatter. $2 holla. Appreciate you. Steve Musselman. Delphi and this have been epic coverage. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that so very much. Okay, I think I got caught up there. Yep. All right. Got caught up there. Okay. Now, man, you guys just crushed it on the supers today. Unbelievable. Holy shit. Like half these people, more than half. We had 14, 15,000 at one point. Like everybody's gone. I'm reading them. I don't give a shit if they're gone or not. They can come back. Because they'll come back like, hey, jerk off. You didn't read my shit from 7 hours ago. Like we just passed 9 hours, 9-hour live. I can't even feel my throat anymore. It's a true story. All right, good. Let's see. Oh, so Idiot Wind. Like this, I think I was just getting up to Idiot Wind. Like when because I was going through some early. Buzzing for truth. Hello, all my smart peeps. Thank you, Buzzing. Jesus freak, you were drunk. You allowed Higgins to unalive John. Maybe. Thanks, Jesus. Lee or Leah. I know the answer to this because I've asked you. No, the grift is still going. Unbelievable. Yeah, dude. Like you got to come in. I've been reading supers for like 3 hours. Fuck, dude, there were like 400 supers.
How many people are left?
I have no idea. Yeah, we're down to 1,400. From 15,000 to 1,400. I feel like
How many supers are left?
You have to read so I can go eat.
Downstairs.
What?
I'll go downstairs.
Okay. Oh. Damn, Mandy. Cut that shit right off. All right, Lee. Thanks for the great discussion. Keep us sane while we wait, and then we don't. Thanks, Lee. Or Leah, whichever one's correct. Idiot Wind. Oh, wait. So Idiot had a 3-parter. Start up here. One, mass case law I've seen, been digging, says court is prohibited from taking partial verdict on single indictment. Mass rule of criminal procedure 27D, a judge is not required to accept a partial verdict Before declaring a mistrial, Daniels v. Commonwealth, she then went on to say, and is prohibited from doing so on a single indictment that contains lesser included offenses. See Commonwealth v. Roth. Mark, you were talking about John Guaca. Is that Guica? Guica? I have no fucking idea. Which makes me sad too. Gucha? Giaca. Giuca. Giuca seems right. Which makes me sad, and I want to know what's happening so bad. And then finally, Idiot wins final and is prohibited from doing so on a single indictment that contains lesser included offenses. Again, see Commonwealth v. Roth. Mark, you were talking about Guica. Yeah, how would you pronounce that? Guica? I know they pronounce it. I have no idea how to say that. Case of my perpetual sadness. Thank you so much for your huge donation, Idiot Wind. Appreciate it. So I'm right there, babe.
But what time is that?
We threw Billy Bulger's 600. I think I did a lot of the early ones, to be honest with you.
Well, what time are you at right now?
Like, luckily, people weren't coming in quite as hot.
What
so
time?
I was right at hold on, I'm gonna give you the exact time. I was right at like 10:30.
Oh my gosh.
No, but I'm telling you, there's not that many left. And I think I did a lot of them. Let us know in chat. I'll make sure not to
You're
cheat.
assuming the same people.
All right, I'm going to eat that meat. Bye.
All right, let's see. All right, well, is he still going down or up? All right, I'm going to start up. Good. Itch says, good morning, free Karen Reed, justice for John O'Keefe. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you. Jin, I can't even. Gingy Probes. I work in a secure facility and can't even watch live or join chat. Months ago, I took off today for a long birthday weekend, 40 on Saturday. I don't think you're still here, but happy birthday. So happy with my past self. What a day it would have been to miss. Yes, you caught verdict day. Yay. Can we have shots? I guess it's too late because Bob didn't throw out any shots, but I hear you, Jamie. Thank you. No more court TV for me. Shit shows. Yeah, Mississippi, California girl. Check your email. Hopefully Bob has seen that one. Adore you, Allie. Oh, thanks. Listening with my mom, and she heard the F-bombs, the brain fog statement, and cracked up and said, sounds just like you. This perimenopause is a bitch. Yeah. Sorry, because that was at 8 o'clock this morning, and I'm pretty sure you and your mom are not both still here. So Bob did invite Peter. He did it late. I say fucked it. So that's what it seems like happened. And actually, Jay-Z, I'm sorry your mom had to hear all those F-bombs. Steph sells stuff by the seashore. Bev's usual VR botic slips are very clear and easy to fill out. Oh, okay. Verdicts, Bev's usual verdict slips are very clear and easy to fill out. This is 100% intentional for this trial. Luckily, it didn't matter. Jacqueline, no FBI. Sorry. Allie, I want to hear not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. This case is garbage like Brennan's suits. Fuckface. Yes. And we did finally hear that. Oh, MAGA Barbie. Sorry. This is the spot to be. Free Karen Reed. I doubt you're still here, but thank you. Thank you. D-bag is the word. Boris. Oh, probably the word that Ian was trying to no, not Ian, that Will was saying for Judge Cannoni. Is Bob's shirt pink? I'll allow it, Judge Bev. Thanks, OCD Shaggy. Jim said minutes first, then Bev. Listen. Yeah, I did hear that. I did hear that. Jim said minutes first, then Bev. Nina Hart says house long to a verdict. Well, it was only, let's see, that was at 9, 10, 11, 12. One day. It was only 5 hours later. How long to watch OnlyFan? Man, we're all going to miss OnlyFan. Captain Skidmark says, what's coming to happen? What's going to happen when it comes back and she adds a manslaughter because, quote, that's what the jury did, and no one can interpret the slip. Thank God it didn't come to that, but it could have. It could have. They redid the form. That is right. They did redo the form. Oh, and Meg sent us the new verdict slip at like 9 o'clock. So had Mandy. It was confusion, mass confusion. Christopher Mays says, I'm worried we read too much into the first 3 questions about where they are. I have trouble believing the OUI would take this long to resolve if they truly voted not guilty on manslaughter. Well, hopefully while you were here, you heard us all saying the same thing and tossing those kind of things out. We definitely touched on that kind of thing. And I'm glad we didn't get as worried as we could have, because it ended up being the OUI. Plot twist pending. They just released the change verdict. Could you explain it? Hopefully we did that. Thanks, Lady Jane. Barr says the charge doesn't meet the requirements for an OUA charge in Massachusetts. An OUI alone would have been thrown out, especially with no priors. Why is this even a question? Yeah. Yep. Ask it differently, Mr. Foreman. Thanks, Angie. The problem with dropping 5 is the jurors that were potentially talked down off manslaughter for OUI. I think we put that up earlier. It was a good point. It was a good point. And everybody agreed that I was crazy for even thinking that could be done. And if it could, the judge wouldn't have done it. Jellycat says, isn't the OUI a standalone charge? How can you charge with manslaughter if you are doing so, if all you're doing is drunk driving? And I'm sure Jellycats is gone, but the whole point of that was, it was, when we called it a standalone, it's probably not the words we should have used, because it wasn't standing alone. It was just a regular old, DUI. But it was a lesser included of manslaughter, because the manslaughter was based on driving while intoxicated and killing someone when you hit them with your car. That didn't happen. Ann Gilman, welcome, new member. The FBI hired ARCA. NG option states or any lesser included. The or any. Yeah, that's the same. That is the same thing that Kurt said from Uncivil Law. That the or any should give way to a not guilty next to each one, because or any is not definitive. It's ambiguous. That's the same thing that Kurt said. And we did do this one. Bless your whole heart. Maybe we didn't. Karen Reed has served 3.5-year sentence of being convicted and crucified by her haters. Jail would have probably been easier. She suffered enough. Yep. OCD Shaggy, welcome. Ipsy Dixit. I think we did touch on that she could not plead guilty unless they asked for it. I think the jury asked the OUI time question because they believe she drank at 12:45 and at 5. Defense should have gone with 12:45, in my opinion. Now my daughter's calling. That's okay. Donna White, new member. Thank you. What was the question for that Bev never said? Thank you, great stream. What was the question? Oh, well, it doesn't matter anymore. And I'm sure that you're not still here. But the question was the jury wanting to know if they convicted on counts 1 and 2, but were hung on count 3, whether everything would be back in play, whether it would be a mistrial as to all 3 counts. Brad was letting us know that Ted Daniels tweeted there's an amended form. Yep. Edward Kirkpatrick said, people assume if the OUI is not there, they are not hung. That's what that's what I did. They also could just end up on a different lowest charge left holdout. That was clearly very possible. I just felt very strongly come those first questions that they had just decided there was no collision, no nothing. Milo said, let's be real. A juror went home and looked up all their questions last night. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Between my morning Klonopin and this crew, anxiety somewhat in check. Come on. Love you all. Free Karen Reed. Abby Xing. All right. Well, Jay Tanner asked about a trial tax. That's just lawyers' way of saying that the judge kind of punishes you for pushing to go to trial with a stiffer sentence, and we call that a trial tax. It's not like a real thing. And Gingy Probes, happy birthday again. The scary thing is, this is more common than folks think. Karen is the means to defend herself, so the shit is more apparent. No, I mean, we talked about it after the live. That's the sad thing here. That's the sad thing. You know, it's like even my father-in-law, he's like, this revitalized my faith in humanity. And I was like, yeah, but for the like 0.0001% that get lucky, I'm not saying that Karen is like an entitled 1%. I'm just saying she is fallen into a category, a series of situations that don't come up for most people at any point in time. You know, she good family, good friends, good lawyers, people that supported her, everything aligned for her in a way that she was just by the grace of God or the grace of whatever, lucky enough that it all came together for her. That doesn't happen for most people. Oh boy. Jen says the confusion on Bev's jury slip is a feature, not a bug. Yeah. Ipsy Dixit said, what if question OII equals manslaughter is the issue? I mean, it doesn't matter anymore, but yeah, it was like, that's all they wanted to know. Like, just tell the jurors what they needed, and we could have been done 5 hours ago, probably. Yep. New verdict slip. All right, let's see. Patrick McLean says MB is forgetting about Victoria George. There was a group juror chat post trial 1. What does she know? I mean, they definitely talked to, the defense team talked to her, that her input, I'm sure, was vital. Chloe's swarm in the house. I think the jury feels the second trial plus FBI involvement, so they should convict on something, and that's what they're stuck on. I still think it was people who didn't want to convict on anything, and that's what held it up. But won't know until those jurors talk. Is the reason she won't put not guilty space on each sub-offense is so the state can retry her for the entire second count upon a hung jury. That's the way, that is why, but wasn't necessarily the judge. That is the way Massachusetts law seems to want it to be. Even, right or wrong. Can you guys discuss what Bev meant when she said to Jackson, I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable position, and then directed her question to Yannetti? I actually, Fronda, and I don't know that you're still here, was thinking the same damn thing when she said, I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable position. Like, I think she was trying to touch on like the normal Massachusetts ballot sheet. I mean, jury verdict sheets and jury instructions, and like, also that in Massachusetts, so now that I think about it, in Massachusetts, she thinks like, well, Massachusetts has a rule we don't deal with theoreticals. So she didn't want to ask Jackson, have him make some argument that wasn't on point. So she went right to Yannetti, who she expected already knows it's Massachusetts. This is a theoretical. We don't answer theoreticals. I think that's what that was about. Larissa says, Mr. Bedrow, I went to ASU and graduated in 1977, born and raised in New York. We have something in common besides the brain. Hard to watch my sis graduate NYU magna cum laude at ASU. The bomb, best decision ever. Sorry that we didn't read that while he was here. We definitely touched on this, the rural juror, even though it wasn't directly on your question, but if they sent a note out saying, we find her not guilty on all of count 2, but cannot decide about the OUA, would Bev be forced to recognize that as a count 2 acquittal? And under the law, no. But could she have instructed them something? Kurt thought maybe when we did talk about this. Yep, Kurt said the same thing. Slip says not guilty on Maine and should be lesser. That was a good point. Sweet Lorraine, that's how I always read it. Bev last trial said if they check not guilty on one, then that's it. We need to find that video. MAGA Barbie, probably not still here, but she said, I love that she calls it hypothetical when it quite literally happened last trial too. Yeah, not so hypothetical or theoretical. Kylo Bear said, can the jury just handwrite the note? And we touched on that when Andrea was here. And apparently that took her down a rabbit hole of courts just making up whatever the hell they wanted, just coming up with whatever they think it meant. The ghost of Brian Higgins SIM card, Hank, and now a word from our sponsor. Sean asked, do we knowingly how much alcohol was in her blood at 12:30? Right. No one did. Joy Daly, let's face it, Bev will never be self-aware. No, that's for sure. Hearing Karen walk across the floor in high heels tells you she wasn't drunk. I mean, it's an argument. She was walking in high heels. She wasn't drunk. I don't know about that one though. Creed, isn't the defense appeal point made moot by the any language? It's actually too favorable to the defense. And I bet no polling since no verdict slip. I never thought anybody was appealing, but it's not an issue anymore. Thanks, cool lady. Anonymous said, I think Auntie Bev is trying to force the jury to come to an unanimous verdict. Once we're hung, they can amend the verdict slip yet again with not guilty options. It'll all work out. Well, that was sucks that we didn't read it earlier. Could have given people some faith, but luckily it all worked out. Farmer Whitehair, I know if you're not here now, you'll probably see this sometime, or maybe you are here, but I 100% agree, Bev, whether she's intimidated by the defense or whatever it is a pissing contest for power. And I believe that. And it's like, you're already wearing the black robe. Everyone knows you're the boss. Like, why do you need to like have a pissing contest? You win. Just don't be a bitch. H Rock Doctor, doesn't the fact that the science and the testing prove that the taillight could not be embedded or damaged in the sweatshirt prove that it was planted? Yeah. Jury agreed. Question 3 was also theoretical, and she answered it. She's so inconsistent and hypocritical. That is true. She was coming in from Orland Park, right here in our neck of the woods. We are so close to 10:30, guys. Debus, they thought the defense would double down on the McAlbert conspiracy and hired Hank to be the defense for the McAlberts, but the defense changed its strategy. Yep. Yeah, I don't think they were expecting it to change that much. Oh, I'm sure Danny's gone. Mr. Mark Betterow represents Aiden Carney, and they tried to enter his appearance as one of the defense team in this case, and the judge said no, that he was not allowed to appear. So they denied him pro hoc vici status because he's a New York lawyer, not a Massachusetts lawyer, so you have to get special permission to appear, and they wouldn't let him. So, I mean, it was so close, Sub Rosa, so close to the 227 thing. Sandy asked, is it really true to Albert and Higgins didn't go to John Tuna? That's what I heard. I've got no clue. But this is what I heard as well. They drove all the way to New York for a different fellow officer's funeral. It's insane. The whole thing is insane. The whole thing is insane. Sean from Potentially Criminal says they should let her take the non-unanimous verdict on the OUI and appeal it. The trial needs to end. All right. I remember that one. So going down, down, down. See what y'all saying right now. Members only 50K, which you still owe me for. Verdict and memes on camera Friday after a day off tomorrow. I'm a strategic genius. I mean, we do need a members only. And yeah, sounds good to me. Let's get you on, Grin for me. Let's get you on. Buddha Girl, new member. Thank you. Family hug. Tayef. Did you see ABC has a doc with Proctor already premiering tonight on 2020? Thanks for your coverage. See you for the Brian Koberger trial. Say what? Premiering tonight with Proctor? Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. Oh my God. Oh boy, more people are talking about it. Buddha Girl says, so are we having a watch party for Proctor on 2020 tonight? What is happening? What? I mean, it's probably gonna suck. Let's just keep her. Oh, he's back.
Yo, yeah. I mean, if anybody thinks he's gonna like fess up that he planted the shit, keep dreaming.
Planted that shit.
Here's the deal. Here's the
Babe,
fucking
I
deal.
could get through the last of these with much faster without you here. I think I don't know where you stopped, but we got through all the early ones and we're at the ones today.
Oh, wait, but there was like only 4 or 5 more.
All right. So 5:15, did you do it? That was 15 minutes ago. These are
Probably
like the ones that came in the last 15 minutes that you've been gone. Hey, go read my comment on Court TV's live of the Karen Reed verdict. Hashtag feed Bob. I'm going to marry Kai. Tracy needs a raise. How the hell do you find a comment on Court TV's live? Like,
yeah, Glenn,
what?
are you out of your fucking
Come on,
gourd,
Gren.
dude?
Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot.
Come on, dope.
How is that even possible?
Yeah, Gren, I'm gonna scroll through like thousands and
I mean, like tens of thousands. You mean tens of? It could be millions.
Gren, you should be ashamed of yourself for hanging out in Court TV's chat anyway.
Such a thing. Well, he's probably like it's something like he was pushing us. He was talking about us. He was marketing. I bet.
Take it all back.
Right, but we're not going to be able to find it. But we appreciate whatever it was, or maybe it was just sheer hilarity, and we appreciate that too. Christy Silo, hey all, remember that one time that they were about to read the verdict and there was no sound? We were all about to lose our minds. I think, yeah, that was just me. That shit was muted. Bev sealed the first verdict at 2:27. I mean, I think that's like might be a minute off, but it was fucking close. Oh my gosh. Did you do these, babe?
Nope.
Kristen, just wanted to thank you guys so much for the lives throughout this trial. We wouldn't have wanted to spend it any other way. Aw, thanks, Kristen. Grin for me again. Grin for me coming in hot. We can take a moment to note how adorable Kai is. The last voicemail party left me wanting to daydream more about this absolutely cute human's voice. I think we should push to hear more from Kai. I mean, hashtag Tracy needs a raise.
That was it. Sky and Pixie 78. I did. Those were
all right.
We did it.
Wait. Now Grin for me says my comment is on top. Promise. I need you to scroll back for Bob about my Friday idea. Here, babe. This is it.
Members only 50K, which you still owe for, yes. Verdict and
Friday. He wants a members only Friday.
Yeah, members on camera Friday after off. I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
I have court, so Bill.
Oh, what? You're fucking flaking on the members.
Oh no, I keep forgetting. That's not Friday. I have like a deadline Friday. All right, we got you, Grin. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching this with us.
All right, listen,
excited
man.
for the
It's
day
not
off
just
tomorrow.
today. It's the whole trial. You
The whole
guys are
trial.
amazing. Yeah. And what a way to do it, right, babe?
What a way to do it.
We did it.
Too
you
bad
and
we didn't
me.
get Jay on today. That would have been nice. Would have been sweet. Had some Jay, had some Shannon.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
oh,
It's a shame.
what's this 2020 episode?
Somebody said Proctor's doing an interview.
I don't know.
That fucking weasel. Can't believe he's getting camera time. All right, you guys, we love you. We like as the trial progressed, we watched our chats grow, we watched our channel grow. We are so grateful to all of you. It was a fabulous way to spend our days. It was an amazing outcome
Thanks,
of the
Corinne.
trial. And we could not be more thankful for our community, for our subscribers. And here's your reminder.
And
Make
our
sure
mods.
you like, share, and subscribe. And I will definitely not forget our mods. Our mods, you have been heroic in every sense of the word. You guys, for our mods, we had numbers that they had never seen. So, per usual, you guys dominated like you always do. You always keep it the best chat in the land. We love you. Someday, when we're as big as Emily D. Baker, we're going to pay you guys.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean,
Hashtag Tracy and Manny need a raise. All right. Love you guys because without you, we're just some old tired people.
woo, we're about to get a nap.
Nap time.
Love you guys.
Love you.